Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had God-tier chef's quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A Chef's Rebirth 1, Return. TV Studio. The talk show had been a lively event, with both pro heroes and other mundane celebrities like actors and singers. Its host was a bubbly young woman with frizzled red hair and a perennial friendly smile capable of easily putting people at ease. She was just finishing her latest interview by going through the section she knew her audience loved the most, 10 questions from the audience, and she was clearly pleased to see her current guest take part to this with honest interest, instead of the fake forced courtesy many VIPs before him had always used to keep their image safe, even when they were blatantly annoyed by most of those questions. Said guest was a tall, imposing man wearing a red and black-colored chef's uniform with striped designs on the middle front and shoulders, a black sash around his waist, a pair of knee-high black boots and a large puffed toque, chef's hat. He was also keeping his uniform's collar raised. He had very chiseled facial features, moderately long white hair which kept braided into a ponytail and a well-kept long pointy beard and mustache, even a faint trace of freckles that had survived his teenage years, but his green eyes held the purest gentleness compared to his otherwise austere aura. "So you still practice every day?" the woman asked, actually impressed. "Hoo. Of course. No matter the age or experience, a professional never stops practicing. And I actually do enjoy it, it helps me feel just a tad younger," the old master chef answered with a low chuckle. "I visited your restaurant a couple times, and I can testify to it, you are still DMN good," the host answered, chuckling to herself. "Oh, I know that. Miso soup, pork belly cutlet and carriage or donburi, if you have something on your mind," the old man answered, looking at her like a grandfather looking at his favorite niece. Why you remember?" the woman said, shocked. "Believe it or not, I remember every single order of my regular customers," the chef answered. "Wow. But I want people at home to know that I don't eat all that at once, it's either one dish or the other. I do take care of my girlish figure," she countered with an ashamed expression. "What's wrong with enjoying food? I am happy you ask for seconds whenever you come visiting my restaurant." "Midoriyasian," the woman said with a long, embarrassed whine, and burying her face in her hands as the entire studio was immersed in the laughter of the live audience present. "Sorry, my dear. I didn't mean to embarrass you," the other replied with a tiny smile surfacing from under his beard. "You just did, though. Again, I apologize." "Fine. Ready for the 10th and last question?" the host asked with a childish grumble. "Ask anything you want." "Good. This is a question from Miss Tekabana, Sakai Prefecture. She would like to know why you decided to become a chef, and when," the woman asked while reading the question on the giant screen behind them both. Hoo. That is a good question. You may be surprised to know I made that decision when I was 16, right after waking up from a year-long coma. For me. A lot of things changed during that year, the old man answered with a chuckle. "A year of coma changed your life?" the woman asked, surprised. "Yes, you can say I lived an entire different life during that coma, in a sense. And that helped me focus myself on a new dream, one that I knew I could actually turn into reality, and that was becoming a chef. I believe I can say that I managed it quite well. I'd say. Your restaurant is basically legend nowadays, even pro heroes swear high and low when they can't secure a table. But please tell us, do you want to share some details of that life you said you lived during that dreadful year?" the interviewer asked, chuckling amicably. Not yet, maybe one day I will, but for now I won't steal more time from you. I risk looking like one of those grandpas that never shut up, otherwise," the chef answered, equally amused. "It was a pleasure talking with you instead, sir. Time totally not wasted. So please, dear audience, let's give Mr. Midoriya a last applause as a thank you for being our guest today. Clap, 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 clap." As asked, the audience went wild in their applause while saluting the retreating chef. "Chef Midoriya, gentlemen. The world's greatest chef," the woman declared one last time before the show took a small pause for the ads to roll out and give time for the host to relax before the next guest's arrival. The world's greatest chef, that would be a nice story to tell, the old man thought in amusement as he walked out of the TV studio and towards the car awaiting for him, his mind returning to that fateful day when he woke up from his coma and his life changed forever. Several years ago, Izuku Midoriya, age 16, Mizudafu, hospital. Inko was over the moon. Her precious baby boy was finally awake. Awake after a long year of coma after that bast son of a piece of sh. After the Bakugu brat blasted him away with his quirk in retaliation for Izuku daring to save his life from a villain. Inko really hated cursing, but what Mitsuki's spawn had done to her small ray of sunshine almost guaranteed Inko would have snapped the brat's neck with her bare hands. She didn't though, only because murder was still a crime, and she didn't want her precious Iken to one day wake up and learn his dear mother was in jail for putting down a rabid Pomeranian. Mitsuki had apologized for months about her son's behavior, but Inko and Hisashi, returned from his business trip as soon as he learned of the incident, still slapped her, the school and her psychotic son with a restraining order and the hospital bills, and ruined almost any chance the boy had at entering UA University. Now even if the maniac managed to join the hero school, both Midoriya parents knew there wouldn't be a single breath or step Katsuki could take not under the constant watch and utmost scrutiny of the entire university staff. Assaulting somebody just because he believed that the quirkless useless nerd made him look bad in front of pro-heroes by saving him from being suffocated by a villain was not hero behavior, and many luckily thought the same. Pro-heroes especially, since they still struggled every day to squash any rumor of there being an elitist quirkist mentality that many believed the profession was riddled with. But all of that was not important now. Now their beloved Izuku was finally awake after 1 year of coma. Hisashi and Inko were just finishing signing the last of the paperwork that would ensure their boy's release from the hospital as soon as the doctors declared that he was no longer in danger. You think he was serious when he asked us to remove all his hero merchandise from his room? Inko asked. I don't know, honestly. But when we mentioned how you kept everything clean and proper, he looked tired of it, somehow? As if those had lost every magic they held for him. Hisashi answered, unsure. Knowing he was quirkless was a huge blow already, maybe seeing his friend attack him like that the one time he tried to be a hero himself simply smashed his dream? Inko answered. You said he looked depressed already. Before that animal was attacked by the villain, maybe something happened even before that incident? He doesn't want to talk about it, he just says he understands he cannot be a hero. Inko answered, sighing. Maybe we can help him find a new dream? A new direction? He is a smart boy, maybe now that he no longer wants to be a hero he can become something else, like a doctor or a lawyer. Hisashi offered. We, the woman asked, shocked. I almost lost him, Inko. We almost lost him. The last time I saw my son he was a kid. To him I was just a voice on the phone until yesterday when he woke up. He almost did not recognize me. His dad. Hisashi answered, eyes overflowing in tears as he cried and hiccuped so hard his body shook. You always provided for us, darling. Inko answered, hugging her husband as tightly as she could. Yeah, with money, he spat, bitterly. But I was not there when he entered high school. I was not there when the bullying started. What memories does he have of me? A voicemail and some pictures, the man said. My dad is overseas working. I can easily imagine all the bullshit they said to hurt him, like that I did not love him because of his quirklessness or that I cheated on you or who knows what else. It's okay, we know you love us. And we love you too. Inko assured him while gently caressing his back in small circles. I ask you just another year. Another year to finish this project, then I will be back for good. I will ask to be transferred back here to the Musudafu branch. We'll be a proper family, promise. Hisashi promised. Oh, Hisashi. There's no need. Yes there is. Hisashi insisted. Just give your best, it will be enough for us. No matter if you are far away. Inko said with a kind smile. Trust me, I will make it happen. I will return to you too. Hisashi answered, eyes ablaze in determination. At the same time, Izuku's room. The room had the same sterile white standardized decor of every other room, down to the exact same pictures hanging from the walls in the exact same positions, and Izuku's room was even more impersonal thanks to the total lack of flowers or get-well-soon cards, something that disturbed the nurses and doctors present so much they actually gave gifts to the boy to liven up the room when he woke. Your mom and dad are almost done signing everything, now we just need to make sure you are healthy enough and you will be able to get back home, the gentle nurse said with a kind smile. That's nice. Izuku answered, plainly. Listen, I know it must hurt to not see your classmates send you anything, but maybe they were waiting for you to wake up, the young woman offered. Her only answer was a half-lidded stare that made her face flush red in embarrassment. Sigh. I know what you are thinking, I am quirkless, so they don't care. And maybe it's true in their case, but not everybody out there is like that. Look at me. I am still here, and not just because it's my job, the woman said while showing the 4 arms her quirk gifted her with. Ahoo. There are good people out there, people that don't care if you have a quirk or not. People that will love and respect you all the same if you give them the chance. Having or not a quirk is not the be-all and all, you can do amazing things if you set your mind to it. Humans did it before quirks even existed. Have faith in yourself. I bet you can find hundreds of friends both quirked and quirkless that will trust and love you just for who you are, not your powers. People you will be able to love and trust back with no fear, the nurse said while grabbing his hand in hers to give it a gentle squeeze. I really hope so, Izuku answered, sighing. Trust me, the world is not a nightmare ready to beat you down, she answered. Sigh. Okay. Have faith. Good things come to those who work hard, the woman replied while walking away. Hey. Yes, she asked, stopping right at the door and turning back to look at him. Can you live an entire different life in a single year? He asked while looking outside the window with a faraway light in his eyes. You mean while in a coma? The nurse asked. Yes. It's hard to say. Many say they were fully aware of the world around them but unable to move, others simply said they had a normal dream, like when they slept normally and just woke up after years, while for others everything lasted only an instant. It's complicated enough that there is not a simple answer. Oh? So you dreamed of a different life for yourself? Either that or I got ice skate and just got back home. Izuku answered with a chuckle devoid of any real emotion. Considering life is not a manga, I am more inclined to say it was just a dream, the woman answered, chuckling amicably, and secretly happy to see the boy finally showing her a more genuine smile, albeit minuscule. Yeah, then I guess it was just a dream then, he replied, looking down at his hands. Can I ask what you were doing during that life? The nurse asked with a gentle smile. I was a chef, the boy answered, simply. It's a nice job. You like to cook? I like food, especially katsudon. Yes, I can say I do like cooking. Maybe then it's a sign for a future career? It depends. It doesn't take a quirk to be a great chef. Just talent and the will to put in lots of hard work. You can try to see if you have what it takes. A chef, can I be one? Do I deserve to be one? Izuku asked, looking honestly scared. Why? Not? You won't know if you don't try, the nurse answered, smirking, before walking away. Once a chef, always a chef, you fool. A voice echoed in the boy's ears like a faint whisper, making him jump in fright and look around himself wildly. That voice, he muttered with wide eyes. That night he would not sleep at all. Every time he tried the same disembodied voice of an old lady he was sure he knew personally would keep berating him. You and I are chefs. We do not stop being one, ever. We do not retire unless we die. Our destiny is to die in front of a chopping board while cooking and only once the dish is ready, like Frozisama did. And you know it. Then finally, after the third day of continuous visits from the voice whenever he slept, the dreams too came, memories Izuku desperately kept suppressing in the belief they were just his imagination, his early days in his new life, his first dish, his first apprenticeship, then his first restaurant, all he learned, all he did. And then the rare flashes of what the other him did after Joie used his accursed taste change on him to turn him into the guy's puppet, and the pain he caused. It was not you and you know it. You would have never done any of that and you know it. I know the real you. The real Zaus. Who you were before Joie corrupted you. You want redemption? Then grab the kitchen knife and cook like you used to. Recover your honor like only a chef can. By honoring the ingredients. Aiwa. That night Izuku would wake up screaming, covered in cold sweat, and start crying immediately after while begging for forgiveness over and over. Setsuno. I am sorry, the boy begged in tears. Then show it, you idiot. The boy asked to the empty room once heard the voice answer with a friendly chuckle for the first time since he started hearing it. It will also be the last time he ever heard that voice of the woman the other him considered his greatest friend and rival. 3 days later. It was finally the day the doctors deemed Izuku healthy enough to be took back home. The boy had already been helped by his mother to dress and was sitting on a wheelchair his father was pushing. The three of them were even chatting a few inane things when a loud cacophony of curses and screams started echoing in the corridors, coming from right in front of the hospital entrance. The cause of the ruckus was a guy with a quirk turning him into a tiger-human hybrid arguing with a guy with a gorilla quirk that made his body huge and obscenely muscled. F you. No, F you. And the two punks were apparently uninterested in the absurd noise they were making in the middle of the hospital while they argued about something, although the fact both were covered in bruises suggested they both were in the hospital to finish whatever fight landed them there in the first place. What is happening? Inko asked, scared. Apparently the gorilla guy destroyed the tiger guy's new car while parking. The two beat the crap out of each other until they both passed out and were brought here a couple hours ago, and now that they are finally awake, they have started all over again, a nearby doctor answered with a tired voice. Shouldn't somebody stop them? Inko asked. Security will be here soon, have patience, the doctor answered, sighing. Izuku did not exactly know what he was doing, but simply following the memories of his year of coma, he felt compelled to walk towards them and tap the shoulder of the tiger guy, shocking the doctors and his parents by getting up from the wheelchair with no apparent issues. Tap. Tap. What the F, do you dash? Both arguing men started yelling at the same time while turning towards the intruder, when they stopped abruptly. Because for some reason the kid whose head could barely reach the tiger guy's armpits, or the gorilla guy's belly button, had become in their eyes a giant easily towering over them both as soon as they locked eyes with him. This is a hospital, can you two please go fight somewhere else, monkey and cat? The boy asked with a calm and yet infinitely threatening tone. You little dash. Keep it down. The tirade of the duo died immediately when the kid's booming roar, delivered though with the grace of a king, eclipsed both their voices and made their furs stand up like they were electrified. And at hearing his order everybody in the entire hospital stopped breathing for a couple seconds. The boy was standing with his back straight and hands clasped behind him in quite the regal pose and with his eyes narrowed, his hair were even casting a bit of a shadow over those same eyes too. The most daring abnormality though was that many could swear they saw a glimpse of a giant red-furred gorilla of sort with big boar-like tusks, and enough muscles on its human-like torso and arms to shame a pack of bodybuilders, appear behind him for an instant with shining eyes and a blood-red flaming aura of energy covering its entire body. Why yo, it's cool man. It's cool. We are done arguing, yes, the gorilla guy whimpered with his complexion turning chalk-white in fear. Why yeah. We are sorry if we make a scene, sir. And no need to get violent, yes? This is a hospital after all, the tiger guy added while nodding violently. Good to know. Then please, do take a seat so these gentle nurses can look at your bruises. Izuku answered with a gentle smile, one completely devoid of any threatening intent. Oh of course, sir. No problem, sir, both punks answered as one and hurrying to sit on the waiting seats with their backs straight and without uttering a sound, but just following the kid's every move with unblinking eyes while sweating heavily. Nice. Thank you. Without another word, the young teen walked back towards the wheelchair and collapsed on it, he too utterly drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Iken? You okay? Inko asked immediately while kneeling down in front of him to check his now very pale face. Why yes, I am fine. I am just tired, that is all, he answered with a forced smile. Was that intimidation? How, the boy thought, feeling overwhelmed by his own confusion. Well, whatever you did was kind of foolish, you could not know if they would attack you, Hisashi answered, sighing. Sorry, Dad. It's okay, luckily they calmed down instead of getting violent. Just do not think things will always go this well. Of course. Very well. Let's go home now, I just recently filled the fridge, I want to celebrate your return, Iken. Inko said with a wide smile. Okay, Mom. Later that day. Midoriya household. The family of three was just finishing setting the table, with Izuku managing with great effort to talk his parents into letting him help them, even if maybe he did whine a little too childishly for his tastes. I am not made of glass, Dad, he said. You just got out of the hospital, please do take it easy. Hisashi answered, frowning a little. I will take it easy, promise. But I am used to helping, you know? I like to feel useful. I won't deny that, just don't rush. Okay, Dad. Good, the man answered, showing from where the boy took his cinnamon bun smile, from as both father and son matched each other. Since you both feel so well, are you up for a small adventure? Inko asked with a teasing smile. An adventure, darling? Hisashi asked, curious. Ahoo. I found a new recipe on the net, do you feel adventurous enough to try it? She asked. That would explain why you insisted on buying that giant wok. Okay. Okay, Mom. Izuku echoed behind his father. Good. Let's hope it will be good. This is the first time I'll make it after all. Inko answered while making a show of rolling up her sleeve intensely enough to make the two men behind her laugh in amusement. The recipe looked simple enough, even if the big wok kept sizzling extremely loudly, something that raised an alarm bell in the back of Izuku's head the boy wasn't even aware existed. And when that burning oil spilled out after a too violent twist of Inko's ladle, the entire content caught fire and produced a giant flame followed by a deafening whoosh sound. Kaya. The woman had barely the time to jump back and not get burned, slipping on the floor while pulling the wok filled in flaming oil with her. Inko. Mom. Both Hisashi and Izuku yelled at the same time while hurrying to help her, but while his father managed to grab the woman in a protective embrace that saved her, Izuku peripherally watched the wok fall in slow motion towards the floor, and he swore he heard the horrified scream that seemed to come from the food in it. When the thing reached halfway to the floor, and once his instinct told him his mother was actually safe, the young teen moved with a burst of speed that surprised his parents and grabbed the wok's handles and rapidly lifted it to put it back on the fire to start stirring it with the same ladle he took from his mother's hand. A bit more salt, some pepper maybe? The seasoning does need some adjustment. As if in a trance, the boy tasted the content and started adjusting the seasoning while continuously stirring it, his hands moving fast enough they simply disappeared. There should be some beef in the freezer, there it is, he then muttered, grabbing a knife nearby and managing to cut the still frozen meat without trouble. Iken? Inko asked, dumbfounded. Potatoes. I need potatoes, the boy mumbled while preparing the tubers, then onions, peas, pepper grains and more at the same time at high speed. Son? Hisashi tried again, just as shocked as his wife. The beef stew is looking good, the mushrooms need to be cut thinner still. Iken? The tenderloin needs braising. Drats, no red wine. I'll use sake. Are those strawberries? I know what to do for dessert. Nice. Izuku? This knife is too dull. I need to find a milk here too. Iken. Inko called out, raising her voice. The stew is ready, so is the meat, vegetables are ready too. So are appetizers, first course, salad, dessert and side dish, everything is dash. Izuku, both his parents yelled at the same time as loud as they could. What? The boy uttered while distractedly finishing putting everything in the respective plates. How? Hisashi asked with wide eyes. How what? Uhu, the young teen asked back before finally noticing what he had done and how long he had actually zoned out. The kitchen table was now fully stacked in a full-course menu for 3, every dish worthy of a 5-star restaurant in appearance and preparation. The table itself seemed ready to collapse under the weight of the immense quantity of food on it while the scent permeating the house was unbelievably good. Did I do this? He asked. Me and your mother were kind of too overwhelmed to do it, so I guess it's a yes, the man answered, unnerved. I was just thinking about how to help? Izuku tried saying. Iken, you were in a trance, your usual mumbling was there, but in the meantime your body moved. And it was unreal. Inko answered. Did I do wrong? He asked, unsure. By nose and eyes I would say no. And since we did say we needed to celebrate your waking up and returning home, this would have been the final result all the same. I just did not think you would have been the one cooking. Hisashi answered. Me neither. Izuku admitted. So, what's this? Inko asked while pointing at the table. Beef stew, mushroom salad, sweet and sour pork ribs, 3 meats hot pot with beef tenderloin, pork belly and chicken guts, tuna carpaccio, scallops in aromatic potage and I put some strawberry sorbet in the freezer for a late snack. I think, the boy answered automatically, before growing puzzled by his own answer. Those were all leftovers, except the tuna. How did you do all this just with that? Inko asked. I don't know. Izuku answered. Well, let's see if it is good at least, Hisashi muttered while trying the stew. And develop a blissful expression food should not give to somebody. He actually looked frighteningly close at having an ahigo. Both mother and son gurgled out at the same time. It's good. Hisashi ummed in awe and with his mouth still full while shamelessly filling and refilling his plate over and over. Darling. Manners. Please contain yourself. Inko said, appalled, while trying the pork ribs. Nom. 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 Nom, to then show utter hypocrisy by attacking the dish herself with the same lack of manners, like a starving animal. Hey. Leave me something. Izuku yelled in horror at seeing the dishes apparently he made getting empty fast. Since when can he cook this well? Hisashi asked between mouthfuls. I have no idea, but I know I can't stop. Inko answered. Me neither. Izuku replied, just as entranced as they were by the taste. When the 3 finally stopped eating, almost 2 hours later, the family collapsed on the sofa, all 3 of them groaning because their bulging stomachs filled to the breaking point. Oh, God! I am going to explode. Izuku admitted in agony, and yet not regretting a single morsel of what he ate. You said you wanted to become a chef? Hisashi asked. It was just an idea, Dad, I don't know if I have what it takes. My stomach says you have some solid bases to start from, Iken. Inko admitted before burping loudly, a thing that made her face burn red in shame. Sorry. If you say so, Mom. What I don't understand is how you became this good all of a sudden. Hisashi wondered. I have a theory. If you have an open mind and can actually help me make sense of this. Izuku answered. I can barely move, so it is not like I have no time to listen, his father admitted. Me too, Iken. Inko added. Well, I am not sure, but there is a chance my coma has something to do with it. You see? 3 weeks later, Mizudafu, Market Square. The so-called Market Square was just a small rectangle of paved street near a park where on Saturday the housewives-husbands of half Mizudafu met to assault the various vendors for ingredients and other amenities in a free-for-all to hunt down the best sales. Today, though the entire thing had been booked by a renowned school of cuisine for a small cooking showdown between some of their better students and 3 amateur chefs, the prize was a mere toaster, and everybody knew both challenge and prize were just an excuse to collect funds for the local association, making sure homeless people had a place to eat for free. So this is Dad's plan? Izuku asked in dread while watching the big stage the association built for the challenge. Hooah! Before returning to his office, he said that if you really gain knowledge from your coma, and if you want to fully use this knowledge to become a great chef again, then you will need to catch the eyes of professionals so to gain entrance to a proper school for aspiring chefs. This contest should help a lot if the rumors Hisashi-kun heard about this year's edition are as good as he said they were. Inko answered. You think Dad will be able to see if it was really just a dream or transmigration as he called it? Izuku asked, unsure. I know DMN well, I didn't teach you how to cook like that, and yet you demonstrated skills I never saw before. The fact that you went into a trance every time we tested it was what ticked off your father. He literally said it was like somebody else was controlling your movements. Then why not a quirk? Izuku asked. We took the test again, Iken. It's still negative. Inko answered, showing him again the same result papers she showed the judges when she managed to enlist Izuku between the amateurs challenging the cooking school students. I know. It's just A and Ice Guy sounds so unbelievable. Your dad begs to differ, honey. That's because he is a geek. You are a nerd, Iken, Inko answered, chuckling. Those are 2 different things. If you say so, dear. Okay, Quirker. Hey, the woman answered with an overly hurt expression that made him chuckle. Hoo. Just go there and give your best. Whatever happened during that coma left you with a gift. If it was you to live as Zaus-san in another world, or it's just his knowledge passing to you, what matters is that you now can do those things here as well. Chefs are supposed to be a gift, right? Heroes bring smiles by protecting people, chefs do it by filling their stomach, you said so yourself. Your dream is still the same, you can still do it. Why you think I can do this? Izuku asked, scared. Yes, I do. I believe in you, and your father does as well. Inko answered. I will make you proud then, the boy answered while marching up the stage with the other 2 amateurs to take position at his small kitchen. We already are, Iken. Inko muttered with a small smile. On the stage. Good evening, people. Welcome to the 5th edition of our cooking showdown. The host of the event was a bald old man wearing a bright yellow tux addressing the audience under the stage through a gaudy golden mic. Inko had in the meantime started recording everything on camera since due to the time difference Hisashi could not see it live, so he gently asked to have a recording of the thing sent through email once done, for bragging purposes other than further data for his theories about Izuku's new skills. As always, we have 3 daring challengers here to face against the top 3 students of Inoshiki Culinary School, a friendly showdown to collect funds, so do not get too angry should you lose. You are facing pros just to help the less fortunate, not to get fame. But let's introduce the challengers and their dishes, shall we? The host said while nearing the area left to the amateur chefs. Let's start with you. You are? Hi. I am Nana. Yumibozu Nana. I will prepare my special vegan pork cutlet. The young 30-something woman replied with a wide smile. There is nothing vegan about pork cutlets, dear, the host commented, dryly. There is if you use tofu instead of the meat of some poor pigs, she answered, frowning. Then don't call it pork, but whatever floats your boat, darling, the old man answered, grimacing and walking towards the second woman. Good evening, I am Mitsuki Bakugo. I will prepare my own version of the Odin. Mitsuki answered, stealthily stealing a glance at Izuku next to her and flinching when she saw the boy take a tiny step aside to avoid her. And flinching harder when she saw Inko glare at her with all her strength. At least somebody here can prepare good food. Good to know, the host replied, smiling happily. Corpse eater. Go SCK a turnip, woman, the host replied with a scathing glare that silenced the first contestant, before finally focusing on Izuku. Hi. I am Izuku Midoriya and I will prepare a dish called golden fried rice, with shrimps and pork belly meat. Izuku muttered with a shy voice, and even the mic had trouble picking his answer up to make it audible for everybody else. Oh, a simple dish. You plan to make a lot of plates then, the host asked with a smile that kinda looked too mocking for Inko's tastes. If it's not a problem, the boy answered. It won't be if it will actually be good. Let's introduce the judges now, the guy answered before kind of shoving Izuku away for a girl to walk forward. As you know, we usually have a panel of both teachers and common people to decide who is the winner, but this year we have a special threat. Our association, the one usually collaborating with Inoshiki School to prepare this event, has managed to strike a deal with a famous Japanese chef that accepted being our head judge and even brought along some colleagues. So please, give an applause to Chef Samui, owner of the legendary 3-Michelin-star Samui restaurant in Tokyo, and his friends. The woman declared as 5 judges dressed in fine chef attires all sat together at the same long table on the right side of the stage. All of them also sported on their chests the insignia of the restaurants where they worked, and not one of them had less than 2 tiny stars under those restaurants' names, meaning that all of them were definitely pros. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's a pleasure to see my alma mater, Inoshiki School, still producing such amazing chefs, so I am honored to be here to give my own 2 cents on their level of preparation, the head chef, Samui, declared once the applause calmed down and the mic was passed to him. We will be strict, though. So be advised, we want you to give your best, the man said before sitting down on his chair in the middle of the judge formation. Well, you heard the man. When we'll give you the start signal, you will have 40 minutes tops to prepare your dish, so don't slack off, the host yelled in glee. At 40 minutes only? Oh, God. Izuku thought in worry as the host started listing the plates the students will prepare, and all of those sounded very complex compared to his. What's wrong? Afraid? Since when? Uhu, the boy thought in surprise at hearing a deep baritone voice. He recognized it as Zaus' appetite demon, a very prideful food spirit that very rarely talked with the man, and that after the events with Schwa fully turned his back to the chef and never again talked with him. Why was he there? And why did he talk to Izuku? This is your second chance, partner. You want redemption? Seize it. Be a chef again and do not lose your way again. You can't retire, Zaus-chan. Once a chef, always a chef. Setsuno? That's a memory, you buffoon. She is not here. I am here, and I want to eat, not be your nanny. So don't expect me to hold your hand or talk to you whenever you are nervous. I followed you here just for one reason, food. So dry your tears and straighten your back. Do you still have your skills? Then use them. Ready? 3.2.1.GOO. Your time starts now, the host yelled, giving start to the challenge. I doubt I can still be a chef? Even after what I did as Zaus? As a villain? Izuku thought in worry while mechanically collecting the ingredients he needed from the communal fridge they all were given access to. Before is before, now is now. You were Zaus, now you are Izuku. Who the hell cares? The ingredients want to give you another chance, so where's the problem? Grab the knife and do your job. You heard me? It doesn't matter if you are Zaus or Izuku now. You are both. I am both. Small soundtrack suggestion to listen while reading. Link. Toriko Battle OST, Tosuhan Nu. YT link. Yes, DMN it. You are still a chef at heart? Then cook, the appetite demon said with a fierce roar, and from the outside, everybody saw the young teen eyes turn inhumanly sharp as he grabbed a kitchen knife, and performed a miracle. Chop, 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 chop. The judges were speechless. The shy kid had picked up speed to the point the knife could not be seen at all and utensils went swapped at unreal tempo. I am Izuku, cutting. The kid muttered as ingredients went cut into thin slices with just one slice of the knife, so fast the boy would just hit the counter to have the ingredients jump up for him to cut while they were still in midair. I am Zaus. Braising, he then whispered as the fire roared to life under the wok and the meat went braised to absolute perfection. I am both. Sautéing, at the same time other pans hovered over the flames in complete stillness with only the rice and shrimps in there moving without stopping. The more he cooked the clearer Izuku's memories as Zaus became and his movements more precise, everything then became his own skills instead of implants from reincarnation, until Izuku and Zaus became one and the same, a single being. And food honor was returned to the young chef. Plating. Tack. 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 Plates upon plates, in an absurd number, were delivered as soon as the dish was ready, each plate not even having the time to fully rest on the counter and the boy was already back to cooking more. He's covering the work of an entire kitchen staff by himself, one of the judges muttered in horror. Too slow, my body still can't keep up. Izuku thought in worry as he knew that had his body moved like his old one as Zaus, he would have done at least 10 times the amount of plates he was preparing in that moment. If not more. I can't keep up. What the F dash? One of the people in the audience, a girl with a speed-related quirk, was feeling dizzy as her eyes could not keep up with what he was doing on stage. Go, Iken. Go! Inko in the meantime was going wild in cheering for her son. Nobody could miss the fact she was incredibly proud of him. Tack. 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 Is he cooking for everybody? The girl cooking next to Izuku shrieked in awe as the plates kept amassing, all absolutely perfectly done and at a rate the staff struggled to keep up and deliver them even while focusing on Izuku alone. How? Mitsuki asked, horrified. Hoi. Slow down. The host asked, scared. No. You others hurry up. Izuku roared in determination, making the idiot finally shut up, and to the others' awe, or horror in case of the other contestants, he actually went even faster. Yes, chef. It was maybe an unconditional reflex, but the students answered with the same tone they normally used in the kitchen where they worked, all for their astonishment while they picked up the pace to keep up with the kid. Other than the time needed for the ingredients to actually cook. That speed is unreal, one of the judges muttered with wide eyes. No, he is still faster than that, the head judge growled. He is shortening the time needed by doing everything at the same time, but instead of having somebody helping him, he is doing it alone. Is he using his quirk to speed up his movements? The Michelin chef hissed in annoyance. Actually, he is quirkless. What? He is quirkless, that is all natural talent, the woman repeated while showing them the copy of the medical test Inko brought along. Impossible, the chef yelled in disbelief. It was indeed impossible, because who was cooking was the second legendary chef of another world, second only to a woman with unfathomable skills called a national treasure, but since there was no Setsuno in his original world, Izuku's abilities could really be called peerless. The skills of the king of chefs. 40 minutes later. Preparation complete. Sorry for the wait, please enjoy your meal. Izuku declared with a bow a minute before the judges could actually stop the competition. In front of him there were lots of plates, other than the 5 for the judges, of gold-colored fried rice perfectly prepared, each plate a work of art finely decorated by an absurdly detailed drawing of a cherry blossoms branch made of soy sauce glacé and flowers of sweet and sour sauce, while on top of the rice stood a humble tiny patch of green leaves. How on God's green earth the boy actually got the time to also take care of decoration presentation was anybody's guess, but every person present agreed on the fact that the smell was truly, literally divine. Holy sheet, I am hungry, Katsuki muttered while swallowing down what felt like the 4th mouthful of saliva. Yeah, well, good fing job at alienating the family, now you won't be invited to dinner anytime soon. Neither will I, Mitsuki answered, bitterly, once walking down from the stage after delivering her dishes to the judges. God damn it, the young teen swore under his breath as no plate even just passed close to him and his mother, making the two of them part of the few that did not receive any. We will now proceed with our judgment of the dishes. Starting with Midoriya-san's rice, the judge's spokeswoman declared. Inko muttered while accepting the dish her son brought her himself. Please don't start, Mom. I am already a nervous wreck by myself. Izuku begged, shivering violently thanks to his nerves. Judge table. This looks very nice, one of the judges admitted while studying the plate and steadfastly ignoring the loud gurgling coming from his stomach. On top of the white porcelain plate stood the pearl-like rice grains, with every grain perfectly wrapped in the gold of the egg yolk the boy used like a sauce. The egg was not completely cooked either, but had been left slightly viscous to better hug the tongue once eaten. The egg dressing in it literally turned the rice golden as the dish name implied, it even left behind thin threads like molten gold when lifted by the chopsticks thanks to its semi-liquid consistency. It is shining like gold. Head Judge Samui exclaimed in wonder while studying his plate. Not one of them had ever thought that it would be possible for a plate of egg-fried rice to look like a piece of artwork, and when the judges actually tried it, the egg sauce fully mixed with the rice grains and solidified to create an explosion of taste that together with the tender and syrupy pork belly meat, the mix of skis and shrimps moved them to tears of awe. How? How did he do it? How? The Michelin chef kept asking himself between mouthfuls, as while the rice tasted godly, each bite of that heaven also felt like a stab to his honor as a chef, until tears started flowing from his eyes without control. He was weeping in defeat and yet he could not stop himself from eating more. Is he okay? One of the judges asked, shamelessly talking with her mouth full but unable to stop eating long enough to ask. I think the boy crushed his spirit with a plate of rice. And god damn it, this tastes amazing. Gotta ask him the recipe, another judge answered while rudely liking his plate clean, uncaring of people seeing him doing that. I thought you hated rice, that's why you have none on your restaurant's menu. I may change my stand on rice after this. With Inko. Chomp. I am so proud of you. Nom. Damn it, this is amazing. Inko, between mouthfuls, complimented her kid and actually wolfed down the remaining rice so to then throw away the empty plate and hug him as hard as she could. Glad you like it, Mom. It's kind of a rush job though, if you want tomorrow I can make it again and properly. Izuku answered with a sorry expression. Properly. Utter silence fell in the small square as Izuku's words echoed in everybody's ears and pierced their minds like a searing hot blade. This is a rush job? Inko asked, shocked. Yes, I had to cut corners and make it immediately instead of preparing the ingredients beforehand to truly bring out the best taste they have to offer. Sorry, the boy answered, looking down in shame, as the Zaus part of him knew the dish could be way better if done properly, but he had not proper equipment or time to work with, especially while working with that dull slab of metal they gave him and had the gall to call a kitchen knife. Why? Yeah. After a long silence, a loud wailing of despair was heard as Samui broke in tears while tearing away the restaurant name from the front of his attire to throw it on the floor and then bury his face in his arms to cry even harder. Izuku's victory was a given at that point. What was more important to mother and son, and from afar, Hisashi, was that it was the first time the young teen could call upon Zaus chef knowledge while still being in full control and without the feeling of depersonalization Izuku felt whenever he tried remembering something of his life as the man. Island, a week later. Your son is a DMN monster, Hisashi. The man's assistant said once visioned the footage Inko sent him. Yep. And I am DMN proud of him. Hisashi answered, smirking. And you say he needs proper knives to do a better job? At the very least, listening to him, the ingredients here are way easier to use compared to Za's ones, but still, at least the knives he would like to have are like his old ones, the man answered. And that means? Since we have no milk here, we'll need to borrow the instruments of Lab 3 to create durable blades with edges sharpened to nanometric levels. Nanometric? Too sharp. That I saw I can peel a raw egg with a cheap knife. Peel it, Tamaki. He gave a single swipe and the thing lost its shell like a DMN orange and the egg inside was left standing up by itself before splattering down a second later. It looked like something out of a DMN manga. Hisashi said while reproducing said video on the computer, along with many others from the various tests he had Izuku go through. Is that a living fish skeleton? Tamaki asked, faintly. Iken calls it food honor. Whatever it is, he used it to fillet a fish so fast the fish did not notice. How the F does that work? No idea. That is why I wanted your help to decipher what the hell happened to my boy during his coma. He either got an ice guy and came back, or he somehow downloaded information inside his brain from another world. The brain scan shows nothing out of ordinary besides brain activity way superior than normal, but it still covers the areas of the brain it's supposed to, the assistant said. Blood pressure too is normal. Muscles mass too, and yet speed and reaction times are like you saw. Hisashi added while passing a hand in his messy hair, something he deeply regretted passing to his boy. Absurd? Tamaki said, smirking. It's not exactly a proper scientific term, but I'll let it slide. I still say we need a blood sample to run more tests. They took one in the hospital under my request. Here's the results. Hisashi answered while displaying the results. All in the norm, no anomalies detected. Dad, is my blood still okay? Izuku's voice echoed inside Hisashi's mind. Yes, Iken. Those cells you talked about have not surfaced yet. They will come out soon, Dad. I can feel them stir awake whenever I eat. We will keep them a secret, have no fear. Hisashi, the assistant asked once seen the man look deep in thought. Sorry, just reminiscing about something trivial. You were saying? That this makes no sense. If your boy is exactly as he was before the coma, then there should be no way he can do all that now. Let alone knowledge, he has the muscle memory to go with it, something years of practice gives you, not a coma. You said he would stutter once or twice in the past, but those stutters as you call them are not present in any of the videos I saw. Whatever separation there was between the two him, now it's gone for good or close to be gone. And if we can't find anything with info from before the coma, we will need to run tests now that he is awake and compare the results. Do we have to? Hisashi asked, scared. What are you hiding, Hisashi? I got the full story from Izuku, and there are details I know I must keep a secret. He doesn't want to be a hero anymore, he just wants to be a chef and live a quiet life. He has abandoned a dream already, I don't want him to lose another, especially if I know he can reach it. Something happened to him, didn't it? The changes are happening slowly, but are there. I want to see if those changes are dangerous to him, but I am too afraid of others using that data for their agenda. You mean like All for One? We all know a body was never found, he may still be out there. That dangerous? I got an explanation and saw it firsthand. It can be used by somebody with no remorse or care for collateral damages. Then it's decided, me and you will need to be extra careful, but if your boy wants to give his best as a chef instead of a hero, I think I can help. Tamaki offered with an encouraging smile. Thank you, Tamaki. I really want to help my boy reach his full potential. That's corny, Hisashi, the assistant said, chuckling. Oh, shut up, he answered, face red in embarrassment. Let's say I can close an eye and let you use our instrumentation to help him reach the full potential you talked about, the lab director muttered, making both conspirators jump up in fright. Yes, Chief? Hisashi answered with narrowed eyes. I expect him to take part in some tests all the same. Nothing invasive if you are so sure about his secret being dangerous, but we still need to see if it can really be a threat or if your being his father is making you worry for nothing, the old man answered. No blood tests though. Really? What's in his blood, Hisashi? Something I can't talk about. Why? Too dangerous. A virus? A mutation. Can it spread? Not if somebody does not steal his blood and tries to. And even then, it's inadvisable. How much? Not everybody can withstand the strain, and I don't want to think how Quirks would react to that. You know the higher-ups will force us to tell them? If they know about it, sir. Hisashi countered. And he just wants to be a chef? A simple life as a chef, he isn't even sure he wants to open his own restaurant, just work in one. It doesn't even have to be fancy. God damn it. Okay. Sir? Let me cover the few traces you two morons left behind, then we'll get to work in preparing his tests. And I hope your son's food is worth it, the old man declared with a growl. I? Hisashi, the chief said with narrowed eyes. I kind of sent a drone home to collect some. Hisashi said with a weak smile. Midoriya, the old man roared in fury. I was having soba withdrawals, the man answered, whining. We have strict rules about secrecy here, Midoriya. And even then, we have a perfectly fine cafeteria here. It's not the same. Hisashi answered, offended. Fork it out then, let's try. No. It's mine. Are you denying your superior? Yes. Hisashi, man, just hand them over. It's just soba. Tamaki said, rolling his eyes. Just soba? Fine, he answered with a petulant tone, but still took out one of the boxes he held hidden in his office personal fridge. Here, choke on them, you too. HN. Drama queen. Let's see those skills of your brat, the old man declared while shaking his head and taking a bite. He made them with common equipment and ingredients found in every supermarket, just so you know. Nothing luxurious was used. Say, how many knives do you reckon dear Iken needs to do his best? Hisashi's chief asked with a way too innocent smile that sent a chill up the man's spine. I think the guys in Lab 13 have a new superalloy that they did not know how to use. I bet they can make awesome pans with that as well. Tamaki added from the sidelines. We'll ask them to borrow some. Level 5 secrecy of course. At the very least, sir. Oh. And I believe that in exchange of your request of transferal back to Muzurifu going through smoothly, I will be your dinner guest once a month, if you don't mind paying for my silence with food. Me too. You will just stay quiet, Tamaki. Okay, sir. Damn it. Okay, sir. You'll have your bribe. Hisashi muttered in answer. Wonderful. Now share with me those tests you talked about, I want to see them myself. Oh, God, what have I done that I am sorry Iken? Hisashi thought in horror. He just hoped nobody else would notice his son's skill before securing his safety. Back to the mainland, Muzurifu, Yayarzu household, kitchen. There was a somber silence in the huge kitchen of the disgustingly rich family, for a murder had happened there. With ingredients being the victims. It was a massacre. Some strange gelatinous green sludge was slowly dripping from the walls and smelling like dirty socks. A small pan was burning in a corner while completely enveloped by flames, and the oven was giving few last dying electric whimpers before finally succumbing, producing a tiny plume of black smoke and then letting its frontal panel detach and slam on the floor in 1,000 pieces. Why does this keep happening? I just want to be good at cooking. The lady of the house, Rei Yayarzu, wailed in tears while burying her face in her husband's shoulder as he hugged her. I know, dear. But you are an amazing woman already. Maybe it's the universe balancing things out by giving you some bad luck, otherwise you would be too perfect, the woman's husband, Saito Yayarzu, answered while patting her back in a comforting manner, and at the same time sending an apologetic look at their family personal chef. The guy was weeping at watching the sorry state the kitchen had been reduced to in merely 5 minutes. T2 perfect? Rei asked with a hopeful tone, breaking her husband's heart by locking her now puffy red eyes with his. Of course, it is clearly a sick joke of the gods, pure jealousy, the man answered, shamelessly ramping up his compliments with zero hesitation. As for him, there was never enough simping if it meant having the love of his life smile. You are so good to me. Rei wailed while hugging him again. And so are you to me, dear. Come, while dear Takashi makes a list of what it will need to be changed. DMN near everything, sir, the chef interrupted him with a tone of horrified awe at the sheer destruction he was seeing. We will go watch some TV to relax. Saito growled out the rest of his words while nailing the man with a scathing glare and half-dragging his wife away. Living room. Here, darling. We'll watch some silly videos and you'll see you will feel better. Saito said while turning on the giant TV and selecting the internet video app, that for the sake of copyright we will call YouTube. I just wanted to be the one preparing lunch for you and Momo-chan for once, Ray admitted with a small, adorable voice. I know, dear, and one day you will. Saito said. I hope it will be soon. Can we watch that? The woman answered while pointing at the top 10 featured videos, at the very first video dominating the list in terms of visualizations to be precise. The Young Chef Competition? Why is it trending? It's a small channel with barely any followers too, the man said, confused. Maybe somebody screwed up badly? Ray asked, hopeful. Ah. Schadenfreude. That will help her feel better. Hopefully whoever it is they fail so hard, Ray-chan will look like a master in comparison. Saito thought in relief as he as well believed that to be the case. Yes, let's see that, a good laugh is always good for one's health, he said aloud while clicking on the video and already savoring the return of his wife's smile and laughter at the expenses of some unknown brat fing up. Tack. 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 And both adults watched slack-jawed as the video instead featured Izuku going in raw and without lube in the competition while humiliating his opponents. Holy F dash. He is culinary raping them. Is the video sped up? Behind them their chef was heard shrieking in awe after glancing from the kitchen door. No, Saito answered, shocked as the number of plates the boy made kept growing. Wah. Even a kid cooks better than me. And he doesn't look older than Momo-chan. Ray in the meantime started crying again. Not that Saito could actually blame her. I think I found your new cooking teacher instead. It was then that the man devised a new plan while looking at the screen with narrowed eyes. What? Really? Who? Ray asked, still hiccuping. That boy, he seems prepared enough. No. Please don't fire me. I can get better. Even better than that, their chef said immediately while falling on his knees. He will just teach Ray-chan how to cook better with weekly lessons. I am not firing you after years of loyal service. Saito answered while rolling his eyes. Ah. Okay then. Do you really think you can become better than that, though? Mr. Yayarzu asked, curious. Maybe, the chef tried answering with a forced smile. It was utter bullshit, and both men knew that, but chose to not comment on it all the same. 2 days later, Midoriya house. Ding. 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 Coming. Inko yelled while opening the door to see a tall gentleman with clearly expensive clothes waiting for her on the other side. Good evening? Good evening. You are Inko Midoriya, I presume, the man asked. Yes? Saito Yayarzu, pleased to meet you. Pleasure is mutual. How do you know my name? I know a guy, or better, a guy knows you. Saito answered, smirking. Who? Samui, he is the head chef of my family's favorite restaurant. Or he was before his nervous breakdown. Oh. Him, how's he? Inko asked with a sorry expression. He is doing okay, or so I heard. Saito answered, shrugging. At the same time, penthouse at the opposite side of the city, kitchen. No. It was mellower. And the taste was richer, the famous chef Samui yelled with insane eyes while throwing away another pot of rice behind him. Around him dozens of empty sacks of rice littered the floor, and by looking at him, it was clear he did nothing besides cooking ever since the challenge, not even sleeping or showering. How did he do that? Huh. Bwahahahahaha. A deranged laugh echoed in the penthouse before the man's assistant finally forced his way into the apartment by bursting down the door and accompanied by 3 burly doctors holding up a straitjacket. Back to Inko and Saito. I hope he recovers. But why did you ask him about me? Well, I needed a name to better find you and your son, madam. Saito answered. Why were you looking for us? Inko asked with narrowed eyes. I heard your son is looking for a university to join while following his dream to be a chef. And for a restaurant where to work part-time so to have some actual experience. Why do you know all this? Because I can offer your son both in exchange for a favor. Saito answered. Ooh. May I come in? So we can talk details without others eavesdropping. We were about to have lunch actually. It's okay, Mom. I made more than enough for a guest. Who's your friend? Izuku said from inside. Not exactly a friend, Iken. Inko answered. Please, madam. I have no bad intentions, I am just offering my help to your son in exchange for him helping me. Get in. Inko answered with a sigh. Thank you, madam. Saito said while gesturing his chauffeur to just wait for him. What's on the menu? The man asked, cheekily. I tried my hand at sushi, I hope you don't mind. Izuku answered, shyly, while presenting the colorful display of fish and rice. Amazing! Saito exclaimed in wonder. To my shame lately I have left cooking to Izuku since he says he wants to train in his skills. Inko admitted, blushing. I cannot blame you, madam. And it's kind of fun since my wife had tried to prepare a similar dish and failed, that was when I decided to look to your son for help. Saito answered. My help? Was her sushi that bad? I did not try it since she just destroyed the kitchen. And yes, I was wondering if you were open to come teaching my wife how to cook once a week, he answered. How did she destroy a kitchen while preparing raw fish and rice? Izuku asked, confused. I have no idea how she managed, and it honestly baffles me. Sometimes I wonder how it's possible that her bowl of cereal does not catch fire after she poured milk in it. I thank the fact we are not in some crappy comedy manga for that not happening. Saito said, sighing. Oh. Then why asking me? You have skill, clearly, since the other guy I wanted to ask had a breakdown after eating your dish. And also well no offense meant, but you are a nobody. Hey! Inko growled, offended. I think he means I don't have any fame that may cloud my judgment, Mom. Izuku said. Precisely, I asked around, and you seem to be quite the soft-spoken, gentle boy from how people described you. So I thought that you would have been patient enough to help my precious Rei-chan become at least decent at cooking, Saito explained. I understand what you mean, but how bad is she, actually? Izuku asked with narrowed eyes. On a scale from 1 to 10, the man asked back. Yes. Between Akane Tendu from Ranma and Odi from Gintama, the man answered, bluntly. Good God. Izuku whispered in horror. Quite. As the man of the house I sacrifice myself by eating what she cooks whenever she tries, and spare Momo thanks to some bullshit excuse I cooked up years ago about my daughter's Quirk needing a very specific diet to work best. It's a thankless mission, but somebody has to do it. Saito explained with a proud voice. You must love her a lot. More than my own life or liver, but the doctor said I can't keep this up or my stomach will start to break down, so she either becomes at least decent or I will be in trouble. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, my boy. If you really pull this off, then whatever price you will demand, I'll pay. Wait until we decide if it is feasible before saying that. Izuku answered, sighing. Please give it a try. I asked around and I can put a good word for you to work in a restaurant kitchen, nothing luxurious though, as I don't believe those poncy stuck-up fools would accept a teen surpassing them. As for the university, that I can actually pay for. I can't accept that. Izuku said with wide eyes. Being good at cooking is my wife's dream, Midoriya-san. Myself and Rei-chan may look like people drowning in cash now, but we weren't so fortunate when we were kids. Our family struck gold only late in our life, not long before we took over our respective family businesses, and you know what that means. Not really. It meant we worked. That's it. When we started dating we wanted a big family, instead we got so absorbed in our work we barely had one daughter, and even then we are hardly able to spend time with her. She grew up mostly with nannies and other strangers, with Ray and myself desperately squeezing out every second we could to spend it with her like a normal family. And now our daughter plans to join UA University and become a pro hero. Meaning even less time to be a family. Saito explained with a sigh. And where do I fit in this? Izuku asked. Just once, Ray just wants to cook something for Momo. Like a mother should, or so she describes it. I don't know if I have the skills, I don't know how to teach somebody how to cook. Izuku answered, unsure. In that case I will help you as well, if we work together, I know we can do it. Saito offered. Why me? Why not you? There are hundreds of renowned chefs that I bet would give an arm and a leg to work for you, why not ask them? Or even a student from any school? Because they would give an arm and a leg, as you said, to work for a rich family. You are arguing against teaching a mother how to cook for her daughter. They would not care about the reason behind this, only about the compensation. Like all the others I asked before you. They all just looked at the check I offered and said yes, and then dropped out because they could not be bothered to put in the effort. Saito answered, frowning. Let's say I accept. Yes? Rei-san will need to put in the effort as well. She will, I swear. And I don't want to get paid. Why not? He asked, surprised. Because I want to make it with my own power, without help. I admire that conviction, it's rare nowadays, the man answered, smiling. So? When do I start, sir? Izuku asked with a tiny smile. Whenever you are ready, Izuku-san. Saito answered. Then I guess we have to celebrate? Inko offered. Madam, I know this sounds fishy, but I swear I just want to help my wife, nothing more. Then it won't be a problem if I join as well. Mom. Understandable, there is no problem for me. Saito answered. Thank you. My husband said he had a surprise for Izuku that will be ready in 2 days. Will it be okay if we come by once we have it delivered? Of course, madam, in the meantime I will tell Ray to get ready. A surprise? Izuku asked, confused. Hu. You'll see, Iken. Those will help immensely. Inko answered with a conspiratorial smile. They were not milk knives, but Hisashi was sure a high-tech secret lab would not lose to any sharpener working by hand in producing the absolute best knives in the world. And in the afterlife, Milk the First felt extremely offended for reasons he could not fathom. And at the same time, somewhere even beyond mortal's understanding? New host candidate detected. Beginning operations. Author explains. Food honor, also known as food etiquette, is both a customary and a philosophical practice of etiquette. As a bonus, while learning food honor, the body will begin to autocorrect its movements, removing all actions deemed unnecessary and increases concentration. This allows more efficient use of calories, granting greater stamina, speed, and power, though the practitioner may not be immediately aware of the changes. Food honor affects different people in different ways. For gourmet hunters, it increases their overall power and calorie consumption. For chefs, it increases the delicacy in their movements, and it allows a chef to prepare ingredients so carefully that the ingredients are unaware that they have been handled. Pairing, Deku Momo Rumio Chako Nijire. Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use, nor I make a profit out of this. I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. If you read this, the chapter has been fixed by my beta reader Dmail, my savior and possessor of Big Dick Chad energy that managed to fix my story into proper English. Thank you, my man. Slightly smiling face. A Chef's Rebirth 2, The System. Yayarzu Household. It was a day of celebration for the obscenely rich family. Their only daughter Momo had just been accepted into the recommendation entrance test for the prestigious hero school UA and will soon start her career as a pro hero, something that brought no little pride to both her parents. Pop. The family chef had even brought along a few party amenities and decorated the entire kitchen in an overabundance of streamers and banners. There is no need for all this, Momo said with an embarrassed smile. There is. Ray answered, smiling proudly at her daughter. The test is 1 year away. I don't even know if I will pass it, the young woman replied. With all the strings I had to pull to make you jump ahead of the queue, you better, her father, Saito, answered with a smirk. Darling, don't make her feel guilty. Ray chided him in answer. Just kidding, the man of the house answered with a childish, cheeky raspberry. Thank you all the same for helping me, Dad. Momo said while hugging the man tightly. Ah, you are growing up so fast. It seems just yesterday I was reading you bedtime stories and helping you dress up in the morning, her father replied, crying. Me too. You never wanted to eat your eggs when you were a kid, the family chef added. He too was sobbing heavily. Not you too, please, Takashi-san. Momo begged, chuckling. Dling-dlong. Ah? This must be young Midoriya. He said he had a surprise for you to celebrate. Saito said once seen Inko enter the house accompanied by their butler. The short, and adorably plump, don't you dare lewd her, woman was as always dressed perfectly whenever visiting the Yayarzu house, and this time she was bringing with her a carefully folded paper basket of some homemade confectionery. The strange thing was that for some reason her son was nowhere to be seen. Good evening, she offered with a small bow. Good evening, Inko. Ray answered, still giddy at her daughter's success. Congratulations for your acceptance into UA, dear. I know it's not much, but we kinda made this for you, Inko said with a tiny smile. My father has made things bigger than they are, as usual. I did not enter UA, I was just told I will be able to take part in a special form of entrance exam next year, nothing more. My getting into the university is still up to debate. Momo answered while gratefully accepting the small thing. Oh. Well, it is still worth celebrating. Inko answered with a small chuckle. It was honestly impossible to hate the woman. She and her son had been as unobtrusive as possible while Izuku taught Ray the basics of cooking, and especially by showing a godly level of patience during the lessons. Flashback, during the first lesson. Let's start with the basics, shall we? Izuku asked with a gentle smile. Oh, okay. Ray answered, and used the silent thumbs up of both Saito and Momo to steel her resolve. We'll go slowly, starting with peeling and cutting, since preparing ingredients is the first and most important step. And remember, until you feel secure about handling a knife, always use the cat paws while cutting. Cat paws? Ray asked, confused. Fingers folded, like a cat paw, you know? Nyan. Izuku answered, smiling sweetly while moving his hands up and down and even mewing a little. Good God, that's adorable. Saito thought in wonder while his wife and daughter turned beet red at the cutesy scene. Luckily beside that small incident things continued smoothly, and with how slow Izuku was forced to go to make sure Rei could not create another disaster of hers, as they all tragically discovered through trial and error, Saito was actually happy the lessons were free, because it was clear it will take a while before Rei would turn from a lethal to a decent chef. Present time. I don't see Izuku with you, though. Where is he? Is everything okay? Momo asked. Oh. He is still busy training in his chef skills, nothing wrong. He is actually sorry for not being here today. The family noticed how the woman stiffened a little before answering, but did not push the issue as a form of respect. He wants to become a great chef, so training is a must, isn't it? Rei asked. Why yes. Again, I apologize. Don't worry, don't worry. Saito, recognizing the situation was making her uncomfortable, switched the focus on the small package the woman took along. What is it? He asked. Oh, some Italian dessert. Tea tiramisu. Something? Tiramisu? Inko tried saying. Tiramisu. Ah. He knows you are a coffee freak, Momo-chan. So he made you a coffee-based dessert. Rei answered, amused. I am not a coffee freak, Mom. Momo immediately countered with an ashamed expression. You love 2 drinks, honey, tea and coffee. You have a caffeine dependency. Saito said with a wink. I can stop whenever I want, she replied, a tad lamely. Suyer. Daddy. Hoo. Inko could not stop a soft laugh from escaping her, further reddening Momo's face in embarrassment. Inko-san. Please. At least you, the young woman begged. I am sorry, dear. But I really must go, I still have some errands to run. Congratulations again for your quasi-admission, Iken, and I will cheer for you when the time comes. Inko answered, bowing a little to the family before nearing the door again. Miss Midoriya? Saito called out while accompanying her out. Yes, she asked. The man simply checked that his wife and daughter were distracted by the dessert, and the blissful expressions both had cemented their being elsewhere at the moment, and closed the door behind them. Both. Saito-san? Once it was clear they were alone, Inko looked at the man with a curious expression. What's wrong? Is Izuku all right? Call it a businessman's sixth sense, but Saito could tell Inko was trying to bullshit him, and he instantly got worried. Everything is fine, don't worry. We are just extremely busy lately. Inko answered. Midori. No Inko, please tell me. Saito asked again. Go celebrate with your daughter, Saito. Today is her day and her day only. We'll be fine, have no fear, we Midoriyas always bounce back. Inko answered with a gentle smile, a bow, and then silently walked away. You are not fooling me, my friend. Saito muttered, sighing. He saw how her smile dropped as soon as she turned around, making the smell of bullshit he had sensed before grow 100-fold in power. Returning inside, he could see the small dessert being reduced to a tiny slice his wife, daughter and personal chef has left him just for manners' sake, since the thing was so thin you could almost see through it, and the 3 assholes had at the very least the decency to turn around and not look at him while wolfing down the huge slices they took for themselves. Thank you for leaving me some. Deep in thought on the Inko problem, Saito only gave a half-hearted remark before tasting the thing himself. To be fair, the dessert was amazing. The cream was fluffy and delicate, with the taste of both mascarpone and fresh eggs mixed together to perfection, while the Ladyfingers biscuits had been soaked in just the right amount of coffee to not crumble into a sludge when sliced and yet melt into the flavorful espresso taste once entered the mouth, making it so that the sweetness of the cream and the faint bitterness of the coffee could playfully battle for dominance in one's palate in perfect balance. As Saito and his family had learned to expect from the boy's dishes, pure bliss. That was why Saito felt there was something strange if the boy was not present and his mother seemed to be shouldering some immense weight. Both mother and son were now friends of the Yayarzu family, and that meant Saito felt honor-bound to discover what was happening. You okay, dear? Rei asked, once seen his thoughtful expression. I am just trying to taste whatever crumbs you ingrates left me with. It's not easy to taste something if it's smaller than the nail of a pinky finger. Saito answered sarcastically while pretending that nothing was out of the ordinary. I wanted to share it properly, but my mother insisted on cutting it differently. Momo tried saying, still with a bit of chocolate powder on the tip of her nose. I will forgive you because it is your special day, today. But I am very disappointed in your mother, he answered. I am so sorry, darling. Rei said immediately, eyes sparkling just as she could do on command whenever she knew she was being naughty. Sorry, boss. It was really good, the family chef added. You especially. I am the boss of this house. You should not steal my food. Sorry, sir. I'll forgive you. Thank you, boss. If you make me a giant tiramisu just as good as this one was. Saito added with a malevolent smirk. The chef swore loudly in dismay. 2 days later, Midoriya household. Inko was sitting on the sofa nursing a cup of tea while her husband was spewing fire at the phone, both figuratively and literally. You listen here, you brain-dead Quirkist. My son does not need a DMN Quirk to come there teaching a lesson to the spoiled brats you call promising students. What? You believe one needs a tail or a second set of ears to cook? Moron. Hisashi roared like a beast before closing the call. Another university refused him? Hisashi's boss, from I-Island, asked while refilling Inko's cup with more tea. Apparently Samui's little friends took offense to their beloved buddy having a mental breakdown because of Izuku, so they made it their mission to stop any attempt of his to get into any possible school for aspiring chefs. Hisashi answered, snarling. And as a bonus, several food critics too have been asked to strong-arm restaurants into not taking him in for apprenticeship. Everything is hushed, but I called a couple guys specialized in intercepting calls and mails. If it is about food, except with subpar shacks, every venue have been sealed off for Izuku, the old man answered, sighing. And of course if there are queues to get into any university, and no matter what specialization, quirks get pushed forward in line, Inko added, tears ready to spill from her eyes. The world is not a nice place, I fear, the old man replied. You don't know anybody that can help him, sir? Hisashi asked. My contacts would have helped had your son decided to go into analysis, mathematics, science, physics, programming, hard lab science, so to say. Even I-Island does not have food-oriented sections, even if Izuku's abilities have started to interest several colleagues of mine already. I can try to see if I can help him become a researcher and join I-Island once older and ready, but as a chef? I can't help him, I am sorry. It would still be a respectable job, Hisashi conceded, sighing. Does it really mean that Iken can't chase his own dreams? That he can only let others decide for him? Inko asked, heartbroken. If I could give Izuku my quirk I would do it without a second thought, but I am not all for one. Hisashi answered. Same here, all this fanfare for quirks is still a mystery to me. Besides needing 2 pairs of glasses and seeing in the dark, mine never made me feel all-powerful, the old man from I-Island answered with a shrug while the secondary pair of eyes he had on his forehead briefly opened to look at the parents, before he closed them again with a grimace. Jesus, the headache I get when using them is still unbearable, he then muttered, wincing. Knock. Knock. I'll go see who it is. Hisashi said, opening the door to see Saito Yayarzu look at him with a saddened expression. Yes? What can I do for you? Hisashi asked, gulping a little. Can I see him? Saito asked. You know? Hisashi asked back, sighing and letting the man enter. I made a couple of calls to a few people I know, so I guess I have a small inkling of what happened. No schools for chefs want him. No schools, academia, private tutors or even decent restaurants. And we suspect that should he try to open one himself, half the food critics of Japan will purposely destroy his reputation. Hisashi answered. Of course, heaven forbid somebody dares shake the pedestal the great Samui sits his arse on. Bloody morons. Saito answered, rolling his eyes. British ancestors? Hisashi asked with a weak smile. No. My father forced me to study in England, few things stuck. The other replied with a scrunched nose. Good evening, Saito. Inko said with a small wave once both men walked back inside. Good evening. The old man also welcomed the new arrival. Hello, Inko, how's he? Sigh. Honestly? Dead in a sense, the last spark was used to make that dessert for dear Momo, now he just lies in his bed all day, hiding under the covers, she answered, sighing in despair. He took it that badly? He was furious, the rage of a beast. Then I guess he just lost himself in sadness once done burning through the anger. Too many hands stacked against him for things out of his control, he just got fed up with it, I guess, the old man answered with a helpless expression. It's not his fault if he is quirkless and if he has a great talent for cooking. Inko hissed angrily. We know, Inko. We know. Saito answered, sighing, and trying to knock gently on the door to Izuku's bedroom. Knock. Knock. Izuku? It's me, Saito. Izuku? I just want you to know that for us nothing will change. Rei still wants you to teach her and Momo still wants your help to revise her notes and Takashi still insists on challenging you in a cooking showdown at least once. You still have friends in the Yayarzu family. Your family and mine have not abandoned you, you are not alone, Saito said to the door. Remember, you are not alone. You will find a way, I believe in you, he said before taking a few steps back. What not one of the adults in the living room could know was that the boy was not merely asleep, but actually going through what could be described as an out-of-body experience. Somewhere far away from Japan. Izuku had no idea when exactly he fell asleep, only that he found himself shifting from curling into a ball under his covers to standing in front of a small, unassuming restaurant hidden in a secluded, smallish alleyway in an ancient city he did not recognize. Fong Fong Little Store, he read aloud the store name with an unsure tone. With a sleepy grunt answering him, the boy finally noticed the slim and tall man slouching on a chair in front of the entrance and basking in the sun with his eyes closed. RMMRF, the very fat dog sleeping next to him instead just gave a guttural huff and briefly looked at the kid with only a single eye before returning to sleep. The guy sitting on the restaurant front slowly got up to lazily stretch while looking at Izuku with half-lidded eyes and a face utterly inexpressive. He just tied his long black hair in a ponytail with a silk rope and stood with his crossed arms looking at him. Hello? Izuku tried saying with a weak smile. So it's you. Come in, the tall man muttered with the corners of his mouth faintly pulling up in something resembling a smile before signaling him to follow inside the store. The restaurant was simple, neat and tidy. With an area of 10 square meters and a few sets of tables and chairs, it was indeed a small, homely restaurant. Curiously, the plates listed on the wood tablets on the wall were priced in gold coins and crystals, but at the owner's imperious gesture, Izuku ignored it and sat at a table under a strange tree giving off a soft light, and if Izuku's ears were not malfunctioning, a very faint chime-like sound whenever the wind from outside made its luscious green leaves flutter a little. A strange woman with jade skin and extremely long, silky black hair and black dress was sitting on top of a small boat resting in a corner of the restaurant and looking at him with unfazed eyes while she dangled her feet back and forth. Where am I? He finally asked. My store, the owner answered, his voice coming from the small squared window connecting the kitchen to the main room. Okay. I am Bufang, the guy added after a long silence, as if too lazy to even introduce himself. Izuku mid-dash. I know, he cut him off. How? Busan? The system told me, the man answered. The system? This is the gourmet system. You have been chosen to become the system's host in the hero world and become the god of cooking of the hero world, a metallic voice resounded inside the store. What it said. Bufang added while delivering a plate of braised meat to the boy. What is the system? The system is the system. It will aid the new host in his mission to become the god of cooking of the hero world. You will be given a restaurant to manage, a training regimen to follow and missions to complete to further your growth. The closest similarity the host can use to help understanding is to follow the logic of what you call video games. Each yen you will gain will be translated into experience points. As you level up, your body, spirit, and senses will become stronger and you will be permitted to use better ingredients from other worlds and better equipment from one of the various god of cooking sets of other worlds. Host Bufang has already ascended to the title of a god of cooking of the fantasy world. It is now the turn of host Izuku to ascend, the metallic, genderless voice of the system explained. Why? And why me? Because the system deems you worthy and because every world needs a god of cooking. I see. Did you really say ingredients for other worlds? Izuku asked, shocked. The best ones. Bu answered while serving him the meat. At the current level, host Izuku will only be able to utilize ingredients from his original world unless specifically asked by the system to use ingredients from other worlds. The system will take care of delivering ingredients and instruments. Host can rest assured, nobody will find anything out of the ordinary. Host Izuku only needs to focus on cooking and furthering his skills as a chef. The system will take care of all the rest. The rest? Equipment, security, ingredients, location, and everything else. Security too? A whitey will be already waiting for you in the new restaurant along another blackie. A robot and a lord dog. Bufang answered while pointing at the tall robot with a protruding belly behind him and at the very fat dog sleeping outside. Not any normal dog. They asked the most vicious of this lord's sons to play security. They really want you to be safe, the dog answered with a deep, masculine and cultured voice worthy of a king. So I just have to focus on cooking? Izuku asked. Isn't that what a chef is supposed to do? Bu asked back. I want to bring smiles to people with my food, to make them happy, not just cooking. I want people to enjoy my dishes enough to brighten their day. Well said, the man answered with a small nod of approval. Then host Izuku, please prepare for your test, the system said. Test? In 1 year the system will test you. Should you pass, you will be formally recognized as a host of the system and be given the restaurant and everything else. In the meantime the system will take care of preparations and make sure nothing will interfere with the host should he pass the test. Work hard, young man. The voice declared. This may be your last chance before losing another dream. Bu tried saying. My last chance? So I was told. They will try to make your dream impossible back home, but by personal experience, I can vouch that the system can help. Whenever it is not acting too stingy or demanding. My last chance to be a chef. I'll do it. Good. Congratulations. I'll become a DMN good chef again. I did it once as Zaus, I can do it again as Izuku. Izuku said while taking a bite of the so-called red braised meat dish he was served, and as everything faded away, the boy had only one thought crossing his mind. God damn it, this tastes amazing. Real world, Midoriya household. Bang! The four adults jumped in fright as the bedroom door was kicked open by Izuku as he marched towards the stove with a determined expression. Iken. I'll be a chef, even if I have to go against God himself to do it, the young man declared while turning on the stove and grabbing the knives and pans the guise of Island created for him. It will be hard, you know? Saito said, sad. Then watch and be amazed. Izuku answered, smiling in determination as a fat salmon appeared in his hands. Ooh! It really happened, I asked for the salmon I was tasked with preparing and it appeared. It means that the system really exists, I have 1 year to prepare for my exam. I can't fail. Izuku thought once he'd studied the perfect example of salmon in his hand and the recipe that had been downloaded inside his head as the first exercise for his new training regimen. Apparently the system had a very strict set of requirements for its acceptance exam, one even he as Zaus or Setsuno herself would have been hard-pressed to meet, and Izuku had only 1 year to meet said insane criteria, along a series of techniques recipes he was supposed to master before the exam came, and he won't slack off. Watch me, you fools out there. I was the king of chefs once, now I will ascend again to the top even without a quirk. With a knife twirling at high speed in his hands, Izuku started cooking with a fervor even superior to his previous life as Zaus. Behind him, Saito, his parents and the old man watched in awe as ingredients kept appearing in his hands out of thin air for him to prepare, along dishes of insanely high quality being prepared at high speed by him. 1 year later. Day of the recommendation exam for Momo and gourmet exam for Izuku. Yayarzu house, kitchen. It had been a tiring year for the boy, an insane year of sleepless nights where he would revisit whatever memory as his life as Zaus he could call upon together with the encyclopedia worth of basic knowledge the system pretended him to master and memorize to prepare for his test. Izuku's life had thus been reduced to a very strict schedule: get up, breakfast, cutting training, high school, lunch, carving training, homework, cooking lessons with Yayarzu, if it was Monday, seasoning training, dinner, meditation to recover Zaus memory, special cooking techniques training, sleeping. Rinse and repeat every single day. And each and every training exercise came from the strict guidebook the system gave him, and every single exercise was always done in live streaming so that Hisashi and a couple of trusted pals his father's boss handpicked could study him, because apparently what were normal skills for a chef like Zaus, in Izuku's original world were absurd, to say the least. The boy was unaware that Island had taken an unhealthy interest in him, and knew even less of how influential the guys in those secret labs actually were. Now we put the pie in the heated oven, and we wait. Izuku instructed while closing the oven front panel to look at the raw dessert bask in the angry red produced by the heat inside the thing. I am so nervous. Rei admitted while nervously patting the flour from the apron she was wearing. You were amazing during preparation, Rei. I never helped you, you did it all alone, the boy answered with an encouraging smile. Except when I almost used salt instead of sugar, the woman said, sighing. Beside that, Izuku conceded, sweat dropping. I will make the labels on the jars bigger still, don't worry. Takashi, the personal chef of the Yayarzu family, conceded while rolling his eyes. And I almost forgot to put the sliced apples in it. That too doesn't matter. And dash. Let's not focus on that. You made a wonderful pie to celebrate Momo's passing her test, and you did it all alone. When she comes back, she will find your very first dish waiting for her. Izuku forcefully cut the woman off before she could start a new downward spiral of depression about her lackluster cooking abilities. Are you sure she will pass? Takashi asked, unsure. We are talking about Momo here, if she doesn't pass, who will? Izuku answered. You hold my daughter in high regard, don't you? Rei asked with a devious smile. She has a very CC brain, more I won't say. Izuku, overly focused on cleaning the kitchen top they worked on, answered without looking at the woman. Oh, only her brain is CC. Rei pushed forward, her smile predatory. I won't confirm nor deny that your daughter is also a very gorgeous young woman, my lips are sealed and no amount of nagging will force me to talk, he answered, flashing her a challenging smile. Do not underestimate my nagging powers, boy. No secret remains, so if I, Rei Yayarzu ne Katsuragi, want to know them, the woman replied haughtily. You are welcome to try. Izuku's answer faded into a whisper once he heard a genderless metallic voice ring inside his head. 1 year has passed. Host, please get through your initiation test right now. The system said. Right now? He asked. Izuku? You okay? Ray asked, worried at seeing him pale to unhealthy levels. Iken? What's wrong? Takashi also asked, just as worried. Right now, host. Please move behind the counter and prepare the required dishes following the recipes provided, the system answered. I was wondering if I could prepare something myself to celebrate, Izuku asked with a forced smile. You forgot to get a present for Momo-chan, didn't it? Ray asked, smiling mischievous. Why yeah. So I was wondering if I could prepare your dinner myself. As a present. She will surely be very hungry after using her quirk to pass the test. Izuku answered. Oh. Do you mind, Takashi? Nah. Fridge is full to the point of bursting. If neither you or Mr. Saito mind, I can sit one dinner out for once, the family chef answered, shrugging. Thank you. Izuku answered with an overly elated expression that made both adults laugh. Tying a green bandana on his head, the young man started collecting ingredients from the giant fridge, although from his point of view, the stuff he was about to cook was far from normal. From Izuku's point of view, as soon as he tied the bandana on his head, the kitchen of the Yayarzu family disappeared and an endless white space appeared around Izuku. Nothing beside the cooking area prepared by the system and a giant fridge was there. The young chef was alone in the middle of a pure white nothing. The test was simple: prepare a full course menu, meaning hors d'oeuvre, soup, fish dish, meat dish, main course, salad, dessert. Please prepare the first dish, hors d'oeuvre. Ingredient: puffer whale, the system asked. Puffer whale. An ingredient from the gourmet world of Zaus, Izuku muttered in dread as a small and long pure white fish appeared on a plate in front of him. A puffer whale was a deep-sea fish normally around 6 meters in length, but as it switched habitat and moved deeper underwater, the water pressure of the sea would compress its body to the size of a normal puffer fish. It was a small, pudgy-looking white fish with a round body, thin fins, small beady eyes, and large blue lips. As a result of the deep pressure, the tastiness of the fish would become highly concentrated but would also cause the huge amount of waste produced by its body to become highly concentrated as well, forming what was known as the fish poison sac. Its poison sac resembled a small gooey purple blob whose position in the body constantly varied between puffer whales. When the fish gets startled, a chemical reaction would cause the release of its poison, causing its body to turn into a dotted dark purple color that shows off its intense toxicity. Izuku watched the thing with scared eyes, because while he still had his transmigration lifetime's worth of knowledge as Zaus, his original body was not as trained, as his trembling hands could testify. To ensure the puffer whale is safe to eat, before any further steps can be taken, someone with keen senses must first ascertain the location of the poison sac. Afterwards, extremely precise cuts must be made to open the puffer whale and reveal the poison sac. If the handling is off by even a millimeter, the poison sac will instantly rupture and render the fish unsafe for consumption. Izuku mumbled aloud while recalling word for word the teachings of Za's old cooking teacher. Complicating this step was the fact that the location of the poison sac was completely unique from fish to fish, meaning there were at least over 100 variations of cuts needed to expose the poison sac. Likewise, the puffer whale's body was deceptively dense for its size due to the extreme compression it had undergone, making the precise knife work needed that much more difficult. Once the poison sac was exposed, it could only be removed with bare hands, during which the sac must be constantly rotated whilst simultaneously removing the mucous membrane. It was no surprise that many chefs of the gourmet world put preparing that ingredient on the same level of disarming a bomb. As an incentive for the future god of cooking of the hero world, host Izuku will be permitted to use one piece of the God of Cooking set for the duration of this test. Temporarily unlocking the knife of the God of Cooking of the Abyssal World, the Silver Sea Dragon Kitchen Knife. What appeared in the young man's hand was a humble-looking kitchen knife with a long and thin blade giving off a faint light similar to moonlight. Both blade and the handle were made of pure white bone, with the handle carved in a delicate recreation of dragon scales. Created with the bone of a 1,000-years-old silver sea dragon, the goddess of the sea that rules unopposed the deepest oceans of the abyssal world, the system explained. And I can use it to cook? Izuku asked. Host, the dragon herself that was used to create the knife resides in another world and is a being that has ascended to godhood. In this world the host currently lives in, there is nothing that cannot be cut by this knife. Nothing, he asked, gulping. Nothing. Its supreme sharpness will also count as a test for the host cutting and carving knowledge. I will start then. I will prepare puffer whale carpaccio. Izuku answered, and loudly chose the recipe between the ones the system suggested for the test. Good. Please start at once. Real world. Rei and Takashi were unaware of what Izuku and the system were talking about. They only saw the young man grab a fat fish from the fridge and start carefully palming it as if to study every inch of its body. He is treating it like a bundle of lit dynamite. Rei muttered, unsure by the overly focused light in Izuku's eyes. He must really want to do a good job for Miss Momo, the chef answered, thoughtful. You don't say, the woman replied, smirking. Yes, he normally is at least a bit chatty when cooking, but now? He is so focused I think he wouldn't notice if we shot him with a rifle, the chef answered, smiling just as mischievously. In the meantime they watched Izuku finally open the fish belly to remove the guts inside with slow and very tense movements, as if actually afraid those innards would blow up. In truth, from his point of view, he was actually managing to remove the poison sac from the special fish. Since he is working so hard, shouldn't we also invite him and his mother? I would feel bad if he works this hard and doesn't get a taste. Takashi muttered. True. Pass me the phone, I will ask Saito-kun if he is okay with having 2 guests for dinner. Rei answered after a short pause of thought. Once the innards of the other 2 fishes as well went safely removed, they watched Izuku relax visibly, and start carefully removing the fins and head with a more calm disposition. What is he doing? Rei asked. Going with how he is slicing the fish, I think he is preparing fish carpaccio, the Yayarzu family chef answered, looking at how carefully Izuku removed the skin of the fish to leave out its plump, pristine meat. What the 2 did not know was that as soon as the poison sac and skin was removed, the system switched the fish that used to be in their fridge with the puffer whale Izuku was actually preparing, surprising the chef with how fresh and gorgeous said fish flesh looked. Dom, that is one nice ingredient, we got a good batch this time, he admitted. Considering how much we spend every time you go out for groceries, it was a given. Rei answered. Now the cutting, they heard Izuku mutter while lightly raising the knife in his hand and thigh-ing. Holy F dash. Both cursed in awe as a blurry of motion gave the impression the young man's hand managed to split into hundreds of copies of itself to slice the fishes into hundreds of extremely thin slices at every swing of the knife, so fast air itself went shredded. Satisfied by the slices being all of the same thickness, Izuku dared to show a tiny smile while taking out 2 wide plates, and once gently slapped each and every slice of fish with the flat side of the knife. He composed the 2 dishes by positioning the slices like petals of a flower and with each layer alternated so to create the image of 2 giant pure white translucent lotus flowers. He finished the 2 dishes by mixing olive oil, herbs, vinegar and lemon juice to season the carpaccio by gently drizzling the resulting aromatic oil all over it. Hors d'oeuvre is ready. Izuku muttered, elated, while adding a tiny pinch of pepper and rock salt and putting a single tiny cherry tomato carved into a rose in the middle of each plate. Wow, he turned a tomato into a rose. That's not mere carving, the family chef muttered in bitter envy. Soup. I need to make the soup next, Izuku muttered while moving to grab a big slab of meat from the fridge. Please use this boulder armadillo meat to make the soup dish, and host Izuku should remember the method the system taught him to tenderize its otherwise steel-hard meat into a dish good for human consumption. After a test about handling delicate ingredients, it was time for the system to test the young chef's knowledge in boiling and stewing. Once removed the topmost layer of fat, Izuku moved the slab of meat on the chopping board and easily cut what to him felt like an ingot of steel into cute little cubes. He then moved into a tall pot he filled in cold water. This knife is really sharp, he muttered while putting the pot of water with the meat cubes on the fire to boil. I sharpen them every day, thank you. Takashi answered, puffing out his chest in pride. Down with the ego. What's he doing? Rei asked. He is blanching the meat. He covered it in cold water and put it on the fire. As soon as it will boil, the meat scum will float to the surface like a foam. He will then skim that foam away, rinse the meat and use fresh water to repeat the blanching until all the scum is removed. Like that, the soup will have clearer broth, so it will be more pleasing to the eyes. Takashi answered. Ooh. Nice, the woman answered, intrigued. In the meantime the 2 watched how once blanched, the small cubes of marbled meat got seared in olive oil and then gently braised with garlic and onions to then be submerged in a wine-based broth before being moved in the oven, where the meat would become meltingly tender. 2 hours in the oven before it's done. I can move to the fish dish in the meantime. Izuku muttered, grimacing, as the next test was about steaming. The young man first squatted down and took out a few succulent fishes and various kinds of herbs and spices along with a bottle of white wine from the fridge and a few sheets of parchment paper from a near cupboard. The scales have to go, Izuku muttered, and just like before, the kitchen knife in his hand moved at shocking speed to remove the scales on both sides of the fishes, bringing to light the pristine and unblemished meat under it. Just as with the puffer whale, every time Izuku started preparing a dish in the white nothingness that was the system's testing ground, in the real world the ingredients used were switched with those special ingredients the system provided, everything without Rei or Takashi noticing. As the kitchen knife began to dance gracefully in Izuku's hands, the blade made a clean cut on the fat fish's bellies, and with a swoosh, their fillet was delicately removed and set aside. The bones, Izuku muttered as he grabbed a pair of pliers with one hand and used the other to gently slap on the fish meat with the flat side of the knife, and once heard whatever sound cue he needed, his hands started moving back and forth at high speed to remove each and every bone from the mound of fish meat in front of him and then separating its skin from its flesh once done. He placed the meat into a porcelain plate and covered it with thin slices of herbs and spices. Once the stir-fried sauce and other side ingredients were prepared, the young chef cut the various sheets of cooking paper into a heart shape. "Oh, looked out a heart, what a surprise!" Takashi muttered with a knowing look. "I know, who would have guessed he would have used a heart shape to prepare a dish for Momo?" Rei answered, just as amused. Unaware of the two joking at his expenses, Izuku spread the paper wide open and went ahead to grab the skinned fish meat. Once finished spreading a good spoonful of the stir-fried sauce on the hearts, once placed the fish fillet above the prepared sauce, he added few more strips of herbs on top of the fish fillets to completely cover them. After that, he uncorked the wine bottle and poured a small glass of it over the fish's meat, preparing to wrap it once using some egg white as glue as he slowly wrapped the paper inch by inch around the meat until a cute-looking paper ball emerged as the final product. Curious recipe. Takashi admitted, amused, and watched the various wrapped fishes being put inside a steamer and the thing added to the oven together with the still cooking stew. Almost done, Izuku declared with a sigh. He was completely drenched in sweat, but the light in his eyes was still burning fiercely. He had many dishes still to prepare. 2 hours later. "I am home," Momo declared with a tired sigh as she entered the huge house. She looked tired and emaciated, meaning that the recommendation exam forced her to give 110% of herself and pushed her quirk, and so her own body, to the limit. "Welcome back." To her surprise, not only her parents and the family chef Takashi were present, but Izuku and Inko as well, with the young man looking just as dead tired as she was. Oh, I did not know we had guests. I am not presentable," the poor girl said once seeing her own disheveled look in a near mirror. "It's okay, Momo-chan. You have worked hard, so it's a given," Saito answered while hugging his daughter as hard as he could. "Come, I will help you freshen up a little, like that dear Izuku will have enough time to finally finish cooking," Rei offered with a kind smile. Momo asked. "I may have gone a little overboard, I hope you don't mind," Izuku answered, smiling weakly. He too looked pale and drained since the main course dish he had been tasked with preparing demanded him to infuse it with the gourmet energy from the gourmet cells he brought back from his ice guy as Zaus. Izuku considered cooking by infusing the dishes with gourmet energy cheating. The system preferred calling it evening the odds against quirks. Gorororororo. Momo's answer was cut short by the inhuman gurgling sound that echoed from her stomach, with her face burning bright red right after. "I am so sorry. Please ignore that," the young woman begged, mortified. "It's okay, for a chef, that's music to the ears," Izuku answered, smiling gently. "That doesn't help," Momo replied, distraught, and walked away behind her mother on the notes of everybody's laughs. Once everybody was seated, Izuku helped Takashi serve the various dishes he made for his test, having been informed by the system that those were indeed the same plates he prepared for his test and was now free to eat as his prize. And apparently, another prize was being able to use puffer whale as an ingredient even without the proper level. Host has passed the test with a final score of 100%. Congratulations. You are deemed worthy of becoming a host of the gourmet system. Your journey to become the god of cooking of the hero world will start tomorrow at the DLVRY of the restaurant. You will be given the precise address tomorrow and will find everything ready for use and the restaurant already decorated and furnished to your specifications. Congratulations. Your path to greatness is now open. Work hard, young man, the system declared with a happy-sounding fanfare once every dish had been brought to the table. Everything was simply amazing. The raw fish of the carpaccio had a slightly springy texture that made it bounce lively a little at each bite, with the meat seemingly never losing taste no matter how much one chewed. "Holy, you improved again," Inko said in awe. The stew had a dense broth that felt like silk while traveling down one's throat, and the meat had turned from hard as steel to buttery soft to the point of melting on the tongue, filling the mouth in thick meaty aroma at every bite. Same goes with the paper-wrapped fish, mixing perfectly the gentle taste of fish with the astringency of the wine or the giant steak right after, a steak that while very thick and resembling a piece of marble thanks to its thin lines of fat, was instead perfectly cooked to be juicy and tender. You still up to challenge him, Takashi? Saito, uncaring of his mouth being completely covered in oil, asked with a smirk. No, the family chef answered from the kitchen counter while wildly shaking his head, causing a new round of laughs to ring around the main table. It's a shame you still can't find a restaurant to work in, Izuku. Your skills are simply unreal. Momo said with a saddened expression while helping herself to more seafood risotto, Izuku's main course of the system's test menu. Actually, I may have found one. Izuku admitted with a low voice. The entire table uttered as one in surprise. Really? Ray asked. Apparently a business group is trying to enter into the world of restaurants to broaden their horizons and needed a young chef to take care of cooking in their first restaurant. I apparently was deemed good enough and so they offered me the job. Tomorrow they will call me and tell me where the restaurant is, he explained while pulling out of his pocket the business card the system prepared for him to show if asked. Can I? Saito asked. Sure. The system incorporated? Never heard of it. Do you mind if I dig around a bit? Just to be sure it's not a scam, he offered. Feel free to accept, host Izuku. Everything has been taken care of, the genderless metallic voice of the system answered. Sure. At least I will be sure they are not trying to pull one on me. Izuku answered. Good. I'll keep this if you don't mind then. Saito answered while pocketing the plain business card. When will they call? Momo asked. Tomorrow in the evening. A bit too close, but I should be able to dig something up by then. Just in case we can accompany you, so you and Inko won't go there alone. Ray offered. Oh, no. I don't want to impose. No can do, the woman answered. I am sorry, Izuku. My parents hardly stop when they set their mind on something, my apologies, Momo offered with a small smile. Sigh. It's okay, Izuku answered, sighing in defeat. Let's just focus on the dinner for now, Iken. What about dessert? Inko asked, trying to cheer her boy up. Right. My lemon meringue pie and Raisan's apple pie. I will take them here immediately, the young man gasped in horror before hurrying back to the kitchen to take out the dessert. The next day, Yavin Street. Yavin Street, also called Gluttony Street as it housed the greatest ensemble of restaurant in the entire city, was a very long and straight street with restaurants of every type on both sides, from traditional Japanese restaurants to cheap sushi bars to Italian, Chinese, Mexican, American, Thai, Greek restaurants and so on so forth. It was said that if one wanted to eat everything planet Earth had to offer, they only needed to visit Yavin Street and just eat their way through it. At number 4 stood a brand new restaurant called Green Cloud Restaurant, a small restaurant with an area of 12 meters squared, neat and tidy, with walls painted pure white decorated with tiny cute green clouds and few tables adorned with comfy seats with plush emerald green cushions. On the opposite side of the entrance there were 2 smallish trees framing the window, connecting the kitchen to the main room and a dull glass panel acting as door to the kitchen. 2 giant windows at both sides on the entrance made sure the people passing by on the street could see clearly everything that was happening inside. From outside nothing looked out of ordinary, and even the other restaurants around and in front of the small new one seemed to accept its existence without too much of a fuss, partly thanks to the chef being a well-mannered and friendly young man. But there were actually 3 strange things about the Green Cloud restaurant. Its chef was extremely young and talented. There was a strange tall robot with a plump belly and a shining bald head acting as security, and a big black dog with luscious fur could be seen sleep in front of the restaurant, right next to the entrance door, at every hour of the day no matter what happened. Ding! 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 A tiny bell chimed happily from above the door as a new customer entered the small new restaurant. Welcome! What can I do for you? Izuku, wearing a green chef attire, asked while surfacing from the kitchen to welcome the new guest. The path towards becoming the king of chefs once again was long, Izuku knew that, but he was ready to do whatever it took to reach his goal. Green Cloud Restaurant. More or less. Pairing, Deku Momo Rumi Ochako Nijire. Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use, nor I make a profit out of this. I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. If you read this, the chapter has been fixed by my beta reader Mail, my savior and possessor of Big Dick Chad energy that managed to fix my story into proper English. Thank you, my man. Slightly smiling face. A Chef Rebirth Chapter 3, Punishing Troublemakers. Number 4, Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. It has been a month since Izuku opened the restaurant the system provided for him, and even if the pool of customers was so thin many in his place would have fallen into despair, the young man instead treated it as a challenge to improve himself. He also got visited by the Department of Hygiene at least once a week, thanks to Samui's colleagues, as the old man from I Island informed him, but other than acting prissy and stuck-up, those morons were always forced to run away with their tails between their legs once seen the immaculate restaurant being a step close at being sterile like a hospital operating room. 3 more cockroaches have been removed, the system alerted Izuku inside his head. Those guys sure are persistent. One would think that after 2 weeks they would have understood that strategy was just a waste of time. Izuku muttered with a sigh, by now aware that one of Samui's friends was using her quirk to manipulate cockroaches and other vermin into forcing their way in his restaurant. Those poor things though would last barely an instant before being disintegrated by the system itself, leaving nothing behind. There have also been 2 instances of crooks being sent to contaminate the restaurant's water pipes. Whitey has took care of them before they could manage. While the restaurant's water and electricity come from the system, the other restaurants around it shall not be damaged by brain-dead simpletons. The metallic voice added. Another thing Izuku learned was that his sponsor was a merciless entity that took its mission of aiding the boy's ascension to god of cooking of the hero world very seriously, more often than not forcing him to beg the system to not overdo and show mercy. Giving the finishing touches to the udon noodles he was preparing, the young chef gave a last shook to the wok to make sure the thick meat broth would mix with the noodles before moving the content into a cute white porcelain bowl decorated in tiny green clouds. He then toppled with a spoonful of his homemade extra-strong chili sauce. "Blackie, time to eat," Izuku said while moving the giant bowl of noodles in front of the big black dog sleeping in front of the restaurant, with the intense aroma of the dish catching the attention of the people passing by. "Good God! That dog eats better than me," a particularly sad man in a cheap business suit that had just ran by mentally whined as he saw the gorgeous dish being served to a dog. That was part of Izuku's new everyday life. Once finished high school he had started working full-time in his new restaurant. He actually slept in the small flat above the restaurant as well. He would get up at dawn, get down to the restaurant kitchen to train his cutting and carving skills following the system's training regimen, then he would prepare the noodles for the black dog outside acting as secondary security measure, always serving them in the bowl with Blackie written on it so to not mix it with the bowls for his customers, and then finally opening the restaurant properly for his customers. The vast main menu was fixed and proudly displayed on a trio of wooden plaques carved with elegant calligraphy and hanging on the wall by the entrance. An extra and tiny blackboard next to them instead showed the 4 dishes of the day. Izuku was free to decide daily based on his fancy. He even offered a small breakfast menu. Although he had to wrangle with the system for days to do it, the entity was just as obnoxiously strict as he was warned about. "Good morning," an elderly voice said as a very short woman with long white hair passed by the restaurant while using a tall wooden staff like a pogo stick. "Good morning, Oba-san," Izuku answered as he watched the tiny old lady open her own Chinese restaurant in front of his. "Buongiorno." "Good morning." Next came a plump boy dragging along his blonde-haired and thinner brother to open the Italian restaurant next to Izuku's. "Hi," the green-haired chef answered, waving at both and getting, as usual, a death glare from the blonde twin before both disappeared inside their store, Aldini's. "All this hatred just because I made pizza once as my dish of the day. That guy needs to learn how to chill like his brother does," the young man muttered while returning inside his kitchen to prepare for the new day. Sometime later, lunch break rush hour. Tensei Ida, also known as the Turbo Hero, Ingenium, was starving. Being a full-time pro hero meant that 9 times out of 10 he could not have a proper schedule to manage his private life, meaning that more often than not he had to sustain himself on sandwiches eaten in a rush, sometimes even eaten mid-chasing of a villain, or like what happened that day, skipping breakfast altogether because a moron decided to make a nuisance of himself at the crack of dawn and take a gas station hostage to show his woman he was not a loser. The pro hero still failed to wrap his head around the man's reasoning even after delivering him to the police force. Gorororo. "Life as a pro hero is hard, isn't it?" one of the police officers nearby asked, chuckling, once heard the soft growling of Tensei's belly. "Very time-consuming, Tsukachi-san," the pro hero admitted, sheepish. "Well, I was about to have lunch, you can tag along if you want," the detective offered with a kind smile. "Don't mind if I do. Last night my dinner was some scraps of leftovers warmed in the microwave and today I skipped breakfast. It almost makes me regret moving out to live on my own," Tensei answered, sighing in dismay. "It's the price to pay for independence. Come with me, I will take you to a small restaurant I know of. I have to be there for a small job as well, at least we'll grab a bite of something nice," Tsukachi answered, signaling at the other to follow him to his personal service car. "A small job?" the pro hero asked while sitting on the passenger seat. "In the last month that restaurant has been visited by hygiene inspectors a total of 15 times, and today we got a heads up about them trying again with a forged order to enter the kitchen proper, something they failed to do previously. The snitcher asked us to stop this nonsense once and for all, together with arresting the food critic that has been handsomely paid to destroy the restaurant's reputation today as well. Tsukachi answered. And you yourself moved for this? Tensei asked, surprised. Can you keep a secret? It comes with the job, detective. If it is an official mission of the police force, I will take the secret to my grave. Good. The snitcher is at the head of one of the labs in Island, the secret ones, the other answered, making the pro-hero bristle in surprise. Whoever is behind that harassment is targeting one of the darlings of Island? Tensei asked in dread. So it seems, the detective answered with a grimace. The darlings of Island were a rumored tiny group of people that had caught the interest of the more secret side of the lone island very few in the hero business actually knew existed. The darlings were usually people with curious quirks or other strange abilities those scientists studied from afar and wanted nothing to interfere with, so to keep collecting data. Messing with a darling was just suicide, as the people studying them had lots of connections and were not afraid to use them to see the annoyances gone forever. We know full well who is behind this harassment, several high-ranking chefs friends of that chef Samui that just recently recovered from his mental breakdown. After today we will make it clear that this kind of mobbing is illegal and that there will be consequences if they don't stop. Same goes for the food critics that won't be professional and just write what the best offer tells them to, instead of the truth. Tsukachi explained. And here I thought villains would only kidnap, steal, or kill, Tensei muttered, surprised. You would be shocked to see how vicious the world of cooking is. Those guys would gladly stab each other in the back for an extra star on their restaurant. Here we are, we will have lunch there, at number 4. The detective answered, once parked the car and pointed at the restaurant not too far away from the parking lot. Green Cloud Restaurant, never heard of it. Tensei admitted, both walking leisurely towards the place with the pro-hero waving back at the odd kids they met along the way. Pretty new construction, inaugurated a month ago and owned by a trading company specialized in ingredients DLVRY. They just opened their own store and got a young promising chef to cook for them. The dishes are slightly more expensive than restaurants offering similar menus, but the kid's talent is astounding, even as a quirkless, and between that and the overall quality of the stuff he makes, nobody seems to mind. He should be the same age as your brother, actually. Tsukachi said. The same age as Tenya? And he already has his own restaurant? Tensei asked, shocked. Yep. He even got all the papers filled to be a proper chef. I checked their validity myself. He is even a full-fledged Itami, the youngest registered, the detective answered. Itami, literally sushi chef, a title traditionally given to people that have certified mastery over the skills and knowledge needed to prepare proper sushi. What? I saw him in action for that. The kid's a monster. I showed the video to an old acquaintance of mine, and he himself certified the kid as worthy of the title and then some. Now I want to eat there then. Hoo. Hard-working youths are always nice to see, Tensei answered, smiling pleased. Just like your little brother, maybe? Tsukachi asked, smirking. Maybe I am a bit biased, but yes, the other replied, just as amused. Dling. Dling. The little bell on top of the door chimed happily as the duo entered the place. Beside other two people inside, they were the only customers. Sure is empty, though, Tensei muttered, saddened. It happens when they try to scare your customers away. The restaurant's popularity is rising, but it's a very slow process. Luckily the kid doesn't seem to mind, the detective answered, moving to sit at a table next to one of the trees. What plant is this? I never saw it before. Are those runes imprinted on the leaves? Tensei asked. I have no clue. I just know that if I sit here my stress melts away, so I don't really mind if the leaves ring like a bell if you flick them. These small trees smell nice, look nice and feel nice, that's all I need to know, the other replied with a shrug and a very relaxed expression. Ring like dash ding. Holy heavens, they do. Please do not touch the leaves, those two plants are an endangered species, Izuku asked while coming out of the kitchen to address the two new customers. And you use them as a forestation for your restaurant? My sponsor is a little eccentric, I learned to not question them too much. What can I bring you? Izuku answered with a shrug. He knew those two trees came from another world, but his customers certainly didn't need to know that. I couldn't help but hear about your beef udon noodles. I think I will try those, thank you. Tsukachi asked. Of course. Mr. Ingenium? What can I bring you? So you know me? The costume is telling enough, I am a fan. Izuku answered, smiling wide. Remind me to leave you an autograph then. I think I will take a portion of those rainbow steamed fish buns I see in the menu and a plate of stir-fried shrimp noodles, thank you. Tensei answered while finally taking off the helmet of his hero costume. I will bring them immediately. Do you also want something to drink or will water suffice? Izuku asked. Water will be enough, we both are still on duty. Tsukachi answered. Okay, please wait a moment and I will bring everything to you, the young man answered before walking back into the kitchen. Apparently he is very fast at cooking, but nothing is pre-made, so we won't wait much before eating. Tsukachi said. You came here to eat before? I usually have breakfast here since his coffee and croissants are to die for. This is the first time I visit him for lunch. Oh. Meanwhile, in the kitchen. The giant kitchen had been furnished, under Izuku's request, with every possible high-end apparatus an aspiring god of cooking may need to reach said flamboyant title, but what the young man loved the most was the huge table in the middle of the room occupied by an exquisite-looking giant cutting board in reddish wood adorned by delicate carvings of ingredients of every kind framing it, that and the insane collection of knives of every possible shape waiting for him next to it. I miss that dragon knife, that thing could cut like a dream, Izuku muttered with a sigh of dismay, having taken a large, fat fish from the cold storage of his kitchen and the plain knife from the rack next to the chopping board. Host Izuku will be able to unlock the Silver Sea Dragon kitchen knife, once unlocked 3 God of Cooking fragments. Fragments currently owned, 1. The system answered. Better work hard then, he muttered while removing the scales on both sides of the fish and opening its belly with a fast swipe of the knife so as to delicately separate the fillet from the skin and bones. Once washed away the blood and the guts, the young chef rapidly cut the fish fillet into thin slices barely an inch wide. Few plump shrimps too went rapidly deshelled and quartered while the ginger root went sliced into literal hair-thin strings, same going for the other vegetables, like carrots and red onions. The rainbow in the dish name was not a fancy choice. The inside of the dumplings was actually pretty colorful thanks to the ingredients used, enough to let Izuku use such prose to name it. Once sure every color was ready, the young man started mixing flour and water to prepare the wrapping for the dumplings, and as the system taught him, by infusing gourmet energy in the mixture while kneading it he made its consistency thicker at an astounding rate. Slap, slap, slap. Loud slapping noises echoed in the kitchen as Izuku's gourmet energy-infused hands kept slapping the ball of dough on the cutting board, making it ripple heavily as the energy influx forced the dough to flip inside out by itself at each slap. When the young chef finally stopped kneading and slapping the dough, the resulting smooth ball had a lustrous luster to it similar to marble and a faintly springy texture, making Izuku develop a small, satisfied smile. Perfect, he declared, pleased, as he started preparing the wrappings by taking tiny portions of the dough ball he then flattened into extremely thin discs he painted in egg white and then filled with the fish fillet stripes and the other ingredients before wrapping the thing closed. Once the wrapping was completed, layers upon layers of creases appeared at the opening and the dumpling looked like a crescent moon. It was so beautiful that it was like a work of art. Dumplings are ready. Now while they are in the steamer, let's prepare the noodles. Once put the 6 dumplings into the bamboo plate of the steamer, Izuku used the remaining dough to prepare the beef noodles for the detective and the shrimp noodles for Ingenium, with the beef ones being one of the recipes he was most used to make since Blackie would eat a giant bowl of those twice a day as a payment for his services as security, as the dog's rapidly inflating belly could testify. Troublemakers, it was when he had started preparing the hand-pulled noodles that Izuku heard Whitey move away from his corner of the kitchen to march outside with heavy steps. Sigh. Another one. What is with this dine and dash craze nowadays? There isn't a restaurant here that hasn't got one fool trying it at least once a week. Izuku muttered with a sigh, unwilling to stop cooking just to deal with some punks. He had Whitey for that sort of things. Outside the kitchen, main room of the restaurant, just a minute ago. 2 brothers were occupying the table near the door, one short and thin, the other tall and muscular with broad shoulders. Both had a similar quirk giving them lizard-like appearances and thick skin covered in green scales. The tall one looked like a human-crocodile hybrid, the other resembled a lean human gecko. Tensei had noticed how the 2 kept stealing glances at the kitchen and then at the door once finished eating, and his hunch about the 2 being up to no good went confirmed when they both bolted away from the table and made a run for the door. Stop! The pro-hero immediately ordered as he and the detective jumped to their feet to stop the dine and dashers before they could actually leave the restaurant without paying. Slam! To their surprise the doors closed by themselves and no amount of pulling and pushing seemed able to make the glass door bulge, even under the titanic strength of the bulkier brother. You are supposed to pay for what you eat, guys. This food is clearly not cheap. Tsukachi said with narrowed eyes. What if we don't want to pay, old man? The chef is a quirkless brat, we owe him nothing, the bulkier brother hissed in contempt. Yeah, he can offer a bite to some guys, what's wrong with being generous, the thin brother added, shamelessly laughing. It's wrong because the chef of this place is trying to make a living, he is not here to cook for you just as a hobby. Tensei replied. Ah, yes. A pro hero, the muscle giant said with a sneer. Once recognized Tensei as ingenium. Something wrong about my profession too, he asked, eyes narrowing dangerously. Swaggering aside, I was supposed to be a pro too, before your lot kicked me out of school for a minor incident, the punk answered, growling. Minor incident? Now I remember. You are Naofumi Tokujemaru. You tore off the legs of one of your classmates because he was, allegedly, flirting with a girl you liked. A girl later discovered was the guy's sister, so naturally close to him. You may not remember, but it was me who took you to juvenile after that incident. I am surprised you are still up to causing trouble. Tsukachi said. The weakling was getting in the way. Can't see where the problem is, the bulky brother answered, scoffing. And the fact the girl was not interested in you? Just foolishness. I was supposed to be the next All Might thanks to my power, but I guess you others were just jealous. She would have come around sooner or later. So harassment and violence brought forth by inflated ego. You are no hero material, Tensei declared. Bullshit. The giant said while punching the table next to him, but to his shock, even with all the strength he used while striking it, the wood table did not crumble to splinters like he expected. On the contrary, not even the plates and glasses on it moved at all. What the F is that table made of? The thin brother blurted out. Troublemakers. From inside the kitchen, the metallic voice of Whitey the robot rang in warning as the tall thing slowly made its way towards the twins. Measuring 2.5 meters in height, the chalk-white robot struck an imposing figure even with a bulging, soft round belly and a bald round head adorned just by two big round eyes shining in white light, giving it a kind of cute appearance. The robot would normally just stand in a corner of the kitchen and peek out to the main room to keep everything under control, and only coming out when trouble arose inside the restaurant to forcefully evict the troublemakers. Ah. I heard rumors about the restaurant's bouncer. I guess it is taking action under the chef's orders. Tsukachi said while watching the thing move with heavy steps until it stood in front of the bulky brother and actually towering over the guy by a head. You don't scare me, Tin Can. Troublemaker, pay the bill before leaving, or you will be punished accordingly. Whitey ordered, eyes flashing from white to red at regular intervals. What if I don't want to pay, eh? Your boss is a useless quirkless sheet. What will he do if I don't pay, eh? What did you call me? Izuku's voice echoed in the room as he came out of the kitchen just long enough to glare at the twins. I called you a useless quirkless. So wadash. I hate being called useless. Deku. Whitey. If they insist on not paying, punish them. They are officially blacklisted from entering my restaurant, the young man ordered sharply, cutting off the guy so abruptly the punk painfully bit his own tongue. Never mistake Izuku's gentle disposition and good manners for weakness. After a lifetime as Zaus, he had learned to believe in himself enough to hate his old nickname as useless. He knew he wasn't and detested being wrongly labeled as such. Understood. Whitey nodded while the young chef merely returned inside the kitchen to finish cooking. I said I won't pay. Me neither, the thin brother added. Then you will need to come with me, Tsukachi said, sighing, as he really wanted to have lunch before any bullshit could fall on his lap. To his surprise though, Whitey gently moved a giant hand in front of him to stop the detective before addressing the twins again. Troublemakers, pay the bill, it said, again, with his robotic monotonous voice. F you, the tall brother said, spitting on the robot's face. Then you shall be stripped as an example to others. Whitey declared. The four men present exclaimed as one in shock. Clang. F dash, faster than he could react, the bulky brother got his entire head grabbed by Whitey's big hand, with the robot effortlessly lifting him up from the ground until his legs dangled from the floor. Let me go. Smash. 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 Tensei was actually surprised. Just judging by the loud sounds of the guy's punches landing on Whitey's face, he could tell a common human would at best last 2 blows before being knocked unconscious thanks to the monstrous strength behind each hit, but the robot was unfazed as his head wasn't moving of an inch whenever a punch landed on it. Troublemaker is unwilling to comply. Beginning stripping. Whitey declared without mercy as his other hand grabbed the front of the guy's clothes. Strayawop. Ah, the buff lizard guy whimpered in shock as every shred of clothing on his person went torn away in a single motion, something that also showed that other than his biceps, down there nothing was actually big or imposing. What happened to the respect between people? To the respect of the bro code? The tall guy mentally whimpered while fat tears of shame fell from his eyes. His spirit had been shattered under such a shameless attack. No. That's a stripping monster. The robot is a maniac. The thin brother in the meantime ran back towards the door to slam his fists on it begging to be let out. Clink. Clink. The sound of Izuku bringing a small tray of freshly baked bread and the cold bottle of water to the pro-hero detective duo's table rang loudly inside the restaurant, catching the full attention of everybody present. My sponsor seems to have a twisted sense of humor. To them, stripping troublemakers is an adequate answer and a good way to teach humility, and so they programmed Whitey accordingly, and it isn't even against the law thanks to an old incident with a pro-hero mistakenly stripping the villain she was fighting against. Her avoiding being sued created a precedent I can use to defend myself, so I suggest you pay the bill. Or you'll be next. Izuku explained with a calm tone. What? Sadly true. Laws against public NDTY have become pretty lax nowadays, especially since a few pro-heroes of both genders do need to show some skin to use their quirks. Even if women are expected to show some modesty still. So unless he cripples you, he can actually get away with stripping you. Even if it would be better to leave at least the unmentionables untouched. Tsukachi confirmed, sighing. I will take note of it. Whitey? Collect the money for their bill, or punish them. Whichever they choose. Izuku instructed right before disappearing back into the kitchen. Understood, the robot answered while dragging the ashamed to near-death naked bulky brother towards the thin one. Pay the bill, troublemaker, or face the consequences. We don't have money with us. We forgot our wallets back home and just hope to eat well and make a run for it. Please have mercy, the thin brother begged. No. Wham. Stryup. Wham. In answer, the thin lizard brother too went stripped, although he was left in just his boxers, and both twins went then slapped by Whitey out of the restaurant in a high fly, drawing a rather beautiful arch in the air before both landed headfirst into the big dumpster at the opposite end of the road, with only their pale butt sticking out from the pile of garbage inside the thing. Two exceptionally shiny buttes, thanks to their scaled skin. Troublemakers dealt with. Whitey declared while delivering the IDs, phones, keys and a copy of the twins' bill to Tsukachi while the torn clothes disappeared inside the literal bottomless hole the robot summoned once opened its soft big belly like a mouth. Another function of Whitey was garbage disposal, and Izuku loved having a literal black hole able to endlessly collect every scrap left by customers or his own practice cooking. Everything just ceased to exist once swallowed by the robot. Sigh. Yes, I will make sure those two morons will get back their stuff and actually return here to pay the bill. Okay. The detective merely accepted the silent request with a small shrug and watched the robot silently walk back inside the kitchen. This place does not joke around. Tensei commented, tersely, while the two returned to their table. I'll go make a call to have the two collected, just call me when the food arrives. Tsukachi finally understood he had to take care of the two naked and unconscious young men outside before they could run away, so with a heavy heart, he left the restaurant to do his job. Although, both men's mood improved considerably when their food finally arrived and they could have their lunch in peace. Please enjoy your meal, and I apologize for the sad spectacle. I have no patience for bullies and troublemakers since because of one my life was almost forfeit. It's a scar that is still too fresh, Izuku explained with a small smile and a bow, and leaving the duo their order before moving to free and clean the table once occupied by the two lizard twins. His life was almost forfeit? Tensei muttered, unsure. Something must have happened that almost killed him. I think I will give it a look into it. Tsukachi answered while grabbing a hold of the noodles with his chopsticks to give them a tentative bite. Slurp. An outrageously loud slurping noise soon echoed in the restaurant as the wide-eyed man pretty much inhaled the entire mouthful in raving hunger, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's as he loudly chewed on and on and on with half-lidded eyes of bliss. Each bite felt like a massage was being given to his tongue, while the thick broth hugged his palate and released endless streams of meaty aroma, followed by waves upon waves of skis sweetly accompanied by a light spicy feeling from the chili sauce that had been mixed with the broth. The tiny cubes of meat as well were buttery soft and releasing the full blast of their aroma every time the detective chewed them. The entire dish was a flavor bomb that seemed to never end. I guess it's good? Tensei asked with an amused chuckle, watching the professional detective throw credibility to the wind and wolf down his plate like a hungry ghost until his mouth was shining from the broth on it. Scud. God, eyes so good, the detective gurgled out, his mouth was simply never empty enough for him to answer properly. Well, I will give it a try myself then, the pro-hero, still utterly amused, declared while opening the tiny bamboo casket containing his steamed buns to release a thick pure white cloud of vapor that fully submerged him in the gentle scent of the sea. Whoa! Shaking his head a little to stop any sea-related daydream from surfacing, the young man grabbed one of the 6 cute dumplings with his chopsticks to study it. The steaming had turned the thin wrapping semi-transparent, giving him the chance to faintly see the ingredients inside and take note that indeed those dumplings could be called rainbow-colored thanks to what lies inside. It does look pretty, Tensei muttered before giving it a bite. MMMMMH. Izuku gave an embarrassed chuckle as he watched one of the big guns of the pro-hero business give a very orgasm-like MMMM of appreciation before starting to eat like, well, a pig. The young chef was still unused to the flamboyant reaction first-time customers had with his food. He knew that thanks to his time as Zaus and the tutoring of the system his cooking skills were good, but couldn't people just tone it down? Just a little bit? It was really embarrassing. Ingenium-san, there are people watching. Izuku thought with a shy blush as few people that were passing in front of the restaurant had stopped dead in their tracks to watch a pro-hero and a detective of the police force gorge themselves in abandon, and while it was very good publicity, it didn't make Izuku feel any less embarrassed. With Tensei and Tsukachi, the young pro-hero was in heaven. His empty stomach was crying in joy as bites after bites of pure happiness were rapidly filling it. The fish of the dumplings had pretty much melted into his mouth as soon as he had bitten through the thin dumplings, thus creating a soup-like broth once mixed with the other ingredients inside the tiny thing that kept rushing down his throat like a raging river of flavor at each bite. Amazing. Tensei muttered, immediately falling in love with that delicate taste that warmed his heart. His new favorite dish was then soon followed by the stir-fried noodles adorned with shrimp so fat and juicy that they bounced between his teeth at each bite. Sheet. Empty already? Tsukachi gasped in horror once seen his empty bowl, and barely caught himself from liking the plate clean, something he hadn't done since he was 5 years old. I know. The plates are big but they finish so fast. Tensei answered, just as sorrowful at seeing his own empty plates. Should we order something else? The detective asked, unsure. He seems to have a nice selection of meat dishes, and it has been a while since I had some steak, Tensei muttered in answer. I got some nice Argentine beef, if you want. I also have some A5 Kobe steak if you feel like pampering yourself. Izuku offered, making both men SCK in a cold breath. Argentine beef and A5 Kobe, the undisputed kings when it came to steaks, ludicrously expensive, but otherworldly delicious as well. Tensei's face immediately turned red as an intense battle raged between his heart, his mind, and his stomach. Each one giving valid pros and cons to the idea of A5 please, medium rare, the pro-hero blurted out, his stomach seizing victory out of sheer gluttony. It will also blow a hole in Tensei's finances, but at the moment he straight up didn't care. I'll go with a more mundane normal steak, thank you. Tsukachi declared with a bitter expression, totally not jealous about pro-heroes being able to throw away money like that. Absolutely. Not at all. Not even a little bit jealous. DMN rich BSTRDS, he thought. I'll be back immediately, Izuku answered with a bow and disappearing soon after inside the kitchen. Attracted by the two big shots eating to their heart's content, few of the people outside ventured into the new restaurant owned by the youngest chef they had ever seen, soon filling every table with curious new customers. When 1 hour later the bribed health inspector and food critic arrived, they both found a pro-hero and detective waiting for them and very ready to shut down their backers' plan once and for all, and feeling almost tempted to somehow unleash Whitey on them for added measure just to make sure the lesson stuck. The next day, AU University. The students of Class 1A were having a small lunch break in the university-owned cafeteria, chatting about their first month of school and still recovering from their teacher Aizawa's Quirk test, and also a bit angry at his threat of expulsion in case of failure merely being what he called a logical ruse. They all were certain the man didn't actually know what a logical ruse was supposed to be. Bwahahaha. It was then that a loud guffaw shook the cafeteria as a girl from Class 1B with a bunny quirk went overcome by a gut-wrenching laughing fit. Rumi-chan. Please don't make a scene. Pony Tsunatori begged with a red face. Can you please have some decency? At least laugh like a proper lady. Tenya Ida, little brother of Tensei, asked with a kind of prude tone, annoyed by the outburst since Class 1A and 1B had their tables next to each other. Oh, stuff it, glasses, the bunny girl snapped back. I never, the young man bristled in shock at the rudeness. What made you laugh like that? Can we at least know the cause? Momo asked, rolling her eyes. You idiots from 1A all have a stick up your butt. I just watched a video update from a guy I am following on TW at Tur, the bunny girl, Rumi, answered with a huff. A nice joke? Kaminari asked immediately. In a sense, a duo of morons tried to dine and dash, but as always Whitey the Mighty punished them. Rumi answered. Whitey who? Here, idiot. Rumi answered, showing them the social media page owned by a small-time influencer. The lizard twins had made their debut in the guy's special feed as they were shown being flung out of Izuku's restaurant by the tall bald robot, completed with stock sound effect of something falling from the sky whistling, and a final score detailing the style, landing, and technique of their flying journey towards the garbage bin at the opposite side of the street, in their case an 8.5/10 as a total score, completed with the stock sound effect of a roaring applause. It was not an isolated case. In fact, that influencer working in one of the restaurant in front of Izuku's was making a killing by posting a video series featuring troublemakers flying out of the restaurant thanks to Whitey, rapidly racking in followers and likes at each new update. Stripping Demon, Troublemakers Must Be Punished, Mighty Whitey, ST Ripping Avenger, Food Orgasm, Cinnabon Cooks Good, Cutie Chef, This Taste Awesome and many more hashtags were also trending a lot, increasing the popularity of both restaurant and robot exponentially. Pfft. Why in their boxers? The invisible girl Toru asked, giggling. What a better way to punish some losers than stripping them? Rumi replied with a feral smirk. Green Cloud Restaurant? Oh. I believe my brother went there yesterday, he praised its chef quite a lot. Tenya admitted, unsure. In truth his brother spent hours gushing about the chef's talent, and maybe, just maybe, Tenya was a tiny bit angry at the idea of somebody else being praised that much by his brother. Green Cloud, you say? Momo repeated, eyebrows shooting up to her hairline. You know it? It's Izuku's restaurant. Heavens, I promised I would have gone to visit him and still have not done it. I can't believe he opened a month ago and I still haven't gone there, the young woman admitted, ashamed. It was a very eventful month, Yamamoto. I am sure he will understand, Mina answered with an encouraging smile. We can go there together tomorrow if you want, Ochako added. Do you mind? She asked back. Not at all, the other girls answered as one. We all will go, I am curious myself. Mizo admitted, he too had heard of the place, and the few reviews he saw were all very positive. TCH. Might as well go there myself, before you one a buffoon stink up the place too much, Rumi declared haughtily, causing many of her classmates to facepalm in annoyance at her rough attitude. Of the two tables, only one guy was not thrilled at the idea of visiting the restaurant and meeting its chef. F-. Katsuki swore with a low voice, with his normal perennial scowl gaining an edge of dread in a matter of seconds. He really did not feel like meeting the guy yet. Pairing, Deku Momo Rumi Ochako ni Yayarzu? Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use nor I make a profit out of this, I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. If you read this, the chapter has been fixed by my beta-reader Mail, my savior and possessor of Big Dick Chad energy that managed to fix my story into proper English. Thank you, my man. Slightly smiling face. A Chef Rebirth Chapter 4, The Pro Hero Who Wept Because of a Spicy Dish. UA University, Class 1A. Ping ping. Ping ping. A happy tune echoed inside the classroom just a minute before the lesson started. Oh, and as always, Momo Yayarzu's smile turned from formal to warm as soon as she saw the message heralded by that custom alert. Have a nice day, you too. Should I put a smile? Or a heart, she muttered, thoughtful. Smile for a friend, heart for something more. When in doubt, use the kissing face, it can be used for both. Toru the invisible girl answered. Thank you. Momo answered, sending the message and then releasing a tiny sigh. Your chef friend? Mina asked. How do you know? I didn't. But the alert sound is different from other messages and you never pull out your phone in class, unless it's an emergency or that sound effect plays. You just confirmed who the sender is yourself, the pink girl answered, smiling smug. Oh, Momo muttered, looking a bit guilty. Don't be sad. He is just a good friend, yes? Toru asked. Yes. Took too long to answer, you would like him to be something more? Jiro asked with a smirk. Me and Izu.no, she replied, face burning red. Liar. Jiro answered with her earjacks jokingly poking Momo's cheeks. I am not. You still up for a visit to his restaurant then? I checked, it's in Yavin Street. Kinda fancy location to open his place, and it's not too far from here either. Mina asked, she too with a fanged smile on her face. Couple bus stops at most, Toru added. I don't think we can. Actually, I believe it will be possible. Tomorrow there will be that mysterious outdoor visit Professor Aizawa didn't want to give us details about. After lunch we'll be free, so if we actually leave to have lunch in another place, we should not have troubles, if we alert our teachers before that, of course. Tenya offered. You others are coming too? Mina asked. Everybody in our class is, apparently. Ribbit. I heard a couple guys from 1B2 will go, the rumors about that restaurant are spreading quite a bit. Tsuyu answered, croaking faintly. I am happy he is finally getting some recognition. Recently he had been harassed a lot by complacent health inspectors that just kept visiting him in hope of forcing him to close. Momo answered, sighing in relief. Why? Jealousy mostly. My brother was there when the police force questioned them. Few friends of Midoriya-san's rival tried to discredit him, they have been finally told to stop. Tenya answered. Oh. Underhand tactics to stop a chef threatening their businesses? Now I really want to try it. Mina answered, smiling intrigued. Then it's settled? Will we all go? Kaminari asked. If you don't mind, Momo asked. Ochako? I can pay for you if you want, Tsuyu offered. I don't need charity, the girl answered, ashamed. It's not charity between friends, silly head. It's just being friends. You will offer me lunch next time, the frog girl answered, smiling wide. Oh. Okay then. Cool. So we all are going to visit Momo's boyfriend then. Toru declared. He is not. If you react like that, nobody will believe you. Now sit down and let's start our new lesson, shall we? A woman in a skin-tight hero costume said with a cheerful tone. Yes, Professor Midnight, the entire class answered as one. Later that day, number 4, Yavin Street, Green Cloud Restaurant. The famous gourmet street was, as always, bustling in activity as the city's foodies congregated there en masse during lunch hour to satisfy their bottomless stomachs, clamoring and walking over each other to secure a seat in their favorite restaurant. Damn. They really have everything here. They even have American-style barbecue restaurants. Mina said in wonder. They say rent is not cheap here, does he manage? Aoyama asked, curious. He has a very good sponsor, even if my father is still digging around to see if it was a scam. They actually bought the entire 2-story building and asked Izuku to cook for them there, in exchange for his work the flat above the restaurant it's his to use. Momo answered. He has a sponsor? Shoto asked. A certain The System Incorporated, specialized in import-export of ingredients all over the world. Or so they present themselves. Never heard of them. Mizo admitted. Me neither, but everything seems to be in order. There, that's the place. Momo answered, pointing at the Green Cloud restaurant once the place came into view. Ooh. Small and cozy. Nice. Kirishima admitted with a wide smile. Doggy. Kota said with a happy smile as he neared the black dog sleeping next to the entrance. What do you want? The dog answered with an annoyed tone, only opening a single bleary eye to look at the boy and glare him into SBMSN. Nothing. Just saying hi, he answered immediately. Okay. Hi. Blackie answered with his baritone, magnetic voice gaining a sarcastic undertone before he returned to sleep. Don't bother the talking dog. Katsuki said, rolling his eyes. Sorry. Too cc a voice for somebody with that bulging belly, Siro commented while eyeing the faint rolls of fat that had started to appear on the once lean lord dog's stomach. It means the food's good then. Let's get in. Mina ordered with a cheerful scream while barging inside. Dling. The tiny bell on top of the door chimed happily as soon as they got in, with all of them turning extra happy at feeling the faint chill of air conditioning lowering the temperature just right, and even happier at the amazing mishmash of food aromas wafting everywhere. Good evening. What can I do for you? Izuku was soon walking up to them to welcome the students with a gentle smile. He is a cutie, Yamamo chose well. Toru whispered. She must be into freckles, his cheeks are adorable. Jiro whispered back. I find his chef uniform quite dashing too. Aoyama added. Quiet, you three. Tsuyu silenced them. Sorry if I took so long to pay you a visit, Izuku. Momo admitted with a sheepish smile. No need to worry, you are a future pro hero, your studies take precedence. My restaurant and myself will always be here for you, so there was no rush for you to come visit, he answered, chuckling amicably. Yes there was, I want to show you my support. I know my parents came here at least twice already, so it was only fair I came as well. So in exchange I brought along a few friends. I hope it won't be a problem, Momo replied in conviction. Thank you for the extra customers then. I have a couple of tables close to each other so you can sit together. There are also other students from AU, if you don't mind their company. Please, this way, the young chef answered while guiding them to their tables. Fellow students? No problem for us, Midoriya-san. Tenya answered. You must be Mr. Tensei's brother. He spoke very highly of you, he just left for his patrol, Izuku said with a surprised expression. Big brother came here today too? He seems to love my rainbow dumplings and stir-fried shrimp noodles, the other answered sheepishly. Do I see cold soba on the menu? Shoto asked, sounding almost surprised instead of monotonous. That would be my father's fault, he loves that dish so much I kind of put it on the menu as an homage. Why? You like them too? Yes, the young man answered. Oh. Amazing. Those idiots from 1A are here as well. It was then that a female voice growled in annoyance. Rumi, please. Pony Tsunatori begged with a groan. Hey, if they are idiots, it's only fair we call them that, the only boy of the 4-people table answered, huffing. Tetsu, not you too. Itsuka as well looked ready to die from embarrassment. What? You look for a fight, fucker? Katsuki asked with a challenging, fanged smile. Please don't fight inside my restaurant. Go out if you need to have a PP fight. Izuku asked, unimpressed, while Whitey's robot head immediately peeked inside the room from the kitchen. Troublemakers? Not yet, Whitey. It's okay, cutie. We are not here to cause trouble. Rumi answered with a sweet smile and kicking Tetsu's shin hard enough she forced him to fall back down sitting. Thank you, the chef answered, showing a tiny smile. Sure, if you bribe me with a kiss to the cheek I may feel inclined to make extra sure they all sit quietly, the bunny girl then said. Rumi. Pony yelled in scandal. Outrageous. Tenya gasped in horror. TCH, it was faint, but Ochako could swear she heard a strange, annoyed growling sound come out from Momo's mouth. I am afraid I can't do that, it would be highly unprofessional. But I am honored you offered me the chance. Izuku answered, bowing slightly. Ah. Well, there is always next time. You won't be able to say no forever. Rumi answered, unperturbed. I can kiss you if you want. I can kiss you everywhere. Especially on both of your lips. Mineta said with a lewd smile. Strip. Bang. Disgusting pervert dealt with. Whitey said proudly once Flash stepped into the room, stripped the short guy down to his boxers and then beach-slapped him out of the restaurant in the span of a single second to then return inside the kitchen. Thank you, Whitey. If he does it again, he will be blacklisted. Izuku answered with a sigh of relief. I like this place already. Toru admitted, amused, while she and the others took their seats. Good to know. Menu is written on those wooden tablets by the door while the small chalkboard lists the specialties we are offering today. If you don't see desserts, I will list them to you personally, since I like to change those daily. Everything is homemade, so sometimes I switch dishes around to offer some variety. Any particular request for drinks? Water for now, maybe a bottle of cola later, Momo answered, getting a few nods from the others. Perfect, please study the menu as much as you want and call me when you are ready, the young chef answered, giving them a bow before leaving. Once left alone, the two tables quietly started deciding what to order when a towering giant of a man with fiery red hair entered the restaurant with a scowl. Where's the chef of this place? The man asked. Oh, nice endeavor, Shoto uttered in disdain once seen the guy he was forced to call father enter the place with his usual lack of tact. That would be me, can I help you? Izuku asked after returning from the kitchen with a tray of food he delivered to a more isolated table. Dom, that stuff smells amazing, the pro hero with endeavor admitted with a low voice as soon as the aroma of those dishes filled the restaurant. Not now, Hawks. Is it you that kicked out my assistant, boy? Enji demanded. If you mean that unpleasant hag that was making a nuisance of herself just because a quirkless cooked her food. Yes, it was me. She was bothering my customers and stinking up my restaurant with her misplaced overblown ego. As the owner of this place I have every right to evict an eyesore like her. Izuku answered, still remembering the insults she gleefully hurled at him and at the man's son that was apparently at fault for not being perfect like Endeavor himself. The very same son that Izuku was certain was the boy with red and white hair at the moment glaring at Enji in barely concealed hatred. She is a pro hero, boy. Show some respect. Respect is earned, not a fancy gadget you get because you are obnoxious and have some superpowers. Izuku replied, unfazed. You dare? The man roared with a booming voice that rattled everybody's ears while fire covered his body. In answer the young chef took a huge breath as a fiery red flaming aura of energy enveloped his entire being. Like the clap of thunder, the short scream the small young man produced assaulted Enji and snuffed off the flames of his quirk, the sheer volume also almost blew up his eardrums, just like it almost deafened everybody else, while outside cars were heard come to a screeching halt as their windows exploded. Not a single piece of glass inside the restaurant got damaged, though. Wanna see who can scream the loudest? Izuku hissed in contempt as the towering figure of his old appetite demon he took back from his ice guy, a gorilla with blood-red fur and boar-like tusks, briefly appeared behind him. What's that? A stand? Kaminari asked. You can't make a JoJo reference in 2160, Katsuki answered, groaning. But it looks like one. With Enji. You dare raise your voice against Dash. You dare, you dare, you dare. Who are you, exactly? A pro he dash. Second place under that moron of All Might. Let it be clear, I am the last guy you can wow with the title of pro hero. I treat everybody equally, male or female, quirked or quirkless, pro hero or civilian. As long as one is a customer, they can rest assured I will treat them with the utmost respect and deliver them the food they asked for. Posturing idiots, bullies and troublemakers instead are neither needed nor will be missed. Your secretary, that I am starting to think you have an affair with, was bothering everybody, and between her and my customers are more important. Ergo, she had to go. Her doing it willingly was not an issue. Izuku answered. She is a pro-hero, boy. She is a useful member of society, contrary to you, chef. Enji hissed in contempt, and spitting chef like an insult. A tense silence fell into the restaurant as Izuku bristled in blatant fury. An ignorant fool dared to insult the category of chefs. Host Izuku must avenge his honor and teach this buffoon the true horror of an angry chef. Abrupt mission, teach endeavor humility. Reward, 10% bonus on your experience points total and unlocking the wine cabinet of wonders. The system's voice echoed inside Izuku's head soon after. What's that cabinet? He asked, slightly surprised. Host Izuku will gain the ability to add to the menu a selection of wines offered by the system. At the increase of Host Izuku's level, the number and quality of wines offered will also rise. When the host level will rise to the third step, Host Izuku will be permitted to produce his own wine, the voice answered. And Izuku found it a good incentive to shut the moron up. So you think we chefs are nothing? Izuku asked with a low, dangerous tone accompanied by the growl of the demon behind him. Seriously, what the hell is that? Zero whispered. Looks a bit like Dark Shadows. Only solid. SSH. You people can barely cook a decent meal, nothing more. Enji answered, scoffing. Let's put that to the test then. Izuku said with narrowed eyes. Last week I offered a small challenge to my customers, eating an entire bowl of spicy mapo tofu. The prize was a free meal ticket for 2 people and not one of them managed to last and win. I will prepare for you the exact same dish and if you can eat it whole without a single problem I will personally kneel in front of you and beg for forgiveness. But if you admit it's too hot, or even just gasp for air or show discomfort, you will cover the bill for everybody here. You feel up for it, pro-hero? The young chef asked while imitating the same scornful tone of endeavor. Ah, that's it? Then just kneel and be done with it. I am not one of those losers that eat here, you are not dealing with a sissy that can't handle some chili sauce. Endeavor declared haughtily, unknowingly losing any chance at sympathy from the customers present. If you feel so sure of yourself, then you won't have problems going through this bet, right? I will humor you, kid. Bring it on, eating for free is always welcomed. Enji answered, taking a table together with Hawks. I have a bad feeling about this, the winged pro-hero muttered in dread once the young chef disappeared inside his kitchen. Endeavor challenged the wrong chef. Momo declared. You sure? Shoto asked. Izuku's talent is more vast than what you may believe, I have full trust in his abilities, she answered. Inside the kitchen. System, I need my special chili sauce, is it ready? The new batch has finished fermenting and it's ready to be used. Thanks to the devil peppers that had been added, spiciness has increased by 70%, the system answered as a side cabinet opened to show dozens of unlabeled glass jars containing homemade chili sauce. Good. Izuku answered with a chilling smile as he took out a jar to study its blood-red content. Izuku's own creation, a blend of chili peppers and other spices mixed together to create a diabolical mixture that can only be described as agony in sauce form, that the young chef created in his lifetime as Zaus to appease his newfound love for spicy food, and to make Setsuno's life hell when he was younger as even SHE had trouble withstanding its power. 1 drop would make normal people sweat as if they ran a marathon. Normal dosage. 2 drops could melt through a normal human tongue. Challenge dosage. A spoonful could cause vivid hallucinations. Blackie's requested dosage. 2 spoonfuls were literally lethal for normal humans. Izuku's own lunch-dinner dosage. Izuku, in a bout of edginess, had called the first version Satan sauce, but to be fair, once he'd seen its effects the name became surprisingly apt. The young chef had decided to use 1 spoonful only of the thing, though. He almost went for 2, but even the system could not reassure him Enji would have survived that, so he opted for a single spoon, and 5 drops. Mapo tofu was a fairly easy recipe of Chinese tradition, and actually born to be spicy, thus Izuku's first choice when he wanted to have his Satan sauce take center stage to show both its divine taste and its world-ending spiciness. Let's see what the number 2 hero of Japan is made of, the young chef declared while taking a wide wok and putting it on the fire with some fresh oil already inside. Once stir-fried a mixture of spices until they became fragrant and tasteful, Izuku then poured in the same wok few ladles of chicken broth to simmer it in the spice mixture. Once done, he delicately added the pure white cute cubes of tofu he personally cut and infused in gourmet energy. Each one of those cubes trembled heavily at every faint movement of the wok as he gently turned them around in the sauce, and after adding some scallions he toppled everything with his chili sauce, soon turning the harmless cubes fiery red and making them almost shine in the room's lights like pieces of ruby. Finally ready, Izuku declared, smirking, once moved the finished dish into a big white bowl decorated with tiny and cute green clouds. Main room. Everybody watched as the young chef calmly walked out of the kitchen while holding with both hands the bowl of mapo tofu for his bet against the pro hero. Here he comes, Hawks muttered, his feelings of dread increasing tenfold at each step of Izuku. Let's see what you got, boy, Endeavor said with a feral smirk that faltered a little when the bowl was actually put on the table in front of him. As he took a deep breath and perceived the aroma surging out of the dish, his eyes widened. It was arguably a really spicy dish, and from its aroma, it was obvious that its spiciness was not just intense, but ferocious. This is my prized Hellfire Mapo Tofu. It's a variation of the traditional Mapo Tofu recipe I only make for this chili challenge. It's extremely spicy and intense. You can still back down from the challenge if you don't feel able, Izuku explained while pointing at the big bowl in front of Endeavor. Are you looking down on me, boy? The pro hero asked, growling. It's the usual warning I give to whoever takes this challenge. I won't be held accountable if you have vivid hallucinations or explode, the young chef answered, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. I handle fire every day, boy. You are not the one who decides if this dish is intense or not, it's me. I am the unquestioned Lord of Flames. Enji answered, sneering. Host Izuku should not worry. If one wants to tickle the nose of fate, then they can only blame themselves for their misfortune, the system declared, making Izuku wonder if even the genderless, strange entity as well found the pro hero unbearable. What are the crossed fingers for? Tokoyami asked. Lesson in humility or self-combustion? Mizo added. Or Coma? Mineta added as well, having just received a rare second chance from Izuku after some begging from Class 1A and returned to sit at the table once Momo created a giant and long shirt for him to cover himself with. Yes. Shoto answered. Then please, do enjoy it. And also remember the terms of our bet should you lose. Izuku answered with a sigh. He had heard the man was callous, but he just wasn't aware Enji was that much of an egomaniac. Get ready to lose. Enji sneered as he picked up the porcelain spoon next to the bowl and took another whiff of the tofu's aroma before scooping up a spoonful of it with a thin trail of red juice following behind it. I have become an instrument of your revenge and justice. I hope you know you owe me one now, Izuku declared while walking back towards the kitchen, leaving behind a confused Shoto. In the meantime, Endeavor slowly raised the spoon filled with tofu to his mouth, idly noticing how the blood-red color of the wobbly cubes was getting more sinister the closer the spoon came to his mouth, along the small voice in the back of his head growing more frantic in trying to stop him. Squish! Once seen him swallow the spoonful of tofu, the completely silent crowd watching him heard a soft squishing noise come from his mouth as he chewed. Oh! It actually tastes kind of good, Enji was forced to admit, awed at the pieces of tofu being so soft and tender they easily melted from the slightest bite and pretty much flowed down his throat by themselves, eager to be eaten. It was a given that it would also taste good, other than being spicy. Momo felt the need to remind him, as a way to defend her best friend's cooking skills. I still can't feel the spicy dash. Then it happened, as soon as his mouth was filled with the tofu's rich fragrance from his second spoon and he grew complacent, like a deadly snake poised to strike. The true power of Izuku's personal blend attacked the pro hero's entire being when he least expected it. At first Enji felt a wave of numbness travel from the base of his spine up to his head that made every single hair on his body stand straight like a needle. Then came an overwhelming scalding sensation surging from right under his skin and wildly rushing outside, as if every pore of his body had become a volcano ready to vomit lava everywhere. It felt even hotter than his own fire somehow. Ah, the man gurgled out pitifully, soon regretting his believing that thanks to his fire quirk he could not get scalded by a dish. Good God, he was wrong. He was so wrong. Too wrong. He is sweating, Siro said, matter-of-factly. No surprise. I felt my nose hair get singed as soon as Midoriya-san walked out of the kitchen with that plate. I don't want to think about what it feels like to actually eat that, Toru admitted. Like eating my acid? Mina asked. Something tells me that Endeavor-san would gladly drink your acid as a reprieve from that, Tsuyu answered, actually looking at the pro hero in pity. Ah, by now Enji was fearing having forever lost his ability to taste. If somebody told him he was eating boiling lava, he would have believed them. There was seemingly no end in sight as the spiciness kept mounting inside his mouth while his body turned completely red. Whoosh! Even his quirk awoke, covering him completely in flames as his instinct was fervently hoping the heat of his fire could somehow spare him some of that misery. Enjisan. Hawks yelled in worry. Have no fear, he won't burn a thing. Izuku, looking absolutely unfazed, reassured the customers present while delivering a new order to a table nearby. The table is not burning. Ochako confirmed with a faint voice. Indeed, the table, tablecloth, glasses, bowls, spoons and seats and everything else were still pristine clean. Even the floor was not getting damaged by the intense flames covering Enji's body. Not a single scorching mark was appearing anywhere, nor smoke or the smell of burning matter came to be. Are the tables made of asbestos? Mineta asked with a gasp. Talk. This is pure wood, and the tablecloths are made of cotton. And yet they aren't burning. Katsuki answered once, gently knocking on the table. As I said, have no fear. Endeavor-san does not have the skills to break anything in here. The answer of the young chef made several eyes bulge out in shock at the bold, but apparently true, statement. Everything has been built by the system. I was assured nothing can break anything in here. Izuku thought while walking away. Why I accepted. Enji groaned between clenched teeth as huge beads of sweat began to drip down his head and loudly splatter on the table. The pro-hero was already re-evaluating many of his life choices while swallowing the last mouthful of tofu remaining inside his mouth, and to the now overly sensitive skin of his throat the jelly-soft thing turned as rough as glass shards, leaving behind deep scorching marks everywhere during their journey towards his stomach. The pro-hero could no longer hold back his groans, turning into a whimpering dying animal as his nostrils contracted and emitted thick streams of smoke at each breath. Poor thing, a nearby woman muttered in sadness from her table. It happens when you don't know your limits, dear. He can only blame himself now. Her husband replied while taking her hand in his in a comforting manner. I am the one suffering, not her. Comfort me. Endeavor roared mentally, now tears as well started flowing from his eyes in thick boiling hot streams. Sir, how does it taste? Is the dish's spiciness intense or not? Izuku, maybe channeling a bit too much pettiness, asked with an overly innocent tone. Gabu.gabubu, whatever Enji tried to say came out garbled and distorted, because his tongue had been thoroughly cooked under the unrelenting hell that was the spicy tofu. Why? Why does something so spicy exist, God? For what reason do you let something so evil exist among your children? Enji, maybe already going insane from the spiciness melting his brain, for an instant felt very religious as he sent this heartfelt question up to the heavens. I pride myself in my personal chili sauce, it's my own secret recipe. If it is still not intense enough, you just need to take more mouthfuls of it. My blend is special, the more you eat, the more intense the flavor will be, what you felt up until now is nothing. The young chef explained while describing his chili sauce with a proud voice. Nothing? Nothing. That ware of your mother is nothing. This thing should be forbidden to use like mustard gas, bioweapons, and nukes. It's a chili sauce that only exists as a threat to human rights. Able to only roar in the privacy of his head. Endeavor glared at Izuku intensely enough to make others believe he was trying to incinerate the chef with his eyes only. Unless you are a little sissy that can't handle some chili sauce, of course. Turning just a tiny bit evil, Izuku threw back at Enji the exact same words the pro-hero dared to use against his beloved customers. He is dead, Midoriya-san tickled his ego. Shoto said with a sigh. Will he attack Izuku? Momo asked, immediately turning apprehensive. HN? No, I was referring to my father. Now that his ego and manliness have been put in question, he will lick that plate clean, even if it means he will die right after, he answered. You don't seem worried about that happening. Jiro asked, confused. HN, the young Todoroki answered with just a shrug. This dish isn't intense. It doesn't burn. I will eat everything. Enji gave a defiant roar, and to Izuku's surprise, the man actually emptied the entire bowl in one go and swallowed the remaining pieces of tofu whole. Tears came like a river then, and even the snot from his nose burned like acid on his skin while the pro-hero's fists pounded the table continuously as he valiantly fought the blistering heat, turning his mouth into an inferno. As sweat kept falling from his forehead like rain, he fixed his blurry and bloodshot eyes on Izuku's, like a feral beast no longer holding humanity inside, glaring at its prey. It was both scalding and spicy. Endeavor decided then and there that it was not God that made the skis, it was the devil himself. And that blasted chef was the devil's emissary to bring such foul agony to light. Still not intense? Izuku's gentle question horrified even Katsuki. No human was that merciless. Endeavor was clearly agonizing, and yet the young chef asked that question with a completely calm demeanor. Because remember, if it hurts now, it will hurt even more later. because all that will have to come out from your body, eventually, the young chef explained. Ah? Enji's complexion turned ashen immediately as that revelation dawned on him, and unknown to him, the looks of sympathy from the other customers grew in intensity. A moment of silence for his Asho, Gueh. Before Mineta could finish his disgusting remark, Mizo and Siro slammed their fists on the guy's head with zero mercy. There are people eating here, lil moron. Don't make me call the robot again. Tsuyu added. I give up. Enji had finally reached his breaking point, as his quirk stopped working, the fire enveloping his body rapidly dispersed and the porcelain spoon in his hand fell on the table with a resounding thump. He felt like he had just stripped off his clothes and jumped into a pool of magma. He could feel the spiciness permeate his entire body like a demonic possession. It was overwhelming to the point that it had begun distorting his view of the world. What was that? Izuku asked, leaning slightly forward as Enji's expression turned unsightly. From red, his face became scarlet, and then gradually began turning purple. Cough. Cough. I give up. You win. I can't take this. It's too much. The pro-hero fell sprawled on the table and coughed severely, with his hand grasping his throat as though it was about to spout fire out of it. Good to know. As promised, you will cover everybody's bill today. Hopefully you will have a different view of chefs after today, the young chef declared with a happy smile. Fine. Whatever. Now give me some water. Tears dripped down to Endeavor's cheeks nonstop, and the heat emitted by his cheeks made the tears seem like they'd evaporate any second. He craved water. He wanted to drink a large quantity of water, as his tears were doing little to moisten his swollen lips. Where am I? Where do I want to go? What am I going to do? Why are my lips so swollen? The pro-hero's thoughts were a mess now, raving like a victim of high fever. I'll bring you some very cold milk. When dealing with spicy food, water won't help much. Izuku gave a sigh and walked back towards the kitchen. Thank you. Enji gasped in gratitude. He would normally be furious with the boy, but the agony of the chili sauce had numbed even his feelings of anger, along turning his normally thin lips into giant sausage-like rolls of angry red flesh. As the pro-hero and Hawks moved to sit in a more isolated corner, the students from 1A and 1B were finally able to order their food in peace. I would have preferred watching Whitey strip him, but I take what I can get. Rumi admitted, grinning in amusement at watching Enji empty the giant bottle of chilled milk Izuku brought him in merely 3 gulps and then developing an elated expression. You already gave a sad spectacle, Enji-san. That's enough for today, a customer said while daintily cleaning his mouth with regal composure. Fine. Endeavor conceded with a bitter tone, before setting down to try fix his blistering lips. That reminds me, are you ready for the fish soup now, Nitai-san? Izuku asked. Yes, thank you. And congratulations, everything up until now has been delicious, the man answered while adjusting his glasses, having lost not an iota of composure while eating, to Izuku's relief. Yup. Absolutely amazing. Gunhead, sitting with Sir Nightai, added with a thumbs up. Genist at Nightai's other side as well gave a nod of praise. I aim to please. Are you others too ready for the next dishes you ordered? Yes. You bet. I will be with you in a second then, please give me a moment, the young chef answered, bowing, before addressing the tables of the students. Feeling the pressure of a full restaurant? Mina asked with a teasing smile as soon as he stopped at their table. Sigh. I really need to find a waiter or waitress, but I can't seem to find a good one, Izuku admitted with a defeated sigh. Why so? Momo asked. Various things. The last 3 were especially awful. One had such a bad memory she could not remember the customer's orders long enough to reach the kitchen window and tell me. The second was a stuck-up fool that wanted to tell me how to run my restaurant, and the last one left as soon as he learned I am quirkless. Apparently he found working for me an insult to his pride, he answered. I am sure you will find somebody good enough, you just have to have faith. Momo answered, smiling gently. I really hope so. But please, tell me what I should bring you, this small issue with Endeavor-san already made you waste enough time. Izuku asked with a sweet smile, although that same smile turned very stiff once he looked at Katsuki to take his order. You two know each other? Tenya asked once the young chef disappeared inside his kitchen. Between them and the guys of 1B, the ensemble of orders was extremely varied, enough so that the students did feel kind of bad since each one of them ordered something different. Sort of. Katsuki answered. You put him into a coma, Katsuki-san. Momo explained with a cold tone, way colder than usual as her sharp eyes drilled a hole in the blonde's head. What? How do you know? His mother and mine are close friends. Izuku comes to my house weekly to give cooking lessons to my mother, and often Inko-san accompanies him so that our mothers can have tea together after the lessons. My mother managed to have Inko-san explain what happened to her son that made him choose the path as a chef. You're almost killing him was one of the key factors, she answered. I did not dash. Please don't make a scene, Izuku cut him off while delivering water and a few appetizers to the table. Today I have edamame and pickled cucumber as an appetizer, feel free to ask for refills if you want, the first refill is free, he explained before walking towards the table of the students of Class 1B to deliver the same small dishes. I did not try to kill him, it was an incident. Katsuki said again, this time with a normal tone of voice. What part of blasting him away after he saved you was an incident? She asked. The blasting part, he hissed between clenched teeth. That sounds awful, Tenya admitted. I was wrong, okay? I was wrong. You almost killed an innocent bystander that actually helped you, that is worse than being wrong. Tokoyami answered. I am sorry, okay? Katsuki answered. Does he know you are? Shoto asked. He doesn't talk to me, he doesn't look at me nor does he want me anywhere close to himself or his family. I technically have a restraining order his family issued against me, I can get close to him only if I am accompanied by somebody else, I am not even supposed to be here, actually. I guess he did not force the issue just because you others kind of vouched for me, he answered. Do you actually want to apologize? Mizo asked. And tell him what? Sorry if I almost killed you, I was an a-hole, he shot back. That would be a good start, Bakugo-san. Izuku answered from behind him as he came to deliver a tray of carpaccio. Your appetizer, Momo, he then said, smiling gently and delivering the big plate of white puffer whale carpaccio he prepared for her. He passed that ingredient for common puffer fish whenever somebody asked, but it was actually the reward the system bestowed on him for passing his test. Just like the one you made when I got into UA, she asked, sounding very hopeful. The very same. Please enjoy your meal, he answered before walking away. Thank you, the girl replied, taking a couple of pieces with her chopsticks and swallowing them whole. And developing a blissful expression of pleasure while chewing. He heard me, Katsuki swore again. At least you know where to start. Shut up, birdhead. Can I try it? Tsuyu asked. Here, looking a bit reluctant, Momo moved her plate a bit towards the frog girl, who had the brainwave of taking just a single piece once seen the tall girl turn frantic at her chopsticks grabbing two. Curious, she muttered while studying the small piece of fish fillet and then trying it, going wide-eyed right after once tasted it. Mine. Momo, maybe sensing danger, immediately said while pulling the plate closer to herself. How's it? Ochako asked as she watched her friend chewing rapidly and without any intention of stopping. Holy sheet. Does it mean it's good? Jiro asked, smirking. Holy ribbit. Sheet. I take that as an, it's very good. Mina answered, chuckling. Izuku-san. I want a plate too. Tsuyu asked as soon as she saw the young chef come out from the kitchen to deliver a few dishes. To the other's surprise she sounded extremely needy. Now I am curious, Aoyama admitted. Me too. Midoriya-san. Can we have some as well? Toru called out as well. Puffer carpaccio? Okay. How many of you want it? Izuku asked. All of us. Okay. We want some too. Itsuka asked. Very well. Can I eat it while using your abs as a plate, though? Rumi added with a feral smirk. TTT, that is impossible at the moment. Hoi! 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 Enji shrieked in horror once seen the price of the dish they all asked for. You lost the bet, if you did not want to pay for all this, you should have won. Shoto answered, merciless. Tu quoque, the pro-hero bellowed with an expression of pure betrayal. What happened to the bond between father and son? To the love between family members? The man thought in misery. After that, more and more plates went amassed on the tables of the students of Class 1A and 1B, with the young men and women there gorging themselves, and looking at the young chef in awe for the sublime taste of the food, all at the pro-hero's expenses. 2 hours later. Sheet. I am about to explode. Katsuki said with a strained voice while massaging his bulging belly. It was all so amazing. Kaminari muttered in awe. We have to come here again, Toru said, groaning in fatigue. I want to eat more, but while the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak and ready to burst. Tenya added while looking in sadness at all the dishes on the menu he had not tried yet. That tiramisu was orgasmic. Mina admitted. Yes, it was delicious. Momo confirmed, having taken a few very generous portions of said dessert once she'd heard Izuku made it just that morning. The table with the 4 students from Class 1B were similarly stuffed to the breaking point, and from afar, Endeavor, soft sobbing was heard in all its misery. Those greedy students tried to eat him into poverty. Monsters. I take everything was to your liking? Izuku asked while nearing the students' tables. Yeah. I am coming here again, I don't care if my blood turns into ragu sauce or a heart attack kills me. You fucker have just become my DMN favorite cook. Tetsu answered with a thumbs up. Glad to hear that, what about you others? The young chef asked. Are you open to the idea of marriage? Rumi asked. The students of Class 1A almost died of fright at the sudden roar that tore its way out of Momo's throat once heard that. Yeah, marry him and invite me for dinner once a week. Pony shamelessly suggested. Me too. Itsuka chorused. To their surprise, Izuku turned cherry red and bashful, catching the eye of the female customers present at the cutesy scene. I don't think I can do that. You are a very pretty woman, I am afraid I am not worthy of marrying somebody pretty as you deserve somebody a lot better than me. Sounding absolutely shy, the young chef answered with a low voice and a very embarrassed expression. Whoosh. You should not sell yourself so short, you know? You have plenty of good qualities yourself. Plenty to attract any girl. Rumi had said that as a joke, having already prepared a pretty crass counter for his eventual answer, but being praised with that much honesty was not what she planned for, and while pulling down one of her long rabbit ears with one hand and playing with a fringe of her long white hair with the other, she gave a stuttered embarrassed answer herself. They look so cute, isn't that right, Yamamoe? Toru asked, both playful and actually gushing. Yamamoe? Is she okay? Mineta asked, scared. She is not blinking, Tokoyami whispered, sounding afraid. Yo! You there, big melons, BWHAM. Katsuki was actually the only one that got an answer from the young woman. Her fist moving backwards, she slammed on his nose without even looking behind her, and that made his entire face sink inwards in a perfect imprint of her knuckles. Not too far away, Sir Night-Eye and his colleagues left the money for their bill to Whitey and left the restaurant on the notes of Class 1A and 1B arguing with each other, and while Genist and Gunhead happily went their way once exited, the bespectacled pro-hero remained on the sidewalk to watch the young chef inside the restaurant. He knew Izuku had not been fully honest with Endeavor. The boy did recognize the value of pro-heroes, the serious ones, and what they did to society, and yet he also clearly held both Endeavor and All Might in slight contempt. And while one may understand how Enji could earn somebody's dislike, Toshinori instead was a different case, and Night-Eye was not letting his personal feelings get in the way of his judgment either. That young man has something against Toshinori, something personal. You don't use that much distaste while calling somebody a moron just because you are not a fan. That is a feeling with deep roots, he muttered, thoughtful. Whatever it was the boy's own personal affairs, something the pro-hero did not want to intrude upon, even if it did make him curious as to why that was the case. He calls himself a quirkless, and yet he could scream that loud and summon that avatar behind himself, and he doesn't like Toshinori. It was then that a theory faintly formed inside his head. Another quirkless asked me if he can become a hero even without powers. I might have been a bit too blunt in telling him it was not possible. He looked exceptionally hurt. There had been a moment, right after Toshinori had passed his quirk to Night-Eye's pupil Mirio, that he saw the blonde man turn sad all of a sudden and deliver that line with a regretful tone. If I heard correctly, Midoriya-san has been put into a coma by one of those students around the same PRD of time, could it be? Night-Eye muttered as he studied the young chef as he momentarily stopped by the table occupied by the students from Class 1A, and whatever he said, it seemed Ochako found it especially hilarious. Or at the very least, she seemed to find him personally endearing. Night-Eye decided that he needed to check a couple hospital reports to see where and when the young man had been brought to them, along remembering the date Mirio had his second quirk injected, because the last thing they needed was another villain acting on his hatred for heroes because the #1 hero of Japan destroyed his dreams before he could actually manifest his powers. There were many villains that turned to evil for far less. If that is the case, he may have manifested his dormant quirk thanks to the coma. If we get him soon enough, we can still teach him how to use his powers for good. Whatever those powers actually are. Night-Eye muttered, thoughtful. Just to be sure, he then muttered as he managed to lock eyes with Izuku. He had exchanged a polite handshake with the boy before leaving, meaning that he could actually use his quirk foresight to peek into the young chef's future to see if they could actually avoid him turning into a villain. GUH. Unfortunately, as soon as he tried using it, something forcefully and mercilessly snapped their connection, making Night-Eye stumble a few steps back with a splitting headache and blurry vision, and if he was not mistaken, there was blood dripping from his nose. Whatever it was, Night-Eye was almost sure it was not Izuku himself that repelled his quirk so brutally, but a third party. That theory was helped by the chef showing surprise at first and then annoyance as he glared at him briefly before returning to work. What was that? He muttered with a low whisper. A warning. You are trying to see into things beyond your understanding, kiddo. Next time your pretty eyes will be forfeit. That chef is beyond your or everybody else's reach. What is protecting him is not something you guys can trifle with. To the pro-hero's surprise, the answer came from the lazy dog sleeping next to the entrance. His voice was magnetically warm and deep, absolutely unfitting for a dog. What do you mean? Is this Lord Dog your teacher? No. Then just walk away and forget what you saw or heard. This is just a normal restaurant, nothing more. I said scram. Blackie muttered with a tone of finality, and as dog and man locked eyes, a deep sense of primal terror washed over Night Eye for a brief instant, before the dog returned to sleep. This doesn't make any sense. The pro-hero muttered while walking away, dozens upon dozens of questions piling up in his mind instead of going away. He felt there was something wrong about that restaurant, and he felt the need to see deeper into it and possibly save the young man working there from whatever nightmare was hiding behind its doors. Later that night, after closing hour. Once the last customer was gone, Izuku could finally close the restaurant, tidy up the place and spend a good 2 hours talking to the phone with his parents about how his day went, since Inko and Hayashi were apparently not happy enough to just be able to visit Izuku's restaurant whenever they wanted. Not that Izuku minded, he loved his parents too much to refuse their visits or calls. Once everything was done, the young chef washed himself and prepared to go to bed, only for the system's voice to suddenly ring in his head, followed by a happy fanfare. Congratulations to host Izuku for reaching the 100 dishes served goal in the month time limit. An extra 2 bottles have been added to the wine cabinet as a prize. The voice said. The wine cabinet Izuku unlocked thanks to Endeavor willingly destroying his bowels for their bet was a tall fridge-sized glass cabinet completely transparent and big enough to contain 40 bottles of wine, 5 for each row. It now contained 6 different kinds of white wine and 6 reds, counting the extra ones he was just gifted with, and while only middle range in quality, they were still the sort of stuff wine lovers would love to see on the menu. Speaking of Endeavor, Izuku found himself idly wondering what the pro-hero was doing at the moment. With Enji, his personal office inside his hero agency. God, WHYYYYYYYYY. A miserable shriek of agony echoed everywhere inside the office as the pro-hero Endeavor was still blocked sitting on his personal toilet trying to not defecate his own organs out of his body. His underlings could only listen powerless as their boss and favorite hero sobbed uncontrollably while trumpeting sounds kept exploding out of his behind, bringing his shame to new heights as a result. No more. No more. I'll respect chefs, I swear. Just put an end to this torment, the man whispered while crying fat tears of sorrow. Back with Izuku. I hope he is okay and not suffering too much. Izuku muttered with a sigh. All things considered, he loved his restaurant, even if he kind of missed the more exotic ingredients of the gourmet world, that while difficult, were always a pleasure to cook. About that, dear host, as soon as that thought crossed his mind, the system talked again. And here I jinxed myself. Host Izuku, as the aspiring god of cooking of the hero world, you must not be idle, but venture outside to hunt for ingredients. Be brave and work hard, young man. The system declared. Hunt down ingredients? Okay, I guess. Where am I supposed to go? The sea? The mountains? Izuku asked. The system will teleport you into another world, where you will have 24 hours to collect enough ingredients to fulfill your quota. Find the special ingredient to unlock an extra, special reward. Another world? A simple human world like this one offers not the right ingredients to nurture a future god of cooking. As such, the special rules have been implemented. Tomorrow at dawn host Izuku will be brought to the jungle world by the system's teleport array. Reward for successful meeting of requirements. 10% bonus EXP. 1 fragment of the God of Cooking set. Access to the rainbow fruit from the world the host knows as Zaus world. Bonus reward for the capture of the king python. Access to the ingredient known as BB corn from Zaus world. The system answered. A second fragment. If I do this I would then only need another to unlock that knife again, and even gain access to 2 other good ingredients from the gourmet world of Zaus even without leveling up. And while not ingredients of the highest grade, here those 2 would be a huge sensation all the same, just like the puffer whale already is. What happens if I fail? Host Izuku will lose 60% of his total EXP and lose his washing machine privileges for a month, the system answered. GUH, the young chef grasped his chest in horror. Not only would he lose a ton of experience points, thus slowing his leveling up, but he would also be forced to wash all those dishes by hand for a month. He hated doing the dishes by hand. I accept the terms. Izuku answered with blazing eyes. Due to his cooking teacher's methods for punishing his students, washing the dishes had become one of the young man's worst nightmares, making him ready to do everything to avoid such a fate. Good. The system will immediately start organizing for the teleportation of tomorrow. Nobody will notice host Izuku's absence. Host can rest assured and only worry about preparing himself for the trip, the metallic voice answered. Okay, the young chef replied. When the next day he woke up, Izuku went through his usual training regimen of cutting and carving until the system alert for him to get ready came, and once took a shaky breath. The young chef moved to the middle of the kitchen to wait for his trip to another world to start, Whitey already standing behind him and ready to accompany him. He was ready, full of supplies and shaking heavily. Is host Izuku ready? The system asked. Yes. Good. Commencing teleport. The metallic voice answered, and in an explosion of blinding light both chef and robot disappeared without a trace. Whoom. As soon as the rain of starlight faded away, the young man found himself in the middle of a luscious forest of giant trees as big as skyscrapers and very tall grass, all around him the chirping, growling, howling and cawing of numerous faraway animals. I can do this. It's not different from any trip I made to the gourmet world as Zaus. I did it once, I can do it again. Izuku muttered to psyche himself up before walking forward with Whitey silently following behind him. And while this happened, Momo and the rest of Class 1A were going to visit the USJ building, unaware of what a disaster that school trip would be. Author explains corner. In the original novel, the main character Bufang is sometimes tasked by the system to go collect a special ingredient somewhere in the world he has been moved on to open his restaurant. Those missions more often than not result in Bufang fooling some guy's plans as collateral damage. In this story Izuku will go in similar missions for the system. Sometimes they will be harmless and take place in other worlds, plural, but often those missions will take place in his home world, and those will put him between the villains and their goals, meaning All for One will soon start to be pissed with a mere quirkless chef too. XD. Pairing, Deku Momo Rumi Nijiro Chako. Some have rightfully pointed fingers at the choice of de-aging Rumi and the addition of Nijiro, and they all made valid points, but I also enjoy the idea so I accepted the request, even if to add Nijiro I had to shift around a couple of things I had planned for the Rumi pairing. Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use nor I make a profit out of this, I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. If you read this, the chapter has been fixed by my beta reader Dmail, my savior and possessor of Big Dick Chad energy that managed to fix my story into proper English. Thank you, my man. Slightly smiling face. How I envision the Blackie of this story. I find it simply majestic. A Chef Rebirth Chapter 5, The Invincible Lord Dog. UA University, parking lot. Katsuki wore a thoughtful expression while he waited for the rest of the class to board their bus for whatever little expedition their teachers saw fit to tell them nothing about, and even if it was for safety's sake, the young man found the entire thing stupid, to say the least. Bunch of paranoid BSTRDS, he muttered. As of lately, though, his thoughts shifted a bit towards an old acquaintance of his, once dreaming of becoming a hero, and now working as a chef in a small restaurant. You would have found all this exciting, wouldn't you? Blabbering on and on about everything, always so furiously mumbling about bullshit you find interesting. I wish you were here. Sitting alone in that bus, Katsuki muttered that admission with a long sigh. He fed up, that much he could admit at least in the secrecy of his thoughts. He finally saw him after more than 1 year and Izuku had treated him coldly. He didn't like that. And the more he thought about the chef, the more he found things were strange. The light in his eyes, the posture, the mannerism that he was serving pro heroes and was not fangirling about them. What happened to him? Something's up with him. He muttered, and he almost didn't notice the bus departing as soon as the last student boarded it. He needed to have that restraining order revoked. There was something wrong with the nerd and Katsuki needed more freedom of movement to uncover the truth. He needed to look deeper into that restaurant. Izuku was supposed to be a bubbly, annoying and ever-excited nerd, not that block of wood he had met. At the same time, jungle world, forest patch. Truffles. Giant white truffles as far as eyes can see. An extremely excited squeal reverberated through the entire forest as a young chef kept digging up giant white truffles as big as watermelons by the dozens, and all of them of astounding quality. Contrary to Katsuki's fears, Izuku was still the ever-excited, bubbly nerd he remembered, only now his interest had moved from heroes to cooking thanks to his do-over as a chef, and now that he was in another world and surrounded by ingredients he had never seen before in both his lives, he was mumbling non-stop about every dish he could possibly make once back home. One of the aspects that assured Izuku he was in another world was that the trees forming the forest were absolutely immense in size, and it was not just a hyperbole, every single one of them could easily be hollowed out and turned into apartment complexes. The bright blue leaves most of them supported also helped. Bang! Of course, just like in the gourmet world of Zaus, every excellent ingredient was never really alone, but surrounded by other animals mounting guard to it or using it as bait for their own prey, like the giant flock of four-eyed boars each the size of a truck that had made their home in the same area where those truffles grew. Luckily Whitey was more than eager to smash its big metal fists on the things' heads to knock them out so to leave Izuku free to collect truffles at his leisure in total safety. A male and a female are kept alive, while everyone else will be properly prepared and stored. Remember? Izuku asked the robot. Understood. Whitey answered, leaving 2 adult exemplars alive while giving the finishing blow to the other adults. The young ones instead were permitted to escape. With this, I have collected enough ingredients to cover the 1-star and 2-star level, plus extras to have some reserves that will last me until the breeding program back home is stable. The young chef said, sighing, while moving to clean the dead boars, removing the skin, separating the meat in its various cuts and so on. The system's mission was fairly straightforward: collect ingredients in great quantities, animals and plants, on a list separated in levels from 1 to 5, each level representing how difficult it was supposed to be for Izuku to collect them. And if they were animals, whenever possible he was also supposed to capture a male and female alive that will be put in the breeding area of his restaurant storage room. He will be free to visit whenever he wants once returned from this particular trip into the jungle. 20 different 1-star ingredients. 20 different 2-stars ingredients. 10 different 3-stars ingredients. 10 different 4-stars ingredients. 5 different 5-stars ingredients. Luckily plants and animals were not counted separately. Izuku feared how long it would have taken him otherwise, but with how hyped he felt, he was not exactly as worried as he felt he was supposed to be. Okay. All of a sudden a loud storm of angry howls echoed all around Izuku, and the source was a crowd of furious monkey-like beings with bright yellow fur and goat horns on their heads appearing from their hiding spot on the tree's foliage. They all glared downwards at the chef with their purple eyes narrowed into slits while showing their drooling maws in a threatening manner. Each fang of theirs was dagger-long and very sharp. That should be, Izuku, unfazed, muttered while perusing the small booklet the system gave him and detailing the ingredients he could ideally find in that world, all neatly separated by level and deliciousness. Aiche. Ram monkeys. A 3-stars ingredient with tough but delicious meat. That means they will be a good ingredient for stewing, steaming and much more. And the higher level is all just because they always attack in big packs. Izuku said, amazed, while opening a small box he took from a pocket to recover a thin and long needle. Crack. Crack. Knocking. The favorite hunting method of the people from Zaus world. Good for capturing ingredients non-lethally by striking the nerves or pressure points that controlled the movement of living creatures with the use of specialized techniques or the use of biodegradable needles fired from various implements, known as knocking guns. If that any beast could be transported alive at the hunter's leisure. However, the location of these nerves was different in every species, so a great amount of knowledge and experience was required to use knocking techniques or knocking guns effectively. As a possessor already of a knocking patent, Izuku had more than an inkling about how to use it on himself or other beings for an insane variety of offensive, defensive, support and healing effects, like he just did by STMLTNG the pressure points of both his own arms, and especially his fists, to make them grow exponentially in size until both arms turned giant and full of enormous bulging muscles. Let's capture them all, he yelled in glee. Understood. Whitey answered, eyes flashing red. The monkey's eyes too turned bloodshot red out of rage, angry at the small furless thing not finding them scary at all. Yes, they were small compared to the boars, but they were many. And their heads were harder than rock while their claws and fangs were super sharp. Was it so hard to get some fear from their prey? They were monkeys with ambitions. Not some food. Oh okay. With a very battle cry-like roar, the pack leader initiated the assault himself, by showing that their ornate twisty horns weren't there just for show as the male used its strong legs to shoot forward like a bullet to headbutt the new prey to death. Bang! 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 Each of the dozens of monkeys around the leader as well jumped forward at high speed, soon covering the area in deep craters as the big monkey bullets rained from the sky from every direction one after another. Feisty. I like it. Izuku declared happily, having dodged the first salvo with a forward burst of speed that brought him right in the middle of the monkey group. Bodhi Pestle, giving him the needed opening to nail the second in command of the pack with a bone-shattering right hook that cracked heavily the monkey's skull and sent it flying. Bodhi, from Buddhist terminology, enlightenment. So, pestle of enlightenment, punch. Uk. The outrageous act apparently launched the pack leader, and every other monkey, in a bloodthirsty frenzy that resulted in all of them attacking both chef and robot at the same time. All 45 of them. Izuku couldn't help but shriek as the horde rained on him. 1 hour later, USJ building, earthquake emergency area, with Katsuki. Change of plans, I am happy the nerd is not here, the young man mentally hissed as he fought against a guy with patched leathery skin tossing blue fire at him. Come on, hero. I want to see how good you are. The villain mocked him relentlessly from his hiding spot. The so-called school trip had gone to shit as soon as they just entered the DMN place. The boss of the building, Pro Hero 13, was just giving her opening speech when a portal opened and several villains walked out, all swaggering and stuff. We are the League of Villains. One of them, a guy with a body apparently made of blackish smoke, had declared once finished his speech about the entire class of AU+ teachers being perfect as a first act for their birth, and while Aizawa and 13 had been left behind to fight the monster the villains brought along, every other student had been neatly divided in groups and teleported by that Kurogyri into different sections of the building where various other villains guided by one of the guys that arrived with the portal were already waiting for them. He and a couple others were facing the villain they called Dabi, and the young man's fire was strong enough to repel Katsuki's explosions long enough for him to dodge them. This in turn left enough of an opening to the other villains to try blindsiding him right after. Run a bit more. I can see you can do better than this, kids. Dabi would also mock them relentlessly from the sidelines at every given opportunity, another thing that angered the students facing him quite a lot. With Momo, fire disaster area. Can you see her? Momo asked with a faint voice. Not at all, Ochako answered. The two girls, along with Jiro and Hantasiro, were at the moment trapped in the fire-themed area and put against a blonde girl called Himiko that seemed able to melt into the few shadows in the room to disappear. Can you tell where she is hiding? Hanta asked Jiro. Too much fire and other sound effects, I can't hear that psycho. But I can easily tell you where the other BSTRDS are, the girl answered. They all were covered in shallow cuts as Himiko took clear pleasure in seeing them bleed, thus wishing to prolong the fun as much as she could. It's still something, the young man answered. How much tape can you still make? Momo asked. Not much, and not enough to trap all of them. This fire is making me dry up faster than normal, soon I won't be able to use my quirk anymore, he answered. I am running low on body fat too, I will be forced to stick to small creations for now. Momo admitted. Then we'll need to first leave and regroup with the others. Ochako suggested, and got nods of approval from her friends. Hehehe. Why leave so soon? We are having so much fun. Himiko's disembodied voice came from their side as the girls swiftly jumped out of their blind side to slash at them with a wicked-looking combat knife. Jiro. Momo yelled while pushing the girl away and watching the blade open a deep cut on her shoulder as a result. Momo, the other yelled with wide eyes. Hi. See? It's so Fuyuan. Himiko, giggling deranged again, declared before melting into the shadows once more to disappear. Here. This should hold for now. Hanta said immediately, and added a long stripe of tape created by his quirk to the clean piece of fabric the girl created with hers to patch her arm enough to stop the bleeding. Thank you. We need to hurry and regroup with the others before that girl kills us a piece at a time, Momo answered with a grateful tone and labored breath. She and everybody else though were unaware that something was keeping tabs on what was happening, and that close call between Momo and Himiko raised several serious red flags for the entity watching. Crisis detected. Likelihood that the girl's death will hinder the host's ascension to God of Cooking, 67%. Preparing countermeasures. As soon as the system determined the state of emergency, the plump dog sleeping in front of the closed Green Cloud restaurant opened its sleepy eyes and frowned immediately. So a weakling is putting this Lord Dog's source of spicy beef noodles at risk? Certain sins deserve divine punishment. Woof, the dog declared with a magnetic, baritone voice full of merciless annoyance. With Izuku, Jungle World, night. The young chef was at the moment bent over a stone basin having an improvised cooking showdown with the so-called chef of a semi-primitive tribe of lizard men he had met while ingredient hunting. It was either accepting the challenge or be eaten alive, not much of a choice on the matter. The system had told him that due to different time flow, the 10 or so hours he had spent in that jungle world roughly translated into a single hour in his original world, thus explaining why the entity told him to not worry about people noticing his absence. If things went properly, he would actually be able to open his restaurant in time for the lunch rush hour. If those lizard men actually stopped bothering him. He only had 14 hours left in his time limit and he still had to collect enough 4 stars and 5 stars ingredients to complete his mission, even if thanks to this challenge he was forced to take part to mean he could pilfer a couple 4 stars ones when nobody watched. 5 stars mean either very rare or very dangerous ingredients. Where do I look for them? Izuku thought while adding the fillets of fish to the soup he was making, once done removing their very tough, purple-colored skin and scales to show the milk-white tender flesh under it. Coral fish, a 4 stars ingredient. You want to meet the god of mountains? You must cook good offering then, the bulkiest, tallest, and meanest lizard man of them all, the leader, explained while studying the big pot the young chef was working with. But if you lose, we eat you, a near guard added while licking his lips with a long purple tongue. I know that I know, the young man answered with an annoyed sigh. Leaving the soup to simmer under a low flame, the young chef focused on the second dish he planned for, a giant steak made with the meat of an enormous crocodile-like creature with a scorpion tail. The system, in all its unoriginal cringe, named Scorpiodil, 4 stars, a name that made Izuku's skin crawl every time he thought about it. Naming things is hard, host Izuku, the system said once again. Deciding the ingredient was good enough by itself to not require much extra work to make it tasty, he just worked the tender meat hidden under the bulletproof skin of the thing into a mouth-watering medium-rare steak, releasing thin strands of oily juices whenever he moved it on the flat and thin rock he was cooking it on. You would need a .50 caliber rifle to puncture the skin, and yet the meat under it is so amazingly soft and tender, the young chef muttered, impressed. A couple of living specimens of the various ingredients he found in the tribe's cages and nearby river had also been borrowed by Izuku before the challenge even started, and he still played dumb whenever the daughter of the tribe leader asked him over and over if he saw her 2 crocodile pets anywhere once she discovered their disappearance. Rorororo. Several stomachs whined in agony as the guards too close to Izuku went continuously bombarded by the thick waves of aroma coming from the young chef's soup and steak. This is torture, chief. We want some, one of the guards said with a whining tone. No. Offering for the god of mountain can't be eaten by others, the leader answered with a barking growl. The god of the mountain. I hope my hunch is right and the king python I am hunting for my bonus is the same creature. Izuku thought while turning the steak on the stone and releasing a new dense cloud of aromatic steam that further tortured the guards, making sure he wouldn't try to escape until finished the challenge. Stranger can't win. Father made offerings for god of mountain, grandfather made offerings for god of mountain, and I made offerings for god of mountain, the lizard man, Chef Izuku was fighting with, declared while still glaring at the young man. You did not remove the fish skin or innards when boiling it, nor remove the surface fat from the crocodile meat, nor cleaned the stomach before roasting the whole thing on the fire, both will taste too bitter. Izuku answered, finally tired of the thing's jabs at his cooking abilities. Stomach and innards stay. That's where the taste is. That's where both animals' feces are. Izuku snapped back. Fey what? Sorry, Mom, they're sheet, you moron. If you want to use the innards, you clean them first. Cleaning? Why? Who says sheet does not taste good? The lizardman chef asked back, annoyed. Pretty much everybody, apparently. Izuku hissed back in answer while pointing at the tribe leader and everybody else, faces turning even greener than what they already were. Chief, I don't know if you use that to cook. Please do not use it anymore, the tall lizardman half-begged while gagging. I knew the food tasted strange when he made it. I was right, one of the guards was heard muttering right after. You others know nothing of good food, the lizardman chef replied, huffing haughtily. Neither do you, one of the elders countered. Your mother is a EGG breaker. Hoi! You wash tongue when talking about my mother, the elder shrieked back. Enough. The leader of the tribe gave a loud roar that immediately silenced the argument, before looking at both chefs' dishes. Your food is ready? Yes, both said. Good. Bring them to God's voice, she will tell who is the winner. The God's voice was an extremely old-looking female lizard woman with gray-green scaled skin and only one eye working, the other was dull and devoid of life. She walked while leaning on a tall wooden stick and smelled of burnt herbs. This is offering for the god of mountains? The old lizard asked with a whisper of voice. Yes, voice of God. Stranger wants to meet the god of mountain, so he must prepare a better offering than tribe chef. Then the voice of God will judge, the old female answered while nearing Izuku. Your future is mist to me. How so? She said once studied him for several minutes. I don't know, voice, the young chef answered, unsure. Great power helps you, scary great power. This is your offering? Yes. Soup made with the fishes of your grand river and steak made with crocodile meat. Crocodile steak. Fish soup. Please, let this weak one taste for you, your offering, great god of mountain, the old lizard said before taking a sip of the soup and a tiny bite of the steak. And the thing's only working eye widened slightly at the taste of both. As Izuku expected, the fish soup he made with those 5 different fishes offered a delicate taste, further enriched by the various spices he added to the stock to create a slightly dense soup bringing forth the full flavor of the fishes and perfectly framing their tender and flavorful meat, but without the unpleasant smell usually accompanying fish meat in general. The steak was soft and fragrant instead, with a strong meaty aroma that filled the mouth and tickled the nose at each bite while bouncing between the teeth and caressing the palate whenever one chewed. The stranger wins. You did not try my offering, the lizardman chef yelled in outrage. You always prepare the same food, day after day after day. Offering is just the same every time too. No need to try it, the old lizard answered, waving him off, before calling the chief closer to her to whisper in his ears. Yes, he asked. Kick more onto big wolves and keep the stranger. Good food is a blessing, she said. You sure? Best food ever eaten. Your daughter is also raping the stranger with her eyes since he arrived. If we lucky, he is also virile enough to give her many eggs other than good at cooking for tribe. I want to be a great-grandmother soon, she answered. Eeggs. I am too young to be a grandfather, the tribe leader shrieked in horror. Wham! In answer, the old lizard whacked him on the head with her wooden staff. I say keep him. But, Mum, the chief said with a long whine, and getting a second whack on his head from the old lizard. I am old and want great-grandbabies, and she clearly wants to have his eggs too. She still looks at him in need when he doesn't see her. Keep him in here. We need good food and new eggs to grow a strong tribe. Okay, Mom, the chief relented with a defeated tone. What's happening? Izuku asked, unaware of his innate talent of attracting hot things working even in other worlds. You have no need to worry, stranger. Say, ever thought about starting a family? Big family, the old lizard woman answered while she, the chief and his daughter, Izuku, and the tribe chef and the other lizard men walked into an ordinary procession towards a big gate made of bones residing in the back of the small village right on the edge of a tall cliff. A couple of times. Izuku answered, unnerved by the strange question and relaxing only when he saw Whitey walk right behind him to shield him from the strange looks the chief's daughter kept leveling at him from time to time. She was pretty in a certain way, and the fact that she dressed in just a tiny loincloth and striped bra showed off the very generous curves Mother Nature bestowed on her, especially the chest with both mounds of her BRST being slightly bigger than her head, and her very tall and well-trained physique too was objectively nice, but she just could not capture Izuku's interest, and for some reason he missed. He kept comparing that lizard woman to Momo and found her lacking every time when compared to the young hero student. Finally the long procession reached the bone gate. Next to that, the river protecting the back of the settlement was noisily throwing itself down the cliff into a giant waterfall, saturating the air in a thin mist of water particles and filling the small lake of the valley below. Put the offering on stone, the god of mountain will accept your offering and give you the answer you seek, the old lizard woman explained while pointing with her wooden staff at a crudely made altar made of rock. Okay. Patting the belly of the robot following him, Izuku carefully put the pot of soup and giant steak on the stone and took a step back. God of mountain. We have an offering of stranger for you. Help strangers find answers with your wisdom, we beg you, the old lizard prayed with a loud voice. Baru. Right after that, the tribe chief unclasped a big horn from his belt and blew through it, releasing a deafening low tune that echoed on the valley under them. When the last echoes of the horn died down, the ground under the group started shaking violently and an enormous shape surfaced from behind the waterfall to climb the mountain upward and meet them. Is that the king python? Izuku mentally asked with eyebrows rising up to his hairline. Correct, host. That is the special ingredient you need to collect for your bonus. This 1,000-years-old specimen will be especially tasty once prepared thanks to the extremely sedentary life it has lived in the resources-rich territory around you. Please capture it either alive or dead, dear host. The system answered. Easier to say than done, the young chef admitted with a low voice. The king python was a monstrous giant snake with lustrous black scales and a stubby red horn on top of its head. It was a towering beast big enough to easily swallow an entire subway train whole with lots of space to spare in its maw and gut. God of mountains is here. Present him your offering and ask your question after he eats the food, the chief whispered to Izuku before he and the old lizard woman walked away to leave him and Whitey alone with the thing. Hisses, a giant pink tongue briefly poked out of the thing's mouth as it neared the offered food. You can't make offer. I make offer. When he saw the giant snake actually accept the food, the tribe chef turned near insane in rage and tried jumping Izuku with its knife held high. Stop, the tribe leader yelled in fear as the noise clearly put the giant snake on alert. Killing intent against host detected. Entering battle mode. Whitey answered, eyes flashing red, by grabbing the crazed lizard man by the neck and lifting him. AGK. The lizard gasped in pain, but undeterred by the hold on him, he threw the knife at one of the giant snake's eyes. Splotch. HISSSSSSSHAAAA. With a tiny spurt of blood, the giant snake threw back its head and released a loud high-pitched shriek. "No," the old lizard woman yelled in horror. "If you like God of Mountain, then get in God's belly," the crazed chef yelled in glee. While still thrashing around violently, the giant python slammed against the cliffside with its whole body, destroying the altar and the terrain under it and causing a small avalanche when an entire side of the cliff crumbled to dust under the animal's immense weight. "Whoa!" Izuku yelled as the ground gave in under him and he found himself falling into the void, and right inside the mouth of the angered giant snake waiting for him with its maw fully open. Chomp! With a thundering sound, the giant python swallowed the chef whole and gulped him down together with the falling food and few hundred kilograms of rocks, before sending a glare to the rest of the tribe and moving to attack them as well. Attempt to detect the host's life. Switching to extermination mode. Kill. Whitey eyes immediately turned from red to purple, while his left hand sunk into his arm to switch place with the wide blade of a squared butcher knife. Wah! That was how far the tribe chef could go before the robot cleaved him vertically in half with a single swing of his arm blade, before boldly jumping on the giant python's face to fight with it. "You fool! Great power protects stranger. Now ruin will reign on us," the old lizard woman yelled while taking the hands of both tribe leader and his daughter to pull them away. But the God of Mountains. Screw the God of Mountains. Our lives are more important. Iron thing and great power protects stranger and we offend both. Now we run, the old thing yelled in fear while dragging both away in a surprising feat of strength for something as ancient as her. Boom! Boom! Thump! Crash! As they ran, the three could hear the battle between Whitey and the giant snake demolish the gate and the few foolish guards that tried intervening. Unfortunately, only the chubby robot seemed able to go toe-to-toe with the creature while everything and everybody else just went pulverized by the python's massive tail and body. Host must be protected. Kill! Whitey would roar from time to time while either smashing his big fist on the python's head or hacking away pieces of its body with the arm blade, soon turning the giant snake head into a mess of broken scales and flesh dripping blood in astounding quantity. Badu! A rather violent body slam the snake attempted to shake off the robot caused another big chunk of the cliff to turn to dust, a piece big enough even the animal couldn't avoid falling down to the valley below, still with Whitey holding onto its nose with one hand and relentlessly slashing down with his arm blade. Boom! The impact with the ground was terrifying, demolishing hundreds of trees and rising a giant cloud of dust as the giant python landed headfirst on the ground below but finally throwing Whitey away. The robot simply rolled on the floor a couple of meters before returning to his feet with not even a scratch on his body. Hiss! 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 Meanwhile the giant python was strangely moving around in clear agony before setting its eyes on the robot and trying to swallow him whole. Destroy! Whitey in answer welcomed the assault and once avoided the bite climbed again on the snake nose to plunge the arm blade elbow deep inside one of the animal's eyes. Hisses hiya! The python shrieked horribly as it started slamming its head on the ground over and over, desperate to shake off the chubby robot. Kill! Still unsatisfied, Whitey took a hold of the eye the blade was piercing through with his other hand, and with a mighty pull, he managed to gouge out the giant eyeball of the snake in an explosion of thick blackish blood. Boom! Finally too tired and wounded to fight anymore, the giant python collapsed on the floor with a weak whimper-like sound and its breathing growing rapidly shallower the more blood it lost from its various wounds. Host! Whitey asked once calmed down, blade returning inside his arm to leave its place to a proper hand and eyes once again colored white. The insane amount of blood covering the robot had also rapidly evaporated thanks to the system, leaving it perfectly clean. Forcing the almost dead snake to lie on its side, the robot finally understood why the snake was thrashing around violently in agony during their fight when he noticed a strange bulge appearing on the python's belly at random intervals, as if something was trying to push out from deep inside it. Script. Finally, the tip of a common kitchen knife branded with I-Island insignia faintly surfaced from a tiny cut on the snake's belly, immediately catching Whitey's eyes that moved towards it with heavy and rapid steps. Host is alive, the robot declared while gently shoving both hands inside the tiny slit Izuku opened on the python's belly from inside to tear a giant hole open for the chef to walk out of the animal's stomach. Ugh. Okay, the first sortie could have gone better, he admitted while grimacing at the smelly gastric acids and drool covering him. Congratulations to the host for capturing the special ingredient for your mission, the system declared with a happy chime while cleaning off the muck from Izuku's body and clothes. Lavender. Nice, the young chef said once, giving a whiff to his now clean clothes and skin. The king python will be now moved to the restaurant storage, and the ingredients inside the stomach that are still in acceptable conditions will be also counted as properly captured as per host's request, the system said, making the giant snake fade away and disappear without a trace, gouged out I too. Good to know the ones I put aside while in there are still valid for capture. That means I only need 2 5 stars and 1 4 stars ingredient left to find to complete my mission. Izuku said with a sigh of relief. As the entity said, the snake was used to easily gorge itself with everything it came across, and that meant a wide collection of good ingredients was waiting for the young chef as soon as he arrived inside the python's stomach. It was at dawn of the following day, after a short pause to sleep, that the young chef managed to find the remaining ingredients he needed, one of which a pair of giant bears and their cubs, categorized as 5 stars, and as soon as the system transported them into the restaurant storage area, the same noiseless explosion of light engulfed both him and Whitey to bring them back to Izuku's original world. Green Cloud Restaurant, inside the kitchen. The same light shone brightly in the spacious room as the young chef and robot returned home from their little sortie, and a rapid look at the clock on the wall confirmed the system's promise. Izuku had left the restaurant at 6 a.m., and after 20 or so hours in there he was back to see the same clock sign 8:32 a.m. of the same day, barely an hour late for his breakfast service, so with still plenty of time for organizing things for lunch. Ah, convenient. Izuku admitted with a low voice while cracking his back and yawning a little. Luckily gourmet cells also meant his body possessed superhuman adaptability, meaning that for him having slept barely 4 hours was still enough to recover fully. He was just as well rested as a normal guy sleeping for 8 hours. Thank you for all the help, Whitey. You have been a lifesaver. Once given a friendly pat to the amazingly soft belly of the robot, the young chef moved the sign on the door to open, unlocked it, opened the drapes obscuring the restaurant main room completely so to bask in the early morning light, and watched Blackie walking towards the door with cat-like steps once exited from a pitch-black portal and then lie down next to the entrance to sleep, like usual. Blackie, he asked. The dog grunted as an answer. You okay? Something happened? Izuku said, knowing well the dog pretty much never left his place next to the restaurant entrance except to sleep inside at night, as far as he knew. Don't worry about it. While you were away this lord dog has been asked to lend a paw to fix a small issue, nothing a gentle caress of mine could not manage. Blackie answered, sounding overbearingly smug. A small emergency arose where one of host friends needed support. Since host was occupied elsewhere, the system simply assured no harm to come to the girl known as Momo by sending Blackie on site. She is now safe and unharmed, the system explained. Momo? What happened? Izuku asked immediately. The system will offer a small debrief to the host while he prepares the breakfast for the approaching customers and initiates the preparations for the lunch dishes. Rest assured no tragedy happened. The entity answered. Oh okay. But you need to tell me everything. If it will help host calm down, the system will. Thank you. Izuku answered, grateful, before welcoming with his usual gentle smile the small group of customers coming in for breakfast. While he prepared the pastries and croissants and the coffee and cappuccinos for the customers, he was enraptured by what happened in the few hours he left to visit another world. USJ, main hall, earlier that day. Things were bad, really bad. Even after finally regrouping in the main hall of the USJ and fighting together. The situation was an utter mess, that much Aizawa could regretfully admit. He was proud of his students because they were holding their own against the crooks that League of Villains had brought along for their merry attack, but whenever one of those that first accompanied the leader of the group joined the fight, things spiraled into disaster. Tell me you have a plan, Eraser. I beg you. 13 begged as she kept battling a guy with a body made of dark smoke. Trust me, if I had one I would have already implemented it. Aizawa yelled back in answer, happy to see the last remaining students rejoin them in the main hall of the place after that smoke guy, Kurojairi, had first separated them, and all of them looked utterly bruised, meaning they had pretty hard fights too. And whatever that Nomo thing was, it was now keeping up with Tashinori of all people. The two hulking brutes were just punching the crap out of each other with both holding nothing back, and neither of the two seemed to make a dent on the other. You are indeed a tough guy. But I know I will just need to give you 100 punches more to be done with you. Texas Smash. Tashinori declared, still trying to inspire hope in such a desperate situation. They just keep coming. Katsuki bellowed in anger as he and a few others managed to get into the main hall. That brat is still cursing, good, they too are fine. Aizawa welcomed that potty mouth like a blessing for the first time since the kid joined his class. We need to escape, I can't keep this going for much more. I am melting myself in my own acid. Mina admitted with labored breath. What about you, Tenya-san? Momo asked, looking pale and malnourished, having used her own quirk to its limits and so with very little fat mass remaining in her body and still weak from the stab wound on her arm. I can still fight, but I am running out of fuel as well. They may be weak, but sheer numbers are making up for it, the tall bespectacled boy answered, gasping for air himself. Gee. Yeah, Kaminari too is reaching his limit, no more lightning for him. Jiro translated for the others. Jiro, your ear is bleeding. Ochako, swaying on her feet in nausea, asked. That knife beach that is now fighting with Aizawa-sensei almost cut one of my earjacks off. It was a miracle if it's just a shallow cut, she answered. F dash. My shoulders hurt like hell, if I make another bang I will kiss my arms goodbye. Sheet. Katsuki added, snarling. I think my leg broke. Siro-chan? Help? Toru asked, being held by the shoulder by Jiro, to help her walk. I am thirsty as hell, no more tape for me. That monster dislodged 3 of my extra arms, I won't be of much help either. Mizo said, teeth clenched hard in anger. I can't harden anymore, I think I have a couple ribs broken. Kirishima added. Me too. Rib bit. Have no fear, reinforcements are coming. Aizawa yelled while dodging another fast swipe of the crazed blonde girl he was fighting with. This is taking too long. I am getting bored. Shigaraki declared with a bored sigh as he too finally joined the battle. Don't let him touch you. 13 warned in fear as the guy was soon upon Ochako, both hands ready to grab her. Ochako-chan. Tsuyu yelled while pulling her friend away with her prehensile tongue. Kia. The brunette shrieked in surprise, only to grow relieved when she saw the floor develop a giant hole as soon as the villain touched it. Hey! I wanted to kill that girl, the villain roared in offense. Stop playing around, we have a mission to complete. Kurojairi answered, using his warping powers to escape 13's quirk once again. I am trying. But she is cheating with that tongue. She isn't playing fair. It was my PvP fight. Karo, is this a game to you? Tsuyu asked, disgusted. Ho ho ho. Yes it is. And I can't wait to finish it with a new high score. Crush them, Nomo. Shigaraki ordered with a pleased smile as the hulking figure immediately stopped fighting against all might to charge the students like a raging bull. Stop. Tashinori ordered in abject horror. Grah. Surprising the kids with its speed, the thing was soon upon them with both fists up in the air to squash them. Scatter. Shoto, eyes wide, yelled, making the other scamper away. Ah? Just as Momo tripped to the floor, Ochako was at her side to help her get back up on her feet, unfortunately leaving them both as easy prey of the monster. Momo! Ochako! Mina shrieked in horror as the 2 giant fists of the Nomu were about to squash both into a pulp of broken flesh. No! Tashinori yelled as he desperately tried to reach Nomu. Before it was too late. Woof! It was then that the void got blew open by an unseen mighty force to show a fissure in space itself, a hole hovering in the air and showing pitch-black nothingness inside, and whatever force opened that portal it also pushed the Nomu away so violently the creature tumbled like a rag doll on the floor for a couple of seconds and away from its potential victims. The entire room went plunged into complete silence as both sides of the fight were waiting with bated breath to see who would come out of that portal, if reinforcers for the villains or the heroes. Another warp quirk? Aizawa hissed with narrowed eyes. One of us, Kurojairi? Dabi asked. Nobody beside me has a warp quirk in our organization. Nomu answered. To everybody's surprise a rather big pitbull dog with lustrous black fur walked out of the tear in reality that closed by itself as soon as the animal fully came out, walking between the 2 groups with elegant cat-like steps until he got in front of both Momo and Ochako and sat down, as if wishing to protect them from the hulking muscled monster that in the meantime had jumped back on its feet. Ah! What a cute doggy! Himiko gushed with a wide smile. A stray dog? With such a rare quirk? Kurojairi muttered, surprised. Not much of a stray if it has a pot belly. Dabi commented. Hey, isn't that the dog guarding that restaurant? Mineta muttered, gasping. Blackie? Momo whispered, just as surprised. Does this lord look like a stray to you, brat? Show some respect, or else this lord's paw will smack you until nothing remains. Blackie answered with his baritone, magnetic voice carrying forth his overbearing attitude. It talks too. Bit of an inflated ego, though. Kurojairi answered. Why are you here, Blackie? Momo asked. This is a dangerous place. Ochako added right after. Foolish girl. This lord was enjoying his nap when he was asked to come save your life, and here I am. Last thing I need is for sorrow to affect the young man I swore to protect. Apparently you are precious enough for him. I personally had to make a move. Blackie answered, scoffing. Now, the system had already sent Whitey with Izuku into another world, and it also knew the boy was harboring feelings for Momo, so, since the entity felt that his sorrow at losing her could potentially hinder Izuku's ascension to god of cooking, the mysterious system asked Blackie to intervene and save the girl's life. Problem was that Blackie had only 2 priorities in life, fighting a good battle and eating Izuku's spicy beef noodles 2 to 3 times a day, so the dog hurried to protect the girl as a way to preserve the high quality of his food, reason why in his hurry to leave he missed who exactly was the girl he was supposed to protect, and since his pride forbid him from asking for clarifications, he just made sure to look and talk to both girls at the same time while delivering his line, sure that at least one of them was the right one, since both were about to die a messy death before he arrived. This lord's noodles are too important. If I have to play babysitter to make sure the kiddo does not lose cooking talent because of sorrow, then so be it. Woof. The black dog thought in determination. Izuku was worried about me, Midoriya-san was worried about me. Both Ochako and Momo thought at the same time. And while Ochako found strange that a boy she just met already felt she was that important to him, she could not help feeling touched all the same, like Momo was, at seeing the tiny help the young chef still sent her way. Neither could both girls deny feeling a small prickling in their chest as they heard Lord Dog declare how much Izuku found them precious. This can't be happening. The system had not the ability to facepalm, but at that moment it really wanted to. Ah, so you were sent by a friend of theirs? How sweet and pathetic. NOMU. Kill that fleabag, the hands-covered leader of the league commented in cruel mockery, before pointing at Blackie and giving his order to the hulking brute. Guaoo, the giant of muscles immediately ignored all might again to assault the plump dog. You dare call your lord dog a fleabag? Preposterous. Blackie's eyes narrowed dangerously while glaring at Shigaraki. He didn't seem to find threatening the charging Nomu enough to even just spare it a glance. Snap. Nobody expected it. Everybody in fact looked at Blackie with wide, bulged-out eyes as the dog's mouth merely opened and closed in a blurry of motion to give one single bite that completely obliterated the entire top half of the 3 meters tall mountain of muscles, leaving behind only a small fraction of the Nomu's torso and its legs to fall to the ground in a rapidly expanding pool of viscous blood. Munch. 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 They all heard the dog loudly chewing his mouthful of Nomu while the up-until now invincible monster lied dead at his paws. Also, none of them could actually explain where all that flesh meat actually went, considering that Blackie was at best a fifth of the Nomu's overall sizes and so not something a mere dog should feasibly be able to eat whole. What the F dash? Katsuki loudly swore, neatly encapsulating everybody's feeling at the absurd spectacle they just witnessed. Blee. As expected, it can't even be put on the same plane of existence of this lord's beloved spicy beef noodles. What a waste of meat. Blackie muttered to himself once swallowed the 100 or so kilograms of Nomu he had just bitten off, and even as a dog his expression clearly showed contempt and disgust. Boom. Splat. Still unsatisfied, the dog added insult to injury and gently patted down with a paw. The collision of the well-manicured thing with what remained of the Nomu exploded the ground and shook the entire USJ building hard enough many thought the thing would collapse on top of them, and digging a perfectly drawn, very deep and huge imprint of a dog paw covering the entire floor of the main hall. As for what had remained of the Nomu's body, that simply turned into a fine red mist dispersing in the wind as soon as the paw struck. Completely erased from existence. Toshinori felt wronged, or even insulted, somehow. He had just declared that Nomu a worthy opponent and something he would need 100 punches of his to beat, and a mere dog instead killed it with a single bite and then disintegrated with a playful pat of a paw. Did I offend somebody? Is this bad karma showing up? Why? Was it so necessary to show me up this badly? What did I do wrong? All Might thought in sorrow as he coughed awkwardly and shifted to stand next to Aizawa. What the F happened, Kurojairi? Shigaraki asked, annoyed. I don't know, the other answered. Hey, are you a mob boss? What the F are you doing here? The young man asked. First you call this lord dog a flea bag and then a measly mob boss. Are you tired of living? Now Blackie was really annoyed, and the imperious way he talked and lifted his exquisite paw again clearly showed it. Whoa! Down! Down! Put down that paw! Slowly! Himiko yelled immediately. I am no mob boss, you weakling. I am your lord dog. A moderator. Showing a bit of knowledge of modern media, Blackie declared haughtily his correct title while giving a lazy pat forward with his paw, and to the other's shock an unseen force slammed with ungodly fury on Shigaraki's body with the force of a world-ending meteor, launching him flying back at insane speed and through the wall behind him, and through other 3 walls behind that still, each and every time leaving behind a perfectly cut hole in the shape of a dog paw. Boom! What was shocking was that whatever sent the villain flying, affected him and him only, not even Kurojairi standing right next to the guy was affected. Shigaraki! Kurojairi yelled in alarm as he hurried at the young man's side as soon as he saw him crash landing and his successive boneless tumbling on the floor until he remained in a very humiliating, face down, but up, position. Both Shigaraki's arms and legs were broken in various parts and twisted at odd angles, his body was covered in bruises and deep cuts, the right eye was swollen completely shut while the left one had been gouged out and was still bouncing on the floor at few feet from him. The rib cage had been smashed inward and even the young man's TSTCLS were clearly burst to shreds while every single hair on his entire body had been torn away, just like his clothes, leaving the young villain completely naked, bald, unconscious and broken. It was a miracle he was still alive, and Kurojairi almost expected Shigaraki to soon develop a deep-rooted fear of dogs as soon as he woke. This should be enough. You can wrap the rest up by yourselves, this lord dog has a nap to return to, my beauty sleep shall not be interrupted. Blackie declared while rising again his paw, and once amused himself with the terror he saw in everybody's eyes once they saw him do that, he patted the air in front of him to blast open a new pitch-black tear in reality. I did my part, you stay alive now. He will apparently miss you dearly if you die, and the last thing this lord needs is for his protege to succumb to sorrow. Farewell. The dog said that to Momo and Ochako at the same time before leaving, still secretly unsure and wondering if he actually helped the right girl or not. Bye, sir. And thank you for the assistance, sir. Tenya, either by good manners or fear, answered with a respectful tone and a deep bow he did not get up from until sure the dog was gone. That's one hell of a dog. Aizawa admitted, finally releasing a sigh of relief once the black tear in space closed by itself and disappeared. One of us? Toshinori asked. To hell if I know. 13 admitted with a helpless shrug. Actually, we kind of know who that dog is, and who he belongs to. Mina admitted. You know his owner? Are they some pro-hero? Toshinori asked once seen the leading group of the League of Villains being forcefully teleported away by Kurojairi once clear they were now at disadvantage. I don't remember one of us fighting alongside a dog, I would recall a dog and hero able to do that. 13 answered. Actually, that dog belongs to a chef. Mina answered, sheepish. Ah? He is Blackie, he is the guard dog of a Green Cloud restaurant, a restaurant owned by a friend of my family. Momo explained. Green Cloud. Wasn't that the restaurant Gunhead doesn't stop gushing about? 13 asked. That one. Aizawa answered with a groan, clearly remembering the annoyance at the man's talking non-stop about the place. It was just food, damn it. No need to be so extreme. Night Eye too had talked about that place to him, Mike and Namuri, only in a more worried tone while mentioning the need to give it a deeper look since he found out how some things did not add up as they should have when he visited that restaurant. Oh. A retired pro sent us some help then? Toshinori asked. Pfft. Nope. A Quirkless sent his dog to save your butt? Katsuki answered, tone full of mockery. The dog didn't save my butt? I was doing fine. All Might answered, mighty annoyed. Suyer. I was. Toshinori answered, maybe a bit too petulantly for somebody his age. Katsuki-san, don't annoy the #1 hero of Japan, please. Tenya begged with a groan. I was just dash. You say ruin. Hello, Izuku? Yes, I am okay, yes, Blackie did help us. The mood shifted abruptly when Momo's phone rang and she picked up the call immediately. That's the special ringtone of our chef friend, Mina said, chuckling a little. Speak of the devil, Toru added, sighing elated. Ribbit. Well, he did send his dog here to help us, it was a given that once he returned he would call to see if she was all right, Tsuyu answered. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that a dog that strong is happy to work as a simple guard dog for a restaurant, owned by a Quirkless of all things. Aoyama admitted. Nothing says they can't be friends. Quirk or not. Tenya replied, huffing. I bet the food helps too. Mineta added, shrugging. The dog owner? Aizawa asked. Yes, sensei. Ochako answered. Well, the guy did help us, so I guess we owe him one. What's his name? I think he deserves at least a thank you for sending us some help, even if I don't understand how he knew we actually needed it. Aizawa asked, in truth feeling an ever-growing need to check on that chef exactly because the guy somehow knew they needed help when ideally nobody was supposed to know they were in the USJ building to begin with. How did he know? Is he a villain trying to butter us up? A spy? An independent threat? In any case, how did he or his superiors know about the attack, the man thought with narrowed eyes. He was starting to understand why Night Eye had some doubts about the place and the mysterious system incorporated behind the restaurant, not only about the young chef working there, the arrival of that monster dog was just too optimal in terms of timing. The name? Oh. Izuku. Midoriya, sensei. He is our same age. Mina answered. Thank you, Ashido. Why does that name sound familiar? Toshinori muttered, unsure, as a strange cold feeling blossomed in the mouth of his damaged stomach. And why did he also fear actually learning the truth behind that name? Meanwhile, Yue, Jim, a tall blonde young man, was standing alone in the middle of the ample room while studying the tall human-sized sandbag while gasping for air. His muscled body was completely drenched in sweat with fat drops loudly rapping on the floor under him, and in the empty room each drop was as loud as an explosion. Once again, the tall young man, Mirio, wheezed with his eyes squeezed shut and his teeth clenching hard. Texas, he said as his sweating immediately tripled in volume, but also evaporated as soon as a new sheen formed, making his entire body release long streams of steam for all around him. Smash! The right hook Mirio slammed on the sandbag instantly snapped the thick chains holding the thing up and shot the sandbag against the wall where it exploded in a giant cloud of sand. NGH. Any form of satisfaction though failed to show up as Mirio fell on his knees while clutching his chest, his body dropping the power-up state of the one-for-all quirk he received from Toshinori instantaneously. It hurts, why does it hurts? My heart, Mirio gasped for breath as he forced himself to stand back up to his feet. Still with troubled breathing, a splitting headache and with blurry eyes, the young man silently dragged his feet while walking back to the changing room for a rapid shower. He needed to ask Recovery Girl, he needed to know why whenever he used that quirk his heart felt about to burst open. He knew he had no history of heart problems, so he knew there was something wrong going on, but more importantly, he knew he had to keep it a secret from All Might and Sir Night Eye. He didn't want to disappoint them. Pairing, Deku Momo Rumio Chako Nijire. Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use, nor I make a profit out of this. I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. If you read this, the chapter has been fixed by my beta-readered male, my savior and possessor of Big Dick Chad energy that managed to fix my story into proper English. Thank you, my man. Slightly smiling face. A Chef Rebirth Chapter 6, The Chef of Miracles. Yavin Street, Number 4, Green Cloud Restaurant. Things were still operating as normal in the famous gourmet street of the city. Every restaurant in there was bustling with activity under the constant assault of customers, either local, from nearby prefectures or even tourists from all over the world that happened to pass by when visiting that part of the city. One of said restaurants, residing close to the entrance of the street, in a prime position, was the curious and small Green Cloud Restaurant, appeared out of nowhere and rapidly making a name for itself thanks to the lone and young talented chef working there. Luckily the young man was overly friendly, thus making sure that except few rare cases, the other restaurant owners left him do his job undisturbed. Although, unknown to everybody, various eyes were keeping tabs on the restaurant for different reasons. One of the traffic cameras, for example, had recently started sharing its footage with a small squad of observers in a secret lab in an isolated island not too far away. Island, Lab 17. Hawkeye, the restaurant seems to be in perfect order, can you confirm? One of the guys of the four-man team keeping tabs and studying Izuku from afar, asked. This is Hawkeye 1, nothing out of the ordinary. Some guys were harassing a table of girls, but the robot guard of the place placated the situation. The stripped morons have safely landed inside the garbage truck that was emptying the bins at the opposite side of the street. They are unharmed, just a bit humiliated. One of the field agents masquerading as a jogger answered while pretending to fix her shoelaces. This is Hawkeye 2 and 3, nothing to signal from our station either. We still can't use our quirks and microphone to hear what is being said inside, but by reading their lips I can tell nothing is out of ordinary. Subject 37's mannerism has finally relaxed. As we suspected, he somehow learned of the USJ attack and got worried. He is fine now. Another agent said he and his pal were looking straight at the restaurant from their secret base in a room of the flat above the restaurant in front of Izuku's. They had set up several cameras by the windows of the apartment and pointed them straight at the young chef. Good. Keep us informed regularly and be ready to intervene should something happen. In the meantime, we will try to understand what is stopping Quirks from working on the restaurant and its chef. The old man at the head of the small team, and Hisashi's boss, answered with a pleased nod. Yes, sir. But they were not the only ones interested in the place. Across the street from the restaurant. Found the dog, an old lady said to a hidden microphone while sitting on a bench giving her full view inside the store. Does it match the description? Kurojairi asked from the other side of the small transmitter. A big dog resembling an overgrown pit bull with a pot belly. I heard the chef working there call it Blackie, as you said was the thing's name. But besides eating or sleeping, it never seems to leave its sleeping spot next to the door. I only ever saw it waking up to eat the guy's noodles, the old lady answered. You can hear a pin drop from 200 meters away thanks to your quirk. Are you sure that dog never talked? Kurojairi asked. I am DMN sure, I have not heard anything from it ever since I started spying on it. I have been using my echolocation powers to cover for my lack of eyes my entire life thanks to the detailed picture sound waves draw in my mind. I can even tell apart and recognize the specific heartbeat of my target even if they hide in the middle of a crowd, and that dog has never, ever, uttered a word. It just keeps huffing and woofing like a normal dog does. Are you sure it is the right one? We got a picture of it sleeping in front of that store, and even Shigaraki is sure it is the one that attacked him. Kurogyri answered, remembering with a grimace the shrieks the still bedridden young man released once seen the dog's picture. Boy, was it an awkward meeting he and the others had with their boss, the legendary villain All for One, right after Shigaraki awoke. There were no good ways to explain how a dog completely effed up a simple mission like their raid against the USJ in such a grandiose way. The boss pet project was now a blubbering mess crying about mean moderators. All for One was obviously not amused. Well, I heard the chef was out of the restaurant during our USJ mission, ingredients hunting. I was told, it was written on the door as well, apparently. Everybody was certain he had left the dog behind, and a few actually saw it do the warp thing way after the chef had left, and come back after the guy had returned, the old lady said. Has anybody ever heard the dog talk? I tried asking around. Nobody here ever saw that thing do anything besides eating and sleeping. Or growl menacingly at a few troublemakers. Keep monitoring that dog. We need to see when to strike to capture both dog and owner. Kurogyri ordered right before closing the call. It was almost time to change Shigaraki's diaper and the Nomu was anxiously counting the days before his charge's lower half would heal enough to no longer require such services. Understood, even if I don't get it why you guys are finding a stupid dog that interesting, the old lady answered, annoyed. Unknown to her, Blackie heard everything she said and was now silently glaring at her without raising his head from the ground. A weak bad guy wannabe like YOU dares to insult dogs in front of this lord? Fool, the lord dog thought in mild fury before taking in a tiny breath. Woof! It was near silent, almost ultrasonic in nature, but that tiny wisp of sound generated by Blackie's tiny, and kind of adorable, woof traveled at high speed all the way to the villain's spy and assaulted her fully. Nobody else heard it or noticed the dog's movements at all. It all was too sudden and fast for them to catch it, even for the ones actually spying on Izuku. And with a small ripping sound, that woof blasted the woman's eardrums to shreds and immediately turned her completely deaf. Nobody else heard it, but they all heard the scream of anguish and pain the woman released once her ears started bleeding profusely. KYH, the villain shrieked again and again while stumbling away, now truly blind thanks to the lack of echolocation her quirk gifted her with. What happened? Izuku was seen exiting his restaurant, like many other chefs and owners from theirs, to see the poor old lady being helped away by a few bystanders towards a member of the police force that was already calling for an ambulance. Seems like she is having a panic attack, a bad one. The chef of the restaurant next to Izuku's tried guessing. Poor lady, I hope she will get better soon then. I know how hard panic attacks can be to deal with, the young man admitted with a sigh before returning inside his restaurant to finish cooking and reassuring his customers nothing too outrageous happened. Not too far away, parking lot. An unassuming car was just in that moment being parked in the parking lot close to the restaurant, right next to a more expensive one from which nobody had dismounted yet. From the first car came out a man with disheveled hair and shadow of a beard, a man with stylish blonde hair and a woman with long purplish hair. From the second car that had been waiting for them came out a tall man in business suit and sharp glasses and a more lanky, skeletal man with a wild mane of blonde hair and a too-wide white shirt over cheap cargo pants. Sorry if we are late, had to make sure the kids got acclimated well with the new campus Cementos is building. Aizawa declared with a sigh. For a rush job, it's as much a nuclear bunker as he could make it without making it too obvious, to not scare the students further. Namuri added. Even after a week they are still shaken, for obvious reasons, Mike added, sighing. Except for the Yayarzu girl, she has already recovered. And I have an inkling as to why. Namuri answered with a conspiratorial smirk. I remind you this is not a friendly outing, we are actually here with a mission, to ascertain if the chef is a menace or not. Please refrain from ringing wedding bells until we are sure he is just unaware of what his sponsor really is, instead of an accomplice of theirs. Night I chided them. Rival villain organization or not, that guy's dog had been a lifesaver, so at least for now, I want to give him a thank you. Then we'll see. Aizawa answered, grunting, before walking alone towards the restaurant. Wait for us, Grumpy. Namuri and Mike answered at the same time while chasing their friend. Hey, it was then, when they were alone, that Toshinori addressed another issue. Yes? Night I uttered back in answer as they too started walking towards the green cloud. Are you sure this chef is the same boy? The pro hero All Might asked. I know one can't expect you to remember everybody you meet, but he had been put into a coma the exact same day, something like a few minutes after you told him he could not be a quirkless hero in what you yourself admitted being a way too blunt tone, all things considered. The timing was too tight to not be noticeable. I was caught up in training Mirio, to be honest. And you said he may have manifested a quirk during his coma? The other answered, uneasy. I said it was a possibility considering the strange avatar he summoned behind himself and the present mic-like scream he released. What is making me nervous is the fact that no file can be found about his quirk test, or anything else, anywhere. Everything about him seems to have become classified all of a sudden. Everything? Toshinori asked, confused. Beside his middle school grades, everything after that has been forcefully removed from every registry and put under heavily classified encryption. Nobody I asked seemed able to recover that info, and not only that, but just 1 year after he woke up, a mysterious economic empire nobody heard about before bought an entire restaurant and took the boy in as their only chef. A restaurant where quirks do not seem to work if used on that young man, and even if I didn't try to use my quirk on him outside the restaurant, he hardly leaves it to begin with. Night Eye explained. And he has a bone to pick with me, Toshinori muttered. A personal reason to dislike you, something that a smart enough unscrupulous character can twist to their end and transform into hatred for every hero. All for One is not the only megalomaniac with a deep-rooted hatred for heroes. What I don't understand is why they are using a restaurant as a cover. What are they looking for? And why do they need that boy? Are you sure he doesn't simply possess a sort of quirk immunity? I could tell it was not he himself that snapped my connection with him before my quirk could see his future. My own instinct told me an outside force got in the way. That is why I am worried. The threat that dog blatantly threw at me didn't help either. I saw that dog in action. I can't imagine somebody that prideful and strong just playing guard dog. Toshinori admitted. Then maybe he is doing that and making sure Midoriya-san does not step out of line. Night Eye answered, thoughtful, and looking intensely at Blackie as soon as their small group reached the restaurant door. Good evening, Aizawa said. Why do you speak so formally to the dog? Namuri asked. Because he has been taught manners and shows respect to this lord dog. Now get in. If you have to play spy, at least do it properly and stop being so suspicious. Blackie answered with his deep, magnetic voice dripping sarcasm from every word. How? Night Eye asked. That would be telling, kiddo. Just get in and eat. My protege is rightfully proud of his cooking skills, just pay it the due respect too beside trying to stick your nose in his personal affairs. The dog answered before turning the other way and resuming his sleep. Wow, our cover lasted literally nothing, Mike admitted with a grimace while the group entered the place. And watched with bulged-out eyes Nizu of all people sitting by himself at a table while devouring a gargantuan steak with gusto. Nezu. Here? Why? The group of pro-heroes all thought at the same time, and before they could actually ask, the small Ratbearman Chimera sent them a discreet glare that told them to keep their mouths shut. Here is your side dish, Nizu-san. At that moment they saw Izuku come out from the kitchen holding a tray of grilled vegetables. Good. Leave it here, please, the small guy answered. Is the steak to your liking? Yep. What did you say it was? Crocodile meat, legally bought from a private crocodile farm down under. I have all the papers signed if you want to see them, Izuku answered. Yahahaha. I am not a cop, Chef Izuku. No need to worry. But you are the boss of AU University, as you said, the young man mumbled, thoughtful. Still thinking I am a spy? Nizu asked, amused. Yes. My lips are sealed, so keep guessing if I am here to spy or just here to enjoy your food. I am not telling, so it will be more fun, the other answered while playfully shooing him away. Of course, sir, the young chef muttered, dejected, before disappearing inside the kitchen. Once sure the young man was back in his domain, Nizu rapidly whipped out his phone to write a lightning-fast message he then sent to both Aizawa and Namuri, before returning to eat, and he was clearly not faking his enjoyment of the thing. Pro-hero table. Ping. Nizu, gently, asks us to not blow his cover. He apparently has been coming here every day ever since the USJ incident to investigate that young chef and playing everything off as a coincidence. We were not the first ones to think about coming here in person. He also suggests trying the crocodile steak, he says it's good. Aizawa explained once, reading the text on his phone and then sighing. We'll need to be discreet then, just in case he suspects something. He knows we are pro-heroes so he will be on the defensive. He doesn't seem to trust heroes a lot. Night Eye answered. Dling. Dling. As if the universe tried to prove him wrong, the next set of customers that entered the place were far from being discreet about anything, especially their being pro-heroes. Chef Iken. "We are hungry," the green-haired girl at the head of the group yelled with a cheerful tone as soon as they barged inside the restaurant. "Tomoko-san," Izuku answered, just as happily, while peeking out of the kitchen to see who it was. "Ready to feed 4 poor kittens?" the pro-hero known as Mandalay asked with a challenging smile. "Hoo. I am always ready. Over there, the official favorite table of the wild pussycat happens to be free. I will be with you in a moment," the young chef answered, chuckling amused and clearly happy to see those pro-heroes visit him. "Nice. The seat under the magical relaxing tree is mine," Pixie Bob called out immediately while diving for said seat. "Oh, come on. It was my turn this time," the only male member of the 4 said with a whine while the rambunctious quartet of pro-heroes in civilian attire sat at a corner table right under the strange trees adorning the back of the restaurant's main room. "Okay, he clearly has some heroes he trusts instead," Mike said with a raised eyebrow. "Magical relaxing tree?" Namuri asked. "Whatever those trees are, they seem to exude a faint calming aura. The chef and the robot make sure nobody can take away leaves, but I heard a few botanic experts have started theorizing that those plants actually possess a quirk-like mutation able to forcefully disperse stress from people and animals sitting close to them." Night Eye answered. "Like Joke and her quirk? Or Namuri's?" Aizawa asked. "Pretty much, only about relaxing instead of laughing or falling asleep." "And they use those rare-as-hell plants as decoration?" Toshinori asked, confused. "That is another reason why I find this place too suspicious. SSH. He is coming here." Aizawa silenced them as soon as he saw Izuku near their table. "Good evening," the young man said with a stiff smile. "Hi there, young man," Mike answered while channeling his hero persona a little to hopefully help the boy relax around them. "Sir Night Eye, glad to have you back in my restaurant, and this time with another group of your friends," Izuku answered, and even if he hoped for those heroes to not notice it, they all caught the tiny pause he had before saying friends. "Everybody loves good food, so after listening to me and Gunhead giving a very good review to your dishes, they too wish to try them," he answered. "Sigh. It's about Blackie coming to the USJ, isn't it?" Izuku whispered while tiredly massaging his temples. None of the heroes present could think about a proper answer, but the disappointed glare Nizu sent their way did make them flinch heavily. "Amateurs." They saw him mouth towards them with the corner of their eyes. "Listen, see, can I at least finish my job for today? You'll be free to arrest me after I am done with the lunch rush hour. I am not going anywhere. But I want to leave on a good note without ruining these people's moment of pause," he asked with a tone of defeat. I got it, I can't be a hero, okay. I have a more humble dream now, can I have that at least? I just want to be a good chef. I get up at dawn, practice, clean and start cooking for the day, that's it," he added. "We are not here to arrest you. At least I am not." Aizawa cut him off abruptly before the young man could say something else. Your dog saved us, especially 2 of my students who owe their lives to you. So, as far as I am concerned, today I am here to thank you, not to throw you in jail," he explained. "But you don't trust me. Actually because I was not supposed to know about the incident in the USJ, isn't it? My sponsor alerted me that this would happen." Sigh. "Exactly. While grateful, we also are worried about how you and them knew we needed help during a school trip nobody was supposed to know about in a secret location." Night Eye answered, "No use in being discreet if the other side already knew most of it. I am no villain, Sir Night Eye. I lost interest in your lifestyle after being told heroics were not for me thanks to my lack of quirk and getting almost killed when I tried proving the world wrong. It took me a year of coma to decide to wash my hands of this entire affair and focus on a dream I could actually reach, owning a restaurant of my own, and here I am today." Izuku answered. "I am sorry. I was a bit too blunt when I told you that," Toshinori admitted, sheepish. "You Texas smashed my dreams, sir. That was far more than being just blunt, you were brutal," the young chef answered without even looking at him, and making the pro-hero grimace heavily in answer. "I could have phrased it a bit better, maybe." "Yes, maybe," that answer burned like acid. "What do you know about your sponsor?" Night Eye asked. "Everything," the other replied with a shrug. "Everything? Who they are, where they come from, why they gave me this restaurant. Everything. The absolute truth. And I am not telling you. Listen, if it is about All Might Namuri tried saying. No, it has nothing to do with him." Izuku answered, and Toshinori felt slapped by that way of saying him. It almost sounded like an insult. "I just promised I won't say a thing. For 2 main reasons. 1, I know you won't believe even a fifth of what I could tell you. 2, I don't exactly trust you." "You don't trust us? Why?" Mike asked, hurt. You took my being skilled and reserved as a villain trait just because who is helping me has a wider reach than you can imagine, and I am not easily bullied by people with quirks. I don't know what you believe is going on here, but I am just a chef trying to get by and get better at cooking, but I guess a quirkless shouldn't dare to raise his head too much around here. This has nothing to do with you being quirkless, I swear. Namuri answered with a gentle tone while taking his hand in both of hers. I hope so. So? Are you going to order something, or was this just an excuse to ask me about the incident? We'll order. Aizawa answered with a sigh, clearly sensing the hostility barely hiding below the surface, and he could not exactly blame the boy either. Tell you what, as a show of trust, you decide. Namuri said with a tiny smile. Choose by yourself the dishes we will eat, the woman explained. It's okay, I will be back in a couple minutes so you will be able to choose in peace, no need to worry about leaving the fate of your lunch in my hands. Izuku answered with a small smile, and left them alone after a short bow. Well, maybe Namuri can actually get him to open up a little, I guess. He did not sound as mistrusting with her as he was with us, Mike said. He is a good boy, I can tell, she answered. Dry in. At once the phones of all of them rang at the same time, all sporting the same unknown number text on their screen. All of us? Toshinori said once seen Nizu too had his phone ringing, though only he seemed to recognize the number, and once sent them a look, he actually answered. Maybe we all should take this. Night Eye said while answering. Strange. Mike commented, unsure. Glad to see you all are being reasonable enough to pick up, the old man at the other side of the call said with a pleased tone once all of them answered. Who's this? Aizawa asked. The director of one of the hidden labs of Island. I guess Dear All Might and Sir Knight I know what I am talking about. Seems like it. Namuri commented, dryly, at seeing both pro-heroes pale a little. What can we do for you, sir? Mike asked, eyes narrowed. While I have nothing against people enjoying good food, I am way less happy when one of our darlings is being bullied, the old man answered. Sheet, the rumors are true. Aizawa muttered between clenched teeth, and once turned around to look at the street through the restaurant's giant window he saw a young woman in jogging attire playfully wave at him while pretending to stretch her legs. We too are keeping tabs on him. As you can imagine, a quirkless able to surpass the so-called limits of the human body with a mutation in his base DNA different from the standard one can only attract my interest, along with the interest of few of my colleagues, the old man explained, chuckling. A mutation, they heard Nizu ask in their shared call. Why do you think everything about him is now confidential? Standard tests show no difference between him and a normal quirkless, and yet we have hundreds of hours of video proof of him taking what we knew of peak human skills and making confetti of them, and that means he must have some sort of power different from quirks to justify it. I will share a few harmless videos with you, watch them and tell me how we could not find him utterly interesting to study. Also, he is the beloved son of one of us as well. He is family, the old man answered. Do you know anything about his sponsor, sir? Night Eye could not stop himself from asking. You mean that, System Incorporated? We are almost certain they are not a villain group, if that is what you fear, but we can't contact anybody working there. Everything seems to exist online only, and yet there is perfect paperwork for everything. And the fact that it is all that perfect raises questions, but no matter what we try we can't answer a single one of them. Not even you can find anything? Nizu asked. Nizu, you know that between hackers and quirks we have a DMN good reach. The old man answered with a tired groan. But? For all we know the HQ of that group could be housed on Mars. Every trail we follow branches into hundreds and then thousands others, and after weeks of questioning we finally got a message from that System Incorporated telling us it would be better to stop nosing around and let them and their chef do their job. You make it sound like bad news, though, Mike said. Because that exact same message appeared at the same exact time on every phone, every computer, every tablet, every fax, and every pager of Island. Everyone from the crappy phones of our clerks on cleaning duty to our level 7 servers and operatives got it. We all received a copy even on our own personal computers back home. We stopped asking questions after that, the old man answered, tense. You got breached? Nizu, they raped our firewalls and security system without getting a single alarm off. They assured us they just want to help their chef become the god of cooking or similar nonsense and that no villain plans are boiling under the surface, but promised that if we keep getting in the way there will be consequences. You pro-heroes may like to tackle impossible odds with a smile, but I have a family, all of us here have, and we won't step over that line. We can freely look from afar and study him if we want, but any threat won't be welcomed, and we won't risk it. Does the boy know? Toshinori asked. Not at all, in fact, we are de facto forbidden from alerting him they got involved in threatening us. They said it was to not distract him, but I can't help being worried about him all the same. They openly admit to having plans for him, we just are unable to uncover them. So that is also a reason why you are studying him? Exactly, if we can see what those guys saw in him for their plans, maybe we can counter them and stop them, thus saving him. We can help, Izawa said. If you really have to, but keep a very low profile. I can't even promise that this call's encryption will help. Actually, it is not helping, the system's voice echoed in the phone call. Stricken horror frozen the heroes and scientists solid. Sigh. Please forgive them, they take their mission too seriously. Are you ready to order? Izuku said, and scaring the pros with his appearance behind Toshinori unseen thanks to their distraction. Why you trust them? Honestly? Yes. I only have to follow a very strict training regimen for my cooking techniques every morning, then I am free to do as I please with this restaurant. They even give me all the ingredients I ask for, so as far as I am concerned, I don't feel threatened, no strange requests, no questionable customers and nothing illegal, they just want me to become the best chef I can be. As the name of their initiative suggests, I will become the god of cooking. It's a bit edgy, I admit it, but it also explains well what they hope to get from me, my very best. Izuku explained with a shrug. Why, though? What do they get from doing this? Namuri asked. Ha 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 ha. What else? Publicity. They get that and I get a restaurant, everybody is happy, the young chef answered, laughing amused. That's it? Night Eye asked, eyebrows shooting up. Mr. Night Eye, not everybody with money or influence wants to conquer the world, few of them are just eccentric enough to do something like this just because they can. Like Elon Musk. Izuku answered. Okay, but should something come up, we are right behind the corner to help. Remember. Just call for us and we will help you. Namuri whispered while giving a squeeze to his hand. Thank you, he answered with a tiny smile. In the meantime we will order our food. At least we can trust that being the real deal. Mike said with a thumbs up. Of course, the chef replied, nodding. Island, secret lab. The old man at that point closed the phone call by himself, and silently watched through the cameras outside how the young chef took the table's order and rapidly moved away to cook everything. Mannerism. Everything suggests he was saying the truth, sir, one of the technicians answered. Relaxed? Not really. I see. Keep observing him. Just in case, he ordered before leaving. Yes, sir. The old man was the only guy in Island beside Hisashi and the guy's colleague friend Tamaki to know the truth about Izuku and his abilities, but in order to keep the secret he knew he had to pretend to study the boy like any other darling, and pretend he too knew nothing. Especially since by doing this he would actually be able to protect the young chef from any plan he feared the mysterious system incorporated may be trying to implement against the boy. Green Cloud Restaurant, in the kitchen. Congratulations to host Izuku for covering for the system, the voice said once the young man returned inside the room. It won't be easy to keep your true nature hidden like you asked if you keep threatening them. Hero society is all based around the idea that everybody is a potential villain if we don't know everything about them and their personal life, and most of the pro-heroes are a bunch of paranoid control freaks, especially so the guys in business suits and in positions of command behind the hero business. Paradoxically, it would be easier to explain that you are an extra-dimensional entity that wants me to ascend to godhood through cooking. Izuku answered, sighing. Understood. Host Izuku is also aware that the customer known as All Might possess poor health and may die in a few years. Do you wish to heal him? The system asked. Heal him? Yes, host Izuku. If things remain unchanged, he is fated to die in 2 years. The young chef silently leaned on his workstation, a bit surprised by how much it still hurt to meet All Might again. The shadow of death has been cast on him, should the host intervene, such a fate will be broken and the man will live long enough to die of old age. That will also mean the heroes of AU will keep an even closer eye on you. Host wished to be a hero once, yes? The voice asked. Does the host hate All Might? Hate is a strong word. Izuku finally uttered a word, and it was filled in bitterness while his head hung down low. Host can just cook normally and let the man live through what fate planned for him, the system answered. Mom, one day I will be a hero like All Might, a small voice, that of a kid, echoed inside the young chef's head in answer to that while tears streamed down his cheeks. I am sorry, madam. We can repeat the test 1,000 times over, but the results won't change. Your son does not possess a quirk. I am sorry. Yo! Here comes the useless freak. I am sorry, my boy. A hero without a quirk is simply impossible. Maybe you should lower your expectations a little and live a more humble life. Not everybody can change the world, no matter how hard they try. Sometimes dreams are just that. Dreams. Just a Deku. 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 Host wants All Might gone? Whitey can accompany him to the door if you want. Deku. 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 To hell with it. Izuku roared in anger while slamming both fists on his workstation. Luckily nobody in the main room could hear him thanks to the entity turning the kitchen soundproof for their talk. Host. How do I heal him? I will show him and everybody else that we chefs too can make miracles. Not just heroes. He is fated to die. Then I will take that future and snap it in half with a dish, he declared with burning eyes. Well said. Normally the system would purge any alien energy contained in the dishes prepared with ingredients of other worlds like the gourmet world of Zaus, but in this case those life energy and vitality energy will be left in the resulting dish. This means that the host will be required to use every ounce of skill he possesses to not ruin the dish by dispersing those energies through unsuitable handling, the system answered. Life energy and vitality energy? Exactly, same for the gourmet energy host can infuse in the dishes to improve the quality of their taste. Those two form of energy too will enrich the dish host will prepare, and as a bonus the dish will be able of purifying All Might's body and heal him completely by saturating his body in pure life. Is the host ready? Yes. Understood. Abrupt mission, show to All Might and the other heroes that a chef too can change the course of fate. Reward, 10% bonus experience points and unlocking the ingredient jewel meat from Za's world, the system declared. Good. Izuku answered while opening the ingredients cabinet. Hero table. The pro heroes were looking with bulged out eyes the few videos Hisashi took of Izuku mid-training for his boss, most of which showing the boy taking laws of nature and common sense and bending them over like only a 90s shonen hero could do. DMN. That's some fast knife work. Mike commented in surprise. Teacher, a young voice said in surprise as a young woman entered the place accompanied by her parents and Izuku's. Oh. Yayarzu. Are you here for lunch? Aizawa answered with a raised eyebrow. Sort of? Oh. Something bigger? Namuri asked immediately. Apparently some formalizing is needed, Saito mumbled. Honey, it could have been worse, he is a good boy at least, hard-working too. Rei answered. Formalizing? Namuri asked. Momo, they heard Izuku exclaim in surprise. Hi, she answered, uneasy. Sorry to barge in like this, son. Apparently there was no choice, Hisashi said, smiling sheepish. Mom apparently had to tell my father what happened, so now he wants a proper explanation. Momo explained with her face burning deep red. Your father called it meeting of the in-laws, but that's beside the point, her mother added, looking more mischievous. Reisan. You promised to keep your mouth shut, the young chef shrieked in shame while covering his face with both hands. Nope. You two wanted to be secret lovers? Not on my watch. Come on, let's take a table and talk a little, shall we? Rei said while taking over a table for the entire group, the one right next to the pro heroes table. It was just a kiss, Momo muttered, ashamed. Too much tongue to be just a kiss, dear. Rei countered. Ugh. Saito gurgled out in agony. Details, Yayarzu. Details. Now. Namuri demanded immediately. Aizawa tried saying before her glare paralyzed him. Silence, she barked in answer. Sorry, madam, the fearless pro-hero Eraserhead muttered with a meek tone. Oh. It was just 2 days ago. Iken was giving me cooking lessons when I got an emergency call from work, and in order to answer that I had left him and Momo alone in the kitchen, Rei started telling what she personally knew, and what she got from Momo after hours of relentless questioning. Yayarzu house, the previous day. Rei had just walked out of the kitchen to answer the call from her agency, something that she assured them was an emergency since she had instructed her secretary to not disturb during her cooking lessons unless something big happened. As the woman's faint voice echoed back into the kitchen from the living room, Izuku and Momo were left alone to watch in silence the lasagna Izuku instructed Rei to prepare alone and without help, as a way to test how she did by herself without the chef correcting her. She forgot to use salt, didn't she? Momo asked, chuckling, while both were crouching down on the floor to keep looking at the slowly cooking thing through the oven glass panel. Yes, but at least she didn't use sugar again, it's already a huge improvement, he answered, making both share a short laugh together. They both fell silent after that, just standing with their faces close as they watched the food cook and slowly form a crunchy layer on top. Izuku, Momo said with a low whisper. Yes? Thank you. Thank you for sending Blackie to help, had he not come, I don't know if I would be here today, she admitted, shivering. Momo, he answered, and when both turned to look at each other, they actually discovered they were close enough that the tip of their noses touched. And there they stood, looking into each other's eyes in silence, until the young chef gently cupped her cheek. Closing her eyes tight in shyness, Momo puckered her lips a tiny bit to welcome the kiss that when it happened took her breath away. It took a couple of seconds before both actually noticed what they were doing, and with faces burning bright red both jumped back to their feet and forcefully looked elsewhere to avoid the other's eyes. I kissed her. Sheet. 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 Izuku thought in horror. He kissed me. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Momo thought at the same time. I mean me. So, me, the young chef stammered in total brain blackout. No yes. I mean no. No, yes. I. To hell with it. To his shock, Momo's own blackout lasted way shorter until she gave a distraught roar, grabbed him by the collar, and tried to tear off his tonsils with her tongue. Two voices. Resounded in the kitchen then as the two hormonal teens hugged the life out of each other and went at it in a war of tongues. This time the kiss was far from being as romantic as the first one. This one spoke of hunger. It was especially bad for Izuku since he was feeling the pull of 2 lifetimes of suppressed desire. Since as Zaus he had been pretty much married to his job and thus had fully suppressed or ignored any urge he may have had, and now both lives' hormones were begging for attention and he was eagerly giving in to the call, and even if he had to stand on his toes to kiss Momo due to their difference in height, he didn't give a damn. That was when Rei returned into the room attracted by the noise, to find her daughter and her cooking teacher skiing each other's face off with drool flowing down their chins like a river from their connected mouths and both teens' hands roaming around a bit too wildly to be proper. Izuku, not here in the kitchen. Momo gasped with a when he started biting and suckling greedily on her neck, although her grabbing a fistful of his hair with one hand to draw him just a bit closer to herself showed she was not fully against the idea. Yes, not in the kitchen, please. My lesson is not over yet. Rei declared with an evil smirk. She really enjoyed the look of sheer panic both teens developed as soon as they heard her, stopping abruptly what they were doing to just look at her with wide eyes full of horror. Hands where I can see them, Midoriya. You too, Momo, and that means your left hand has to stop moving and come out from inside his pants. It's still too soon for you to give him a draining massage, young lady, she added, gleefully watching their feeling of shame reach untold peaks never before seen. Their talk after that was awkward to the extreme. Back to the present. That is what happened, and since both seemed to be into each other enough to be ready to molest each other, here we are to formalize the relationship. Rei finished explaining. In my son's defense, he gave her a chaste kiss, clearly. She made the first move. Hisashi pointed out. This doesn't mean he did not return the affection. By Rei's words his own hands were not idle either. He clearly pinched and squeezed to his heart's content. Saito countered, annoyed. She almost deflowered him. And he almost did the same to her. My Iken is not a pervert. Hisashi growled. Neither is my Emo-chan. Saito roared in answer. Actually, that very same night both teens literally wanked themselves into unconsciousness while thinking about each other and what could have happened had Rei not stopped them while loudly calling out the other's name. But both fathers didn't need to know that their precious Cinnabuns were actually normal teens with normal overcharged energy. Yet, very dirty, Yayarzu. Very dirty. Congratulations. Namiri said with a mischievous smile and a thumbs up. Teacher. Momo answered with a long whine, ashamed beyond belief. So, Izuku. It's easy to say you are now engaged. Do not try anything strange or I will chop your dio off. Saito declared with narrowed eyes, and stoically ignoring how Rei instead rolled hers while calling him edgy. Yes sir. Off you go then, you still have work to do. We'll talk more later. More? The young man asked in dread. Much more. Saito answered. Okay. Restaurant kitchen, at the same time. Once he escaped in a manly way, tears and all, back inside his kitchen with the excuse of cooking, the young chef threw himself on his mission from the system as a way to clear his head from any sense of impending doom, and while waiting for the other pro-heroes' orders to be ready, Izuku gave his undivided attention to Toshinori's own healing dish. The man had asked for some fish, and the young chef decided to modify the original recipe slightly to make sure as much life as possible could be infused in it. The chosen ingredient was one of the coral fishes he took from the forest world he had been in and had borrowed from the lizard men tribe. The thing was still very much alive once summoned from the system's storage area, and it kept violently rolling its fins around as if trying to swim in the air while jumping up and down on the chopping board. Thank you for being my ingredient. Izuku muttered as a small prayer before puncturing the animal's brain with a long and thin needle, the fish gave a last weak flap with its gills and spat out a thin jet of water before quietly and painlessly falling into eternal slumber. The system had suggested the coral fish for two main reasons. The meat was actually very tender and nutritious, and those fishes could reproduce like crazy when it was mating season. The giant bulging belly full of roe now in front of Izuku meant that the specimen in question was particularly rich in life energy, perfect for what the young chef needed. The dish All Might had chosen was called sweet and sour fish, and Izuku had assured him it would have not troubled whatever was left of the man's stomach even if fried, further shocking Toshinori that had indeed forgotten how much Izuku actually knew of his dirty little secret, something that had made Night Eye facepalm hard. Grabbing a filleting knife with Eye Island insignia engraved on the handle, he started cooking by piercing right behind the fish gills and delicately cutting upward following the curve of the fish head to cut the entire thing off and put it aside, before removing the fins on the ingredient's belly, back and the tail's end. Swing. Ping. 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 Fully displaying their being hard as rocks like its name implied, the scales flying away from the fish body at each knife swing pinged on the chopping board with loud tingling sounds echoing all around the young chef, and even a knife made from top-notch equipment with high-tech superalloys kept struggling against such otherworldly ingredients, requiring the system to renew their edge after each usage. After finishing descaling one side of the fish, Izuku grabbed the fish's tail and gave it a toss, turning the animal 180 degrees to the opposite side to repeat the cleaning. Done with the scales, next is the slicing of the cheek, as well as the removal of the organs and bones. Izuku mumbled thoughtful while cutting the thing in two, following its spine to remove the main bones, and once removed the organs, washing the inner meat with fresh water, followed by him pulling away the few bones remaining hidden in the meat with lightning-fast movements of the pliers in his hand. The flour has been mixed with the minced medicinal herbs perfectly, life energy contained in the herbs after preparation, 99%. Good job. The system declared, solemnly. Perfect. Izuku muttered in answer while spreading the flour interspersed with tiny colorful herb fragments across the entire body of the fish until it was completely covered in it. Whoosh! Intense flames roared to life under a wide wok, making the oil in it start sizzling loudly in a matter of minutes, and once hot enough, he grabbed the tail of the fish and tossed it into the oil that produced layers and layers of white foam upon contact with its flour cover. "How's the fish?" the young chef asked while a hint of gold shade slowly started covering the thing's meat. The innate vitality energy of the fish has been fully preserved at 98%. It is suitable for the success of the mission. Good, let's add a bit of sauce then. Once seen the huge quantity of high-quality fish eggs he had extracted from the ingredient's belly, he decided how he would actually deviate from the recipe by adding a secondary sauce to it made with said roe. Having given a new toss to the wok's contents to make sure the fish was cooking properly and not sticking to the bottom, he then mixed the fish roe with minced garlic and capers and tossed everything into a second pan with hot oil already waiting to fry the fish eggs. After that, he added white wine and a few spoonfuls of tomato sauce to the mixture and slowly boiled everything into a thick and flavorful fish egg sauce he then passed until creamy and smooth without the smallest lump. As the fish and egg sauce finished cooking, a sweet fragrance started to spread out from the kitchen and into the main room, enticing the appetite of the waiting pro-heroes, now suddenly very happy at their decision to spy on the young chef. Few minutes later, All Might's dish, as well as the others, were finally ready to be served, and with a delicate swish of his ladle Izuku scooped up the deep-fried fish from the wok and placed it onto a wide porcelain plate decorated with tiny green clouds. Done perfectly. Let's see if fate can really be defeated with a dish, Izuku muttered, growing a bit squeamish when a tiny feeling of worry crept up his spine. Host should never question his abilities. As the future god of cooking of the hero world, there is no place for fear in your kitchen. Work hard and believe in yourself, young man. The system immediately tried to cheer him up. Right. I can do this. The young man psyched himself up while refilling the wok in oil to stir-fry a new mix of medicinal herbs together with vinegar. That was the sour side of the dish. Done with the frying, he also tossed some icing sugar into the wok, making the once sour creamy soup instantly become more sweet and thicker, and a taste test confirmed to Izuku that the thing had actually reached the right balance of sweetness and sourness he desired. Sizzle. Sizzle. With an elegant movement of his ladle, the sweet and sour sauce was lightly drizzled over the fish to uniformly cover it, while the thick and creamy sauce made with the roe was pooled on a side and adorned with tiny pieces of minced chilies and a spiral of fresh olive oil. It is done, sweet and sour coral fish, completed. Izuku declared in relief while using a piece of cloth to wipe away the excess oil on the plate to make the dish more presentable. Evaluating, the dish overall grade is 99.9/100. Congratulations, host Izuku. You have prepared the required dish to heal the customer called All Might. At the paying of the bill, the reward will be unlocked. Well done, the system declared with a victory fanfare that made the young chef chuckle a little while delivering the dishes to the pro hero's table. Smells amazing, if I can say it myself, he admitted, pleased, while taking out Toshinori's and Namiri's dish. I really need to find a waiter or waitress, though, or at least a bigger tray, he then muttered with a sigh of dismay. I'll help you, Inko said immediately. There is no need, Mom, he answered shyly. Nonsense. Here, take the other plates so we'll deliver them together, the woman replied with a gentle smile. Thank you, Mom, the young man said, grateful. Momo. Up, Ray muttered. And me too? He needs you, she answered with a mischievous smirk. Wait, I will help as well, the girl declared, a bit shyly, while getting up as well from the table. Oh. TT, thank you. Wait here, I'll take the remaining plate, the young chef stammered a bit, but he still stoically ignored the subtle chuckles he heard from the other customers in the room, along their thumbs up at seeing the two engaged youngsters working together. Here we are, sweet and sour fish for Toshinori-san, he listed once the three of them reached All Might's table together. Thank you. Crocodile grand steak for Namiri-san. Rare. Yuppie, the woman cheered with a childish happy smile that made him chuckle. For meat's carriage, Nanban style for Mike-san, with extra fried chicken and sauce as asked. Nice, the blond man replied in perfect English with a thick accent. Seafood risotto for Sir Night-Eye. Thank you. And chicken curry for Aizawa-san. Mild spiciness. Perfect, thank you. Thank you for choosing the Green Cloud restaurant, please enjoy your meal. Izuku answered with a bow before walking away a bit stiffly. He now needed to prepare what his parents and Momo's own ordered, then he will have to face whatever talk those scheming adults had planned for, and he was not exactly eager to do it. All Might's table. Well, I guess it's time to see how good the boy actually is, Mike said while snapping apart his chopsticks. Yes, let's see, Toshinori answered, unsure, while using his own chopsticks to delicately peel off the thin skin of his fish to inspect its insides, and growing shocked at the heavenly sight. The sweet and sour fish meat was almost as clear as glass and glittered under the room's lights once exposed, making Toshinori feel a bit guilty at actually eating it. It's glistering like a crystal, how? Namiri muttered in once seen All Might's food. I expected this, all things considered, as I was aware of the chef's skills, and yet I am still very surprised. Night-Eye answered, his stomach too grumbling a little as the fish succulent meat emitted a wondrous fragrance that was pretty much torturing the entire table. The sweet and sour sauce has a smell which increases one's appetite. It's a bit of a dirty trick, I admit. But it will also make it taste better. Izuku muttered while delivering the last plate to his parents' table. It's not a dirty trick, Iken. It's part of the magic. Hisashi answered, chuckling. Yep. Now sit here with us, let's talk. Saito answered, tone ice cold and eyes narrowed. Yes sir. Pro Hero's table. Please don't kill the cute chef, Namiri muttered with a pout. We'll stop any tragedy before it happens. I say we eat, though, because good looks aside, the taste too matters. Thanks for the food. Toshinori said while picking up a piece of fried fish meat to watch it jiggle a bit in his grasp. The thick seasoned sauce boiled incessantly and looked like thin threads holding the fish meat together while following behind the chopsticks all the way to the man's mouth while the jiggling fish meat caused the pro hero to chuckle amused at the lively scene. Holy, All Might though muttered in once tasted it as the sweet and sour scent of the dish exploded in his mouth at the very first bite, and not a trace of the unpleasant fishy smell of the main ingredient or any unpalatable oily feeling from the frying could be felt either. Only wave after wave of warmth and sea and spiciness and sourness and sweetness and so on and on and on. Maybe forever, the pro hero could not tell. The fish alone was a mouthful of heaven, but the sweet and sour sauce and the roe sauce managed to enlarge the feeling and turn it into an all-encompassing embrace of taste that almost drowned Toshinori, to the point his own brain grew pleasantly numb and just enjoyed the happy endorphins ride the dish provided. This steak is DMN amazing and tender too. I did not know crocodile of all things could taste this good. Namiri, mouth still full like a hamster and absolutely drenched in the meat juices, said in praise, blissfully unaware of how monstrous the beast she was eating actually was, nor she knew that the thing's detoxified scorpion-like tails meat and fat had been used to create the delicious milky white sauce decorating the steak. Okay, I am convinced. Whoever those guys are, they are betting on the right horse. Mike confirmed while his chewing grew shamelessly loud, he just kept eating without even a pause to breath. Nom nom. Oh, would you look at that? Mister, I can live on coffee alone. Aizawa is actually eating like a normal human. Maybe we should take you here more often. Namiri said, smirking. Shut up. I am still not convinced yet. Izawa answered, ashamed, while hastily swallowing his mouthful of food and forcefully dropping the tiny satisfied smile he was sporting while chewing. I am not talking about the food, this stuff is DMN good. I meant the group sponsoring him, call it instinct, but I think they are forcing him to hide a few details they know we won't like, he explained while continuing to eat. No drags involved, I took a few tests once back from eating here, and even Recovery Girl did not find anything that could have been used to make me believe the food was good. At least the food quality comes from honest skills, not tricks. Night Eye answered, while being the only one of the group eating with proper manners. Okay, that just shuts down one of my theories. Izawa admitted, sighing. Shoda. At least swallow before chastising me, Namuri, the man begged with a groan. Sorry, the woman replied, blushing. The rest of the lunch continued fairly tamely in comparison with what they expected, with Izuku softening enough thanks to Namuri's own motherly gentle prodding between each subsequent orders they make that gained them few more details from the young chef about his job and sponsor. When it was time to pay the kinda expensive bill, Mike and Namuri would later apologize profusely for the 4 servings of dessert they each ordered. The group stumbled their way out of the restaurant with bulging bellies and a more relaxed attitude towards its chef, but not towards the system. Parking lot. Okay, this proves it, he is just a good boy caught in some sort of cult-like plans of an eccentric millionaire fixated with food. Toshinori declared, still puffing a little thanks to his overfilled stomach. He did not openly call it a cult. But the way he described this god of cooking initiative can easily be passed as such. Night Eye added. Yeah, but he surely knows how to make some godly creme brulee. Mike added. And cute rainbow-colored fruit desserts. I could eat that fruit jelly to death and not regret it. Namuri added. We noticed you loved his desserts. Izawa answered, bitter. I'll pay you back, I swear. Mike replied with a begging tone. Liar. A pro hero never forgets, his wallet. Mike, it was sudden, but they saw Toshinori's face turn bright red and his breathing became labored as he leaned forward with both hands on his knees to try catching his breath. You okay? Night Eye asked. I feel hot. It's too hot. I am burning. The pro hero gasped for air as he started sweating at an astounding rate. Oh, God. Are you allergic to something he cooked with? Why didn't you say something? Namuri gasped in horror. I was sure I had no allergy to any, it itches. It itches so much, the man shrieked while tearing off his shirt to rub the crater all for one left on his body after their fight so roughly he drew blood from the deep nails marks he was digging on his side. Calm down, we'll go to Recovery Girl and dash. Night Eye tried calming him down, but was forced to hurriedly jump back when his old friend projectile vomited on the floor. Gwaza. Toshinori felt a taste outrageously awful travel up his throat at high speed, and what actually came out from his mouth to splatter loudly on the floor was a mass of black rotten flesh smelling of decay. What the hell is that? Izawa asked. NGH. Oh, God. He is puking again? Mike shrieked in horror at seeing him double over again. Thump, thump, thump. To their surprise they could actually hear Toshinori's heartbeat clearly while the man's eyes bulged out so much they looked ready to plop out of their sockets as he drew back his head. And screamed. It was a howl worthy of a mighty beast, and under the shocked eyes of his friends, the pro-hero #1 All Might made his explosive appearance as Toshinori's body transformed even faster than usual, but showing even more muscles than what he was famous for once done changing. Toshinori gasped for breath as thick lines of steam escaped his muscles and mouth. Every inch of his body was flushed red while his veins bulge out to pump his blood with furious power. Just by looking at him, in fact, power was the first thing that would come to mind. You okay? Night Eye asked, faintly. I feel good? Okay? I feel great. Great. Bwahahahahaha. A loud, happy laugh escaped the pro-hero, strong like thunder as he studied his body in wonder as if seeing his own muscles for the first time. I feel so strong. Like back in my youth. How? Toshinori asked while studying his clenched fists in awe. There was no longer the fatigue, the pain, that feeling of a viscous hand squeezing his heart whenever he transformed. He was pretty much back to the days when he first got his quirk from Nana. Burning with energy and? That thought gave him pause, actually. It was not like he could see the power of One for All, there was never some visual clue, it was more a feeling of it being there, and after passing it to Mirio, he could feel that he had been left with just a few dying embers. Then why those embers had now turned into AF supernova? And no way, he muttered, shocked. Toshinori, transform back before someone notices you. Izawa warned him. They are already looking for the source of that scream, they will see you any moment. Mike added. Alright, still feeling his body ready to explode from the surplus of energy he felt traveling furiously through his veins, Toshinori closed his eyes and focused on himself and dispelled, for the lack of a better term, his all-might form, to return into being his skeletal self. I said to detransform. Izawa said. I did it. No you didn't, you moron. Opening his eyes to look at himself, the number one hero saw that he was still the same mountain of muscles. I know I did it. The feeling of turning it off was the same as always, he then said, frustrated. I'll turn it off myself then, Izawa answered, rolling his eyes, before activating his quirk and looking straight at All Might. Only for him to remain the same mountain of muscles that now made Broly look like a wet noodle in comparison. Are you doing something wrong, Shota? Mike asked, unsure, while Toshinori swiftly moved into a crouch to hide behind Nightai's car to not be seen. No. I am doing what I always do. His quirk is just staying active. Toshinori, it was then that Nightai stole a look at the Green Cloud restaurant to see Izuku standing by the door and looking straight at them with narrowed eyes. Yes? I need to use my quirk on you. I need to check something, he asked. Oh okay, go on, the other replied. A handshake later Nightai locked eyes with All Might to see the man's future, something he had promised to never again do after foreseeing Toshinori's death. To his surprise though the same vision lasted barely a few seconds before turning gray and shattering like glass, same going with the shadow of death he had always seen hanging around the man, with enough force to almost split Nightai's head in two with the backlash. You okay? Namuri asked at seeing a few drops of blood dripping down the man's nose before he recomposed himself. Yes. But, Toshinori, your future changed, Nightai said with a low whisper before his head whipped back towards the restaurant to meet Izuku's eyes. The young man merely gave a small bow of his head and flashed a tiny satisfied smirk before swiftly turning around to get back to work with the restaurant door closing behind him by itself. What do you mean, my future changed? We need to talk with Recovery Girl, there is something unnatural going on here. Let's go. Nightai answered while rapidly mounting his car. Can you explain it to us normal mortals too then? Namuri asked with a growl while she and the others too got into Aizawa's car. I believe I now know what that system incorporated wants from Midoriya, but I need to have a medical expert confirm my theories first. Nightai answered. Inside the restaurant. Iken? You okay? Inko asked immediately once seen her son become pale as a sheet as soon as he returned inside. I don't feel so well, he admitted while collapsing on a chair. Izuku, his father and Saito immediately were at his sides to help him sit upright. Here, drink this. Momo was right behind them with a glass of cold water, she too looked worried sick just like Inko and Rei were. Let him breathe, give him some space. Seeing people getting worried, the group of pros wild pussycats switched gear from being goofy friends on a break and back into acting like professional heroes that moved to keep the situation under control. It's okay, Chef Iken. Take a breath and relax. Young or not you can't overwork yourself. Tomoko offered with a kind, and incredibly wide, smile. I am fine, he tried saying, faintly. Not yet, but we are here to help you until you get better. Mandalay answered, she too offered an encouraging smile. He really needs to find a helper, he can't manage everything alone. Momo muttered while looking at the full restaurant in worry, luckily the guests seemed to understand and were not making a fuss about it. In truth, unknown to them Izuku was worried for a completely different reason. I thought he was going to explode. That scream was not normal, the young chef thought in near hysterical terror. That was fully between predictions, host Izuku. The overabundance of life and vitality energies inside the dish have saturated All Might's body up to 400%, cleansing his organism and recharging his spirit and vitality, and also rejuvenating his dying quirk as a side effect. Dying quirk? He was losing his quirk. What kind of illness does that? Izuku asked, confused. An artificial tumor-like infection of the blood, host Izuku. In order for him to expel and repair all the damage left behind by that thing, enormous quantities of vitality had to be infused. In 24 hours his body will burn through the excessive energy and he will find himself back to what could be called youth days of his prime. Congratulations! Jewel meat has already been unlocked and several tons of it loaded in the restaurant storage area. It is now possible to request it freely when cooking. Have no fear, just like with every other ingredient stored by the system, it won't spoil but remain perfectly fresh. Success. Thanks to the bonus in experience points from the abrupt mission, host Izuku has reached level 2 on the path to become the god of cooking of the hero world. Physical and mental stats have increased accordingly and higher quality ingredients can be exchanged with the system. Vitality cooking training can now be initiated along advanced dessert making training. Keep working hard, young man, the system answered. As long as nothing bad happens, and more things to train in, at least they sound interesting. Izuku muttered with a sigh and finally recovered a bit of color on his face, for everybody, relief. UA University, Infirmary, 1 hour later. A short old woman was looking at the results of her tests while a very ashamed Toshinori, still in muscle form, silently dressed back with a very red face. Apparently, whatever affected him that much also worked on his little mite. As recovery girl, Nizu and the group of friends that took him back to the school had the misfortune to see when he undressed under the woman's orders. As soon as Toshinori had remained in his All Might printed boxers, they all saw the impressive and furious tent he had pitched, causing the great All Might to shriek in shame and cover himself while hiding in a corner. Well, the little show you gave us was already a good telling, recovery girl started saying. You had Urktal DSFNCTN? That's why you and Ryukyu dash. Mike! Toshinori shrieked back in high octaves, silencing the guy. You and Ryukyu? I knew it. Namuri exclaimed, guffawing. As I was saying, the old woman roared angrily enough to silence the people in her office. Your awakening down there was already a telling sight of something changing inside your body, but the blood test I took right after confirmed it. You have healed. Every reading has been shot way off the chart, but everything seems to be slowly stabilizing already, she said. Healed? As in I am free? Toshinori asked with a small voice. I double-checked and used that rotten piece of flesh you brought along for cross-reference. Whatever they did to you, your body expelled that thing by itself and is at the moment healing all the damage at an insane rate. I will keep checking, but I am pretty much certain you defeated that thing. You won, so to speak. Recovery girl answered. And his quirk? Night Eye asked. What about it? It's still there, maybe it is just reacting with your cure and will probably settle down soon. What have you done exactly? I hope you did not take any experimental medicines without a proper doctor following you, she answered, before looking at him with narrowed eyes. Well, you see, Toshinori said, unsure. Toshi, the woman yelled in disappointment. Ow, come on. He just had some fish. Don't be so melodramatic, Mike exclaimed in annoyance. Fish, she blurted out, confused. Mike. Nizu groaned in disbelief. Ah. Ops, the man offered with a forced and guilty smile. God, you have the same ability of a 5-year-old when it comes to keeping secrets. Aizawa muttered, face-palming. How could an idiot like you make it to pro-hero status? Namuri added. Details. Now. Recovery girl hissed. Sigh. I will be the one explaining, if you don't mind, at least like that I will also offer few theories about it, maybe together we'll be able to understand what is happening. Night Eye answered, sighing in dismay. As the system predicted, Toshinori's miraculous recovery and the resurrection of his quirk caused the staff of AU to put Izuku fully in their radar, something that made the young chef momentarily stop his night training to sigh in dismay once the entity delivered him the news heroes two other than villains were growing interested in him. He just wanted to manage his restaurant. Was it so hard to ask? Completely unaware of the full range of his own ability to attract troubles, he was also oblivious that Ochako Uraraka happened to read his AD on the local newspaper where the young chef listed what he looked for in a waiter or waitress for his restaurant, with the girl deciding to give it a try both for some extra cash to help her family along, and to test the waters and know the chef better. It should be a harmless enough way to see if he does have feelings for me, and if I can possibly return them or not, Ochako muttered, unsure. Author explains corner. The villain spy basically had a quirk similar to Daredevil superpower as shown in the Ben Affleck movie. Blackie is not a gourmet world animal like the ones Toriko and friends have as partner, he is the son of Blackie, one of the characters of the Chinese novel, Gourmet of Another World.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.